crazy names already showing up, though. Ah, that is correct. That is what I see as well. Oh, I exceeded my character limit. Oops. Nope, we've hit the upper limit there. Oh, interesting. Didn't hear about that. Whoa, Sag Pseudo. Hello, hello. Your audio is only going to Clint's stream. Yeah, what does that mean? Does that mean you're not picking both of us up, or you're only picking up me on Amaroq stream, or you're only picking up Amaroq on Amaroq stream?
Actually, it looked like you were. It was only picking up you.
Oh,
That's
hello, hello, Amaroq. Yeah, I'm Amaroq81.
You know, I have done that the opposite direction a whole bunch. I've never done it this way.
You know, it's so weird is that they can. What they hear on your stream is like a person like on Bluetooth talking to another person.
God. Yeah.
So I just sound crazy.
Well then, I guess we should do the intro again.
Apparently your audio is very low. I'm gonna give it a peek real quick. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead. My audio did look low over there. Why?
Oh, it's very low. Like 20 decibels up.
20 decibels up would be better.
Yeah, something like that. Maybe like 15.
Burp. Any better? There we go. Yeah. Looks like that.
You can go like another 5 or 10.
Okay, we'll have to do that with filter a little bit. All right, check, check. Is that better, everybody? Check, check.
Yeah, let me Good talk voice. Too so we can compare.
Good voice levels. Check, check.
I'm like a little overpowering, but it's close.
All right, we can adjust that. What about there?
Just minus 200 decibels me.
Yeah, right. Actually, I wonder if it is just that silly if I have you on. Yeah, no, that should be fine. All right, check, check. Check, check. Compared to your voice.
Test 1 2 1 2.
Check. How is
Seems
that?
good.
All right.
Seems good.
Much better. Thank you, Midnight Lasers. All right. Thank you, everybody. Clint needs up a few. Okay.
So I've been up all night.
You have? What?
Grinding out.
Why?
Yep.
You just like
we were just gaming, having some fun.
Nice.
Also, I accidentally fell asleep. Took a nap. I went to go take a nap and
said pseudo. Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
you can't say that. It's a family-friendly stream. You don't know what that substance is. We don't even a substance. I mean, I'm.
Oh my goodness. But what the heck is an elite tournament? I want to know. I'd be very disappointed if it's exactly the same.
Yeah, I have
a new name.
I have a hell of a replay for you later.
Yeah.
I played a game against D'Artagnan.
Mm-hmm.
Brought him to 188. It was 15 rounds.
Oh my god.
And I had 5 level 9 arc lights.
5 level 9 arc lights. Oh my god.
5 level 9 arc lights.
That's incredible.
It was crazy. Like, genuinely crazy.
That's amazing. Sub says, I cut it close. You got to hear with 30 seconds to spare. I hope you have the app up. Hello, everybody. Welcome home, gamer. It's time for our first ever Elite Tournament. Mechabellum Elite Tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. Let's go.
Just off the bat, 128 participants. That is the max number that we can have.
That's normal.
In a tournament like this, yeah. So nothing on the off set that looks interesting or abnormal.
Yeah. I mean, it looks perfectly normal. Just named. Now, they did talk about doing a monthly tournament, but so I'm wondering if this is it or if this is a.
We have a 401 Spetsy, which I believe is Woot. I could be wrong.
Uh-huh.
We have Sanzo the White Walker versus Salt Monkey.
Prince Boji is in against.
So it's not.
Nope, it's not Woot.
So Pauls versus Dionys would actually be a fantastic game.
Yeah, that one's the one that stood out to me too. All right, let's go for that.
Beautiful.
It's just like, hey, wait a minute. Why am I in AG1? We think it's just a name change. We don't know. We don't know. All right, channel point prediction is up for round 1.
Amaroq, aren't you just so excited to be spending another Saturday morning talking about Mechabellum?
I am. That's my favorite thing. I had a really good day. Really nice stream yesterday. Had a lot of fun. Welcome to round 1 of Weekend Tournament Asia. Elite Tournament Asia #1. Keffels on your side. Fire Badger Specialist with Arclights and Sledges, not level 9 Arclights, just level 1. Dionis, far side in blue, is, what do we got there? Quick Supply with Ball Crawl. Gotta lock in. Folks are watching. Exactly. Grin. That's a round.
I find it interesting
one
that Dionis is. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
That's a round 1 raid. Hello.
Whoa. That's a way to start the game.
Let's start this tournament off. Let's go.
I find it interesting that Capals is electing to go into the headbutt here. Steel ball, like the opener usually is Arclight. So Arclight, Crawler, Steel ball.
Right.
Typically just kind of beats everything round 1. It's really hard to crack that, especially if you're headbutting it. And that's only made worse with something like a Wraith on round 1. Bit of a cheese. You can see Dionis is electing to not get a deployment, or utilize all of his deployments here, and you only have so many of those in the game.
Yep, skips the deployment to get the round 1 Wraith, but also a guaranteed round win and 300 hit points of damage, so even if everything else had gone tragically awry for him. To be fair, Keppels didn't know that he was going to be headbutting on that side, but yeah, I think it's pretty surprising that he's that far forward.
Yeah, I don't know. That would. I feel like once I see Steel Ball Crawler on the other side, I'm like almost electing to play defense.
Right.
I feel like all the initiative is on them in the early rounds.
Yeah, I'm absolutely the same way. I'm willing to concede the initiative. In fact, I usually set up defensive assuming there's going to be an attack and not necessarily which side it's on. And get frustrated if I've set up in my defensive formation instead of my standard formations. And they show up in the back line. I'm like, hey, what are you doing? You're supposed to be Steel Ball aggro. What are you doing back there?
Yeah, and I wonder if that's what Capals was trying to make a read on here, was Dionis is typically a standard player, defensive player, and he took, a pack that has been used to transition out of stuff like that into like a more like solid defensive standard style build, but maybe guessed wrong here.
He has leveled up his far side tower. He's bought some Phoenix to handle the Wraith. Wraith is going to be pretty beastly with an improved firepower control on. But Keppels took the underground threat, which you'll see in this back left corner. And that's going to be attacking also a level 2 tower. So they both leveled up that side tower.
Yeah. How do you feel about fortifying a tower against steel balls? I feel like it's always kind of questionable.
Yeah, I'm as the steel ball player, I'm always happy when I see somebody fortify that tower. I'm like, at some point, I'm going to decide to go after it, and I just throw down a steel ball and it's fine. I don't care that you have a pile of hit points there.
Yeah, you maybe just slow me down like a turn or whatever from going for it, or like make the decision like a little more complicated.
Right.
But not so much so.
Yeah, not by much. And of course the steel balls would be good against the Arclight as well. The Phoenix do clean up. One of them went down. So Keppels wins the round. Puts Dionis on 3,900. But Dionis did level that Wraith. It's a level 2 Wraith. You can also level the steel balls below it. And that will be tough.
Wow.
Quack Attack says, I'm down in Australia. Your streams start when I should be heading to bed. Have you considered becoming a vampire and streaming at night for me? I'm sorry, I have not considered that.
It could be fun. A creature of the night.
I mean, it's dark out. It's dark o'clock right now, so...
In some ways we already are. Yeah, that's fair.
We've got Scorching Flames on the Badgers, 2 more of them, and a pack of Phoenix attacking this weak side tower. So one in the corner, that's going to have a really nice pull, I think. There should be a lot of stuff pulled to that Fire Badger in the corner. Yep, all this late arriving chaff. Now that is one of the problems with the formation the way that he had it. And Keppels did really nicely at positioning this not all the way in the back corner, but much further up so that it has the all of that pull. In fact, but it's the left side tower that gets the job done. Unfortunately, here come the leveled up itemized Wraith. Ka-thump, ka-thump.
Yeah. Kind of just sneezing on things or moving into the battlefield. Oh, sorry.
Yep,
coming through.
I've just got this. So 2 out of the first 3 rounds go to the Wraith. I mean, to Dionys. And Keppels is down to 42.58. He did put range on it as well last round, so he's really committed to it with item and attack. Keppels now going to melt that with the unit drop. And Tarantulas for Dionys, which feel like they kind of are hard countered, or are duplicates, I guess I should say, to the Wraith. Now he's got Suck.
Yeah, in some capacity, I agree.
But he's going to use them to tank the Fire Badgers. So you think you have these corners. Yeah.
No tank techs as well, which I think is like maybe I don't know. This unit feels very uniquely placed with how much HP it has and how it has access to field maintenance. And I think it's a little underran at the moment.
Field maintenance, you mean? Yeah, I'm running field maintenance.
Field maintenance on Tarantula. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I feel like you just want to pick between Mech Rage and HE.
Yeah.
Right now I'm experimenting with Mech Rage to try and have fast Tarantulas as part of my aggro. But Dionys not going to defend that left side tower, just levels it up to level 3 and commits to this flank with pretty much perfectly placed fangs that draw some interesting early aggro off of the melting point. So those are doing a really good job protecting the Wraith. Now he's got chaff in. So poor Wraith gets run over by steel balls. And Wraith. Poor Melter. Run over by steel balls and Wraith. Down it goes, despite losing the left side tower. So that is a solid round for Dionys.
And this is like kind of the hard part about these early Wraiths. Now this Wraith is level 3. Has improved firepower control system. Does have a tech on it, so there has been some investment, right? So, but it becomes this like kind of like weird balancing act of how much do you want to invest in how to deal with it, right? Like if it's just one singular unit with an item, like you invest too much, they sell out of it, and suddenly they're hitting you with a whole nother different set of problems.
Right. And bait out a response and sell out of it. And he's actually...
I was thinking there's... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
We've sold that level 2 Melter. It never did get anything done. He's sold the Melter. He's gone to Charged Shot on the Phoenix. It's not like the Phoenix engaged with the Wraith either, sir. But it's going to be Charged Shot with improved firepower control, which is not as impressive as it might sound. The Charged Shot has put the Phoenix up to 8,000 hit points, which will be 16,000, let's say 17,000 for a level 2. And you can see that this chart, improved firepower control, is only adding another 4, because, of course, Charged Shot and improved firepower, the bonuses are additive, they're not multiplicative. So this is not times 2.75 times 1.7. It's, plus they get added, so it's times, 245 or whatever that would be. Times 3.45.
I really am enjoying this idea of Badger next here, though. I don't know how much Scorching Flames really adds to the composition. I don't know. Is it a meaningful time difference for time to kill on like against something like a crawler? You know, it might be very eclectic knowledge. Sorry.
I have not checked the like something like Ignite on a crawler, but Scorching Flames, it doubles the damage output, so should be having the output. It's not like he's running Napalm with it. In fact, he doesn't even have Napalm on the bar? I'm reading that right?
Let me peek. Sorry, one sec.
Dionis takes
Typhoon's windmill slammed.
Yep. Insta-pick.
Yeah, you're correct. There is no napalm on the bar.
Yeah, so he's running his double the damage output. It just feels like we're not getting the chaff clear. And maybe actually not having napalm is costing him. In fact, if you think about he could be dropping a whole bunch of flames on the ground and having some of this later arriving chaff get run over. I'd also really like to see Keppels sell out of this corner flank with it's just hard countered by the nano repair.
Yeah, I don't know if it's providing a meaningful distraction either. Like, I don't know if that fighter going up earlier changes the math too much, right?
Yeah, it's not like we are not currently killing the chaff up front, let alone this later chaff. So, we do get a Overlord, pair of Overlords for Keppels. So I hope this is going to turn that around for him.
I'm kind of shocked we haven't seen any missiles on this flank over here.
Right, you could certainly missile a bunch of this out, but in fact, since we're just on crawler behind... Oh, he's added the Phoenix. He's added some level 2 Phoenix down there that are handling the steel ball and the tarantula there.
Boat's kind of doing work. A nice little mobile beacon, though, from Keppels.
Yep.
It's going to pull these charge shot ranged Phoenixes right into the naked tower.
Nice.
It's a nice little tower snipe. And it's exactly what Keppels needs right now.
Yeah, that was really well played. I do actually love that diagonal mobile beacon, too.
Oh, it's so nice. But what's so great about it, right, is that it gives Dionis something to think about.
Right.
Right. When you're playing against aggro, you're typically the one answering questions and not asking them.
Yep.
And now Keppels gets to go, whoa, hold on. I've got threats too, buddy.
Yeah.
Dionis has to slow things down a little bit and respect what's going on here. Orbital Javelin immediately getting slammed here, though.
Yep.
By Dionis. Keppels taking a little bit of time, though.
Yeah, these Overlords are just so tightly packed, right? This is why you don't necessarily put your giants side by side.
Well, you can maybe get away with putting giants side by side, but they have to be level 2 usually. But that is still not the case with
an Overlord.
With an Overlord, yeah.
Weeks.
Interestingly...
Oh, nice dodge, Keppels.
Oh.
Brilliant. Let's go. And take speed. He took temp speed to make sure it gets out of there.
This is something that I neglect to do sometimes, and I kick myself all the time for doing it. So kudos for Keppels having the heads up play here.
Yeah, he's made some very nice mobile beacon plays at the tower last round and this round. Speaking of mobile beacons, we've got Dionis has sold out of the big Wraith to go into 2 on the weak side with a mobile beacon. Of course, those charged shot Phoenix are just going to chew up the steel balls with no chaff protection.
Whoa. And speaking of getting chewed up, these wraiths getting chewed up by the Phoenixes and charge shot. It's not even fair. The poor wraiths got absolutely smacked down like an obnoxious little fly. That looks pretty much like lethal, huh?
That is very close, if not lethal. And Keppels is through round 1 of our Elite Tournament. Nicely done. 2 very evenly matched players. You can play this one 20 times. You need to have 10 winners from each. Well played, Keppels. Very, very sweet use of the mobile beacon on the last 2 turns. To really, I mean, Dionis had been in very solid shape at the end of round 5, and it just went horribly awry, horribly quickly. Charge shot, of course, such a huge tempo boost for Keppels, and because he's in defensive positions, right? So he really doesn't need the range. So conceding 20 off of his maximum, so that these guys had the 135 meter range or whatever, still perfectly, perfectly reasonable. Solid defense.
And I think what's really interesting there is that Pauls has gone ahead and said, I think Badger Nyx is a good solution to Typhoon Ball. And Typhoon Ball, Wraith as well, but I think it's interesting.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite comps, and it's that was a really solid defense for it. And the key there is, of course, he's taking care of that chaff, because when I run that comp, I'm running a heavy chaff to distract all the things that would shoot the steel balls and the scorpion or whatever that you'd have out there as parts of your defense. Shall we jump into? Well, that's a heck of a match. What is happening in B-Man versus Dr. Med Ressin?
Whoa! What in the world? 56 to 160.
Right.
Just Dr. Medrez.
The man who's almost got B-Man on the ropes right now. News from some other matches. Baller and Saab both getting their wins. This looks like Dr. Med Rassin has the W. Let's go! Elite Tournament starting off with an elite upset. Your number 1 seed, B-Man, is gonna go down.
To Sledge?
To some...
No less.
Well, actually we were seeing last round. So now that was the round he gets dropped to 56, but still looks grim. Those are some very gold sledges with 4 tacks.
Oh, so I'm actually on the last round.
You're on the last round, got it.
So. Level 6 laser sight quad tech sledges.
170 meter range. That's very pretty.
My FPS is not happy.
It's a lot of fire on the board.
Oh,
yeah. So much fire on the board, my goodness. War Crimes Vulcans. And he's got all this late arriving Fang.
Oh, man.
Just barely walking into this. Tanking those melters.
Dude, these worms are having a tough time.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Nothing is gonna beat those sledgies. Let's go, Sledge Gamer!
No! What?
Dr. Med Ressin, though, huge upset win. Nicely done. Sedge Suda says, oh, thankfully I came in 65th seed. Dodged the murder pairing. Dr. Med Rassin, nicely done.
Riv said those were ER sledgies, and they were not. They were not ER sledgies.
But note that they are very fast. And the sledge changes quite a lot when it's moved from 7 meters per second to 13 meters per second, right? Like, these things are up to 20 meters a second by the end of this match with Mech Rage and Temp from Tower.
Wow. What an incredible upset, though.
So,
rank 64. A real David versus Goliath.
He gets the win. Nicely done. Only 5 matches still going. Looks like AOM player may be beating Emotion there, but I'll go around the room real quick. We just talked about Dr. Medrassen getting the big upset. Godog wins over Bimpy. Steel Sane over Emerald. HD Susauer beats LMCV. You've got Spezzy, Alpha, Kebab Sniffer all getting the win. The Sanzo the White Walker beats Zach. I would have read that one as Woot, the 101 player, because I know he does run that Prince Boji one. It looks a lot like that. It has the same language pattern. Who is that? Halloween. That's Halloween. Halloween gets the win. And Cortex goes down to our number 44 seed, which was... Oops. So what the heck is that name? I can't see you in Guangzhou without Zhu. All right. Belief gets the win. This is going to take a while. I just need to adjust everything. Okay. Yeah. Thanks. I'm not even reading that one. TJ Flat beats Balanced. Bunch of Numbers beats Mitzakots. Keppels beat Dionys, as we showed. Pantsuman beats Moonless. Illuminati with the win. We get a 1 left kick over Reven. Play Archer and Bare Hands are still going. Is that correct? That's probably the one to jump into at the end here. Soyo, Rivriskende, all getting the wins. Iron Commander, which I think we've learned this. Iron Commander is the name of Mechabellum in Chinese. So this is Iron Commander Instructor, meaning, of course, Mechabellum Teacher.
Interesting.
Armiria gets a W. This Long Live the People's Republic of China. That sounds like it might be a baller. Prince Boji, Shade, Shadoff all getting wins. Till. Is that a blue hair? It is. It's a blue hair there. And Miasim getting their W's. Sajsudo and Sob, as well as Dorgon. Boom, boom, boom. Folks we know, folks from chat today, all 3 of them get the wins in their matches. Eoz, Smelly, Hellcat, Project, Rook, Apex, Meow, Elendi, Alpha, Einhornpunder, the unconscious offline Kioviz owned by VD, all getting W's. So let's see if there's anything. We still have 5 going. Now we have 1 going. That's more believable. We're jumping into this last match. Why do you guys have this many hit points? New York on Bare Hands has to be a alias. We think, but we don't know who it is. Are you so... That should take care of that low vibration noise you guys were picking up. I apologize for that. Good morning, Toker.
Holy moly, that is a jump scare. Suddenly, 3 worms erupting into the ground from bare hands against Play Archer.
Oh, nice.
God. Play Archer looks kind of dead, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, yeah.
That one
very dead.
That one went to bare hands there. I'm in the Rocky which is looking like it's one of those where you've got your 4 surviving marksmen. You do 200 more hit points, or 400 more hit points, as it were. Near side is Awakening of the Dragon Dream World. But this one's going to take a little while. Actually, can't take that much longer. It's not only because there's a pair of war factories on the board, but because, you know, you only get 13 rounds in a tournament.
Suddenly pasta, but worms.
Yeah,
That's accurate. And that was accurate with what was happening. They had a replicate, so they were coming out of the ground, and it's like, ah!
Yep. Ka-chunk. Here we go. He took strike off for this tournament. Bold. But yeah, after what we learned yesterday, makes good sense. We, for those of you that weren't following, we learned from observations with Saab. He was playing some really fun 2v2s with us. We had just such a good fun Friday yesterday. Did co-streams with Saab, Madrewski, and then, you know, Alpha Titan and Zach in the booth. And so we had, you know, just lots of voice comms going and played a lot of in-house 2v2s. And Saab was running a whole bunch of Worm and making it work right up until a match where basically he clicked the sudden strike, or the strike tech on Worm, and it kind of destroyed him because the frames that get cut are the pre-targetable frames, not the frames that you can be targeted in during. So it basically meant that his Worms attacked at the same speed that they always had, and yeah, there you go. That they were literally targetable before they came out of the ground and would die faster with strike. Oh, sorry, Meeper.
Yeah, and ad started right when he was about to explain. Well, you see, that is how this whole thing works. Amazon waits right. No.
I mean, to be fair, we do we do click the ads manually on when we're doing Mega Bellum, because it's so perfectly set to have the, you know, between matches, run the ad, make sure you get the things back to it.
Yeah, Meeper, long story short, from what it sounds like, Strike is changing how the Worm is coming out of the ground. And because of that, it is either a small visual bug or some amount of a bug where the Worm is targetable before it looks like it should be or ought to be.
Exactly. Well, congratulations to Azure, who has won their second round match. We are through to round 2, and I mean, Should be some good matches in here, but they'll be right around the midpoint, right?
Let's see. We should have something good here.
Sag Pseudo and Dr. Medrasin. That would probably be it. I think Dr. Medrasin has earned some screen time.
Wow, you think he deserves the caster's curse? Okay. I've clicked on it. It's happened.
All right, let's make it so.
What's the Macbeth line? Boil, boil, toil in trouble.
Call a plumber on the
Something
double?
wicked.
Wait.
Something wicked this way comes.
Oh,
right, no, my game crashed.
Ruh-roh. Well, I mean, you still got 40-odd seconds. So yes, back to that one. The sub's description of it is the strike makes the underground immunity screw up, and that's pretty much exactly right. Meeper, the worm attack animation speeds are changed, but not the length of time during which the worm is targetable. So where it used to animate up out of the ground and now be targetable and then attack, it's basically now targetable then attack. So they, instead of even getting the jump scare, you get, my worm just got popped. Welcome to round 2. We have Sag Pseudo against Dr. Medrasin. Dr. Medrasin coming off of the upset win over number 1 seed B-Man. Is going to be a Farside Red cost control specialist with Marksman and Sledge. We just saw him run the full 4-tech carry sledge with level 6 sledges and items on them. So you kind of got to guess that's the direction this is going for him. And Sag Pseudo, Fire Badger specialist, also with Crawler and Sledge, is going to be near side as... And Dr. Medrasin actually skips any chaff deployment on round 1, takes up a pair of marksmen to help handle the sledges.
Yeah, chaff will start very interesting. Typically something you don't see. So feels somewhat risky as cost control.
Just a little. I guess he was. I guess his start was marksman sledge, so he picked up the arc lights. This actually makes quite a bit more sense when he's seeing the crawlers. Basically, needed to take the arcs to clear crawlers,
and it's actually going to pay off in spades here. And Dr. Medrasin has an angle where he can play to something like carry arcs here. Just speaking his text, he does run charge shot. Does run elite marksman and range, right. And that's basically the suite of carry decks.
We have the full carry set. Like it.
A little bit of a gamble early on for Dr. Medrasin, but I think the sort of gamble very lethal middle game, and I think Sag has to navigate these next couple rounds very carefully.
Going to win round 1. As soon as he gets through the shaft, of course, the marksman target sledges, and Sag is down to 3,400 already. That is a quick tempo lead for Dr. Medrasin. And now Sag Pseudo gets his Fire Badgers. And, they both took it as well, so we are in ER Sledge versus ER Sledge. Commit to it, baby. And unfortunately for Dr. Medrasin, since he didn't take chaff round 1, he pretty much needs to take some chaff round 2. And that'll be some fangs up front. On the other hand, he's floating 400 right now, so that could be a tech, or it could be another unit. Channel point predictions, of course, are open, closing quickly. Master Recruit was for one more Arclight. Up the middle, it looks like.
Yeah, I was about to say, get those channel points in, but yeah, the
Mm-hmm.
middle arc light was just to round out the comp here, it looks like. But it looks like Sag is going to go for more sledgehammers, which is the commit that you were hoping for.
Yep. I mean, Dr. Medrasin really couldn't without, without Chaff on the board. That was the position he'd left himself in on that round one decision. It won him the round. It is a little painful when he sees the card drop. And of course, the danger for Dr. Medrasin right now is if the far side tanks scale, if Sag-Pseudo's tanks can scale, he's running that same full carry sledge set of techs.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll get their levels this round. There's still some crawlers on the ground. So Chaff Clear definitely the problem for Dr. Medrasin.
Yeah, and the angle of going for carry Arclight is certainly not shut out, but made very difficult here. This is a nice little swing back for Sag-Pseudo, I think. It's going to be... Dr. Medrasin has to come up with a good answer about how to address these. Oh, and there's ER Arclight. Okay.
My goodness. Sag-Pseudo took the speed. That is going to help those tanks collapse on opponent. Dr. Medrasin picks up a third sledge and 2 Phoenix. So, of course, nothing on Sag-Pseudo's board shoots up yet. Literally not even a Fang. Sag-Pseudo's first choice is teching range on the sledges. So it's going to leave him with 200, presumably for a pair of chaff somewhere. These are going to be very fast sledges with 165-meter range. They literally outrange the Phoenix, but still don't shoot up. There's some Fangs. And they're going to be in a flank screening position, so they have a chance to live. That will let them clean up against the Phoenix.
Seems odd to be mixing in Phoenixes when we have Marksman. Personally. I'm curious to see how this round plays out. I mean, obviously, with the limited number of Fangs and upshoot, it's going to favor Dr. Medrasin, but I think Sag going for this early range tech is going to let him kind of get this idea of carry tanks rolling. Like, just look at him chew everything up as it slowly rocks across the screen.
Sure, but this was a critical tempo piece for Dr. Medrasin to not concede a whole bunch of points this round while he's getting another tank out. Has basically the guaranteed win from the Phoenix. And that drops Sag-Pseudo under 3,000 hit points. Do we get our unit drop finally? I mean, it wasn't really a question. There you go. That is your comp done.
Arcseer?
No, that's got to be Storms here. This is a range war. It could be Sparseer, I suppose, but
I don't like Storms into ER Sledge personally. It feels weird.
The ER Sledge has such reduced hit points that the Storms are more valuable, and what you don't want is to be conceding the range to them. So the Tarantula is out, and yeah, Dr. Medrasin plays this range war more frequently, I think, than Sag-Pseudo does. And that right now he is in what I consider the classic canonical ER Sledge range war comp, right? With Phoenix, with Sledge, with the Storms. It looks like it's going to be Fang and his 4th Sledge pack. Meanwhile, Sag-Pseudo has done exactly what I was worried about earlier, where he's leveled all 4 sledges and adds the level 3 Farce here. Dr. Medrasin comes out to match with range, so we're even Stevens there. One thing that's interesting to note is Dr. Medrasin's chaff clear is substantially better, and part of that is just taking the extended range arc light. so that those are engaged with the crawlers at a better range. It's kind of saved him having to invest 300 in a range tech on arc lights. So he's got a 4th arc light out here that covered this flank. Satsuto added a marksman which is shorter range than the sledges. It's literally 25 meters shorter range, so it walks out front and dies. I mean, same is true for these marksmen, right? They walk out front and die. Adding the Farseer this round works very nicely for Satsuto because it did take care of the Phoenix. They've only got the 120 meter range, so they came out in front of the sledges, they got tanked, they got killed. So this is, if you're playing that ER sledge, my thinking for Dr. Medrasin would have been you might need to range the Phoenix first. Even that wouldn't get them to longer than the sledgehammer, but gives them a much better chance at it. And then that would let you do your first tech on the sledges could be Mech Rage, and you're just relying on the extended range sledge to be the range increase. Obviously, he's in a range war against Satsuto, so maybe that's the wrong choice in this specific head-to-head matchup. Satsuto adds a range on the Farseers, so he's got 2 more. Well, 1 more on the right side. And keeps adding his marksman.
I was hoping he was going to sell the marksman on the right and just add another Farseer. I think Farseer sledge is like totally fine. I think the sledge player here can click like Mech Rage. It actually kind of keeps up with the Farseer a little bit. I mean, the Farseer is a fast unit, don't get me wrong, but it's I think it complements what the what Satsuto needs pretty badly here, which is a nice big body and stable upshoot.
Right. So Dr. Medrasin added, instead of Mech Rage, adds armor-piercing bullets, so his sledges are going to do extra damage, but right now all they're doing is shooting chaff. It's not until right about now that they're getting some real engagement with tanks, and that extra attack is doing it's valuable. So in the short term, he has cost himself the, I'd say, the chaff clear a little bit, and this is going to make it Satsuto's game again. So rounds 4 and 5 go to Satsuto. Blue 2,700, Medrasin at 1,700.
I can't help but wonder if the armor piercing was an answer to something like more Farseers coming out. But you know, one of the downsides of this tech is that the attack interval is slowed down. That means that this unit takes almost 6 seconds to fire.
Yeah.
That hurts in the chaff clear, and I was wondering if this is what we were going to see, which is Mech Rage, which not only complements how fast the Farseer moves, but also makes our chaff clear better. We're playing to that angle, and we're playing to win the chaff war, which is super cool.
Yeah, this is very good tank play from Satsuto so far. Gets the tanks out, like committed to them on round 2. Had a good chaff board, so he could do that from round 1, and range first, then the Mech Rage. Or alternately, if your opponent had a heavy Mech Rage, heavy chaff board, round 1 would have been Mech Rage, and round 2 would have been range enhancement. And then Dr. Medrasin's also made a very subtle, thing with the extra arc lights, are stealing a whole bunch of XP from the tanks.
Yeah, that is true. There's a bunch of chaff XP on the board for both sides, you know. Sag is leaning into the idea of going for a lone. He's sensing blood in the water, or he feels like he needs to pedal a little metal here.
Temp range, temp speed, took the advanced power system, has super supply, so this is starting to really snowball for Satsuto, I think. Now, here is the difference with the additional chaff and finally clearing through. The Phoenix are engaged with the Farseer over there. So despite that lone, it looks like this round Going for Dr. Medrasin. Oh no, it's not. Tower timing.
You cast
so
the curse
good.
yourself twice there. I was just waiting. I'm sitting here just quiet the whole time. Let me dig your grave.
Nice. Well, thanks. Appreciate it. But 3 gold tanks surviving for Sedge.
Yeah, just taking a little one on the chin there.
He's gotta take Mech Rage for sure.
Yeah, but I feel like Sag can click loose crawlers here, and like things get really weird. But with Typhoons, it makes it a little different. With Wraiths, it makes it a little different. We'll have to see. Both players going for worms. Cool.
All right.
Standard worm. Oh, they sell it. Never mind.
Yeah, it's the best sell option. I actually completely agree with you that Typhoon might have been an interesting choice, but I would still desperately need to see Mech Rage. That's not Mech Rage. And
there's Loose.
Loose Crawler for Dr. Medrasin. All right, let's go. Sedge
cannot click Loose. Does not have the money.
And did add a pair of Storms. So kind of joining the Stormcaller v Stormcaller war. Also, still, these marksmen are pretty useless. They walk out in front of the tanks, get deleted. Like, this is either tech them or sell them, please, dear God.
True.
Thank you, Midnight Lasers. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it sounds like it's the boom part.
Yeah.
Like that. If I have to take a guess here, not to cast a curse myself, but I think Loose wins it pretty big.
It's hard to see Loose plus Mech Rage not winning this round, right?
Yeah, it's so hard, man. And this EMP actually proving to be quite difficult. Also, the worm doing what it's supposed to be doing here, which is get in on the Farseer and give it a little love. But while Dr. Medrasin did win that round, right? It wasn't by a lot. Sadsudo sees the Loose turn, sees the EMP from the tanks. Now has some time to respond. At the very least, Lightning Storm being picked up by both players. It might just be what this whole game comes down to is if this how good each player's Lightning Storm RNG is.
And are we shielding? What is underground going to achieve? It makes them faster.
Oh, you know why he clicked underground?
For the storm? No.
He doesn't have Loose.
What? How are you not running Loose?
He's not running Loose.
All right then.
Yeah, I was like, wait. My literal thought process was the only reason you're clicking Subterranean Blitz here is because you don't run Loose.
Right.
And I clicked on his crawler, and sure enough, it's not on the bar.
Yeesh. And he's on 250 hit points. He's already taken his loan. He's not going to be shielding. Is this just GG?
It really depends. It really depends.
I worry. This is unshielded. It's just brutal.
This is pretty brutal. Yeah, I agree.
I think it's close to 2200.
Yeah, Lightning Storm gets in for both players. Way better for the red player against our blue player. There is still some units remaining. Some crawlers are still being cleared, you guys. They are still being cleared. You guys, they are still being cleared. Okay, now they're all dead. It's not
2200, but Yeesh.
We're not looking good.
It is solid.
Oh, Mustangs. Oh my gosh. Savage doesn't even look at the rest of the pack.
Doesn't need to. This is what I needed to clear the crawlers.
A car. He's a dog chasing a car seeing those Mustangs, man.
But remember,
no,
great, at 135 meter range, they're going to be out in front of the marksmen. Let alone the sledges.
Out in front of the sledgehammers. Who are out in front of the Stormcallers. Nothing's here to take for the poor Mustangs.
Exactly.
Dude. Oh no. Hey, you know what? Maybe it's good enough. Oh, and the Farseers outrange the Mustangs. Oh, this is.
Yeah, no.
Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine.
It'll be fine. I don't need the fangs up front.
It's fine.
I didn't need fangs up front with shield. I'll take the fourth attack instead. It'll be fine.
What is happening? 2 games with quad tech sledges on either side of the board. This is what happens when round 2 extended range sledgehammer gets offered to either player, huh?
I mean, this is the way this game should have gone as soon as that card came out. I'm actually a little bit disappointed that neither of them went into a 5th pack of a sledge. Like, if you had seen Apucci run this deep sledge build, it turns into... You want some more even further outside so that you can start sweeping around from outside to inside. Kind of turn the corner. And a little bit what you're seeing with Dr. Medrasin out here. These are a little bit further forward. The clumping is better for him. And eventually he starts to turn this corner. It's subtle. It's not tremendous. But, yeah, it makes a concave, right? I think the anti-missile devices were a really good choice as well, with the EMP on the board from the storms for Sag Pseudo. So anytime you can keep an EMP off of your sledge, that helped a lot. Unfortunately,
oh man,
he's going to lose them all. Yeesh. Loses them all. Doesn't quite lose the game. We're down to 800 v 716.
East module, heavy armor.
Heavy armor for both. Got to go on a sledge, I would presume. Unless, I mean, do you heavy armor a Mustang? Would it survive a single shot from a sledge? I don't think so.
Oh goodness, no.
No. Dr. Medrasin, there is a War Factory anti-missile angle here. 1800. No, you had... Well, I mean... Oh dear.
Bunch of missile cheeses. We can do that because we just killed every single anti-missile century.
Right. Oh.
In the history of Macbell.
They're going to be shielded. Some of them. All of them? Nope. 6 of them won't be. There, finally the range on the Phoenix that was needed. So they're not... So, the Phoenix had a really poor round last round because, of course, the Mustangs got out in front of everything. But so did the Phoenix, and the Mustangs outranged the Phoenix at 135 to 120, or once they'd both taken temp range, because at this point, temp range is mandatory. So it was 150 to 135, but now with the range for the Phoenix, they're up to 175. They finally, no, they don't outrange the Farseer.
I feel like Dr. Medrasin maybe made a mistake by putting the heavy armor in his level 3 sledgehammers instead of his level 6.
Yeah, get twice as many hit points out of them. But remember that
Jutsu went ahead and did that. He put it on his higher level sledgehammer, so I'm curious to see if it pans out.
We'll point out, though, of course, the at this point, any sledge that gets shot is immediately turned off.
And instantly killed shortly after. Yeah.
Actually, Bellicose Drake, that is a really interesting idea. If the Farseer range tech, which is not even on his board, the group ranged techs would have been valuable for Sagitudo. They certainly could have been. It was a range war. But it is no longer. your hero from round 1, caster cursed in round 2. A nice W, Satsuto. GG's.
Yeah, the reality, right, is that the what used to be range specialist but is no longer, right? The
Right.
400 at 10 range to all your guys.
Right.
Used to be a tool to break the mirror. And in that case, yeah, it would have been insane, I think.
Yeah.
I think it would have been insane, yeah.
But
an extra range is a big deal.
I'm going to say I think Satsuto won this on round 1 and round 2. And specifically, Satsuto's round 1 was building 2 more crawlers and having the 5 crawler build. Dr. Medrassen's build was the 2 arc lights that kind of convinced him into what turned out to be 4 arc lights with range, and they've taken like enough hit points to have gotten 3 or 4 levels. And that is why he's got level 4 sledges going up against level 5 and level 6 sledges. I mean, he does have a level 6 of his own. Yeah, so maybe I'm wrong about that, but it's because he was in the no chaff. When ER Sledge dropped on round 2, he's just had to commit to the chaff anyways. And that lets Satsuto buy more sledges first, tech the sledges first, and get that early tempo advantage. And just kind of turned it into the, I'm going to snowball with this. EMP on the Storms was a great call because those are his last unit. So when it comes down to the very end of the battle, he's hitting sledges and disabling them. He says, I felt like I had it early, then Loose was giving me a ton of trouble, and then the Mustang drop answered Loosed. It's pretty true.
Yeah, do yourself a favor. Before your next game, go into Unit Modification tab and put on Loose.
Yeah. What you might want Loose. You might want Loose.
We are technically at the next round, though, and
All right.
pairings are up.
All right, pairings are up already. Let's go. Who do we want? This is, of course, the round that you get some really interesting matches. Illuminati versus Miasim stands out. Does that work for you? Let's do Illuminati and Miasim.
Let's do it. Illuminati.
So do apologize for the weird mic boom noise. Literally, I've got wired headphones. You guys have seen the gorgeous teal and pink headphones that I've got. The head of the mic, I had the mic rotated just enough that the head of that wire was bumping the mic boom. So, apologize for that. Should be fixed. Channel points should be up momentarily. And welcome to round 3 of Weekend Tournament Elite Tournament Asia number 1. Illuminati near side blue, Miasim far side red. Illuminati will be the giant specialist with fangs and steel ball. Miasim is going to be cost control tarantula with marksman. So Miasim takes a pair of crawlers. It looks like he's planning to set up deep. So start with the tarantulas for the early chaff clear, and then potentially transition into a different chaff clear. Although, he's also running the no heals, range, mech rage, and HE.
I don't know what to make out of Ellie's position here. It's a pretty neutral one, but it could transition into a lot of things here, right? It's a pretty default way of approaching this draft, and probably approaching the longer term game here as a giant spec.
Yeah. Yeah, this is This is pretty solid. I was looking at that initial Fang positioning and thinking that might be set up for a Fang carry, but he's transitioned out of it.
I was thinking the same thing, yeah.
He's transitioned out of it. One of the things I've tried to run recently is, let's call it disguised Fang carry, where you sort of put off, some of the early Fang techs that tip that you're going for it, while still building positions that, that let me transition into it. So if I can bait out the Mustangs early, and an example of that might be Tarantula, right? Or, if I've got some Tarantulas as my early tanks for a Fang build, if you react to the Fangs with your Mustangs, right, I just throw down the Tarantulas, let's go. I'm happy with this matchup. And if you don't react quickly enough with the Mustangs, of course, the Fang build can scale out of control. So, certainly...
Yeah, that happened to me earlier today.
Very brilliant.
I didn't read it properly until it was too late. And yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Mass-produced Wraith picked up by Mizum here. That's an interesting decision. That's cost control. Mass-produced Wraith. So, and a unit already pretty fragile, even made more so now. Barely 10,000 HP there. Illuminati going for, I think, what is a traditional round 2 for a build like this, or a sort of a standard approach to the game, is 2 storms.
Yep. 2 storms, perfectly standard.
These wraiths will end up being pretty important here.
I don't think the Fangs are going to carry this for...
Not able to be killed, not... I mean, there are Fangs, so there is upshoot, right? There is anti-air, the other way to put it.
Yep.
But not in a meaningful way.
But remember, I mean, cost control, mass-produced wraiths at only 10,000 hit points.
So Mizum
Fangs can kill that.
Won the round previously with these tarantulas that did, a good chunk of damage. Is going to be able to do a similar kind of strat in this round 2 with these wraiths. And Ellie, while he's happy about taking 700 here, he's not thrilled about it. There are worlds where that round goes slightly differently, and it looks much worse for Illuminati. 2 storms, great rap name, true. Round 3 comes in, round 3 unit drop comes in. Mizum goes ahead and grabs the Melter, and then adds on 2 storms himself. Mizum, also being a standard enthusiast, knows the sort of pace of the game, maybe a way to put it. Ellie goes for the 3x level 1 white rhinos. This is probably one of the most just raw values you can get in the game in a pack. So ends up selling one and goes ahead and elite recruits marksman. I've ran into Ellie on ladder a couple times, and he does like to click that elite recruit button. So he feels like level 2 marksmen are a good answer here, probably not just for the mass-produced wraith, but also if you look at their positioning here, they are lined up against these tarantulas, so they will be effective tools in putting those down as well. And once we have cleared all the crawlers on the left, we see that we can 2-shot this wraith. Oh my goodness, it has 1 HP and it finally goes down. But this Melter might be just too much HP.
It's a lot of HP.
For a singular marksman and Stormcaller to handle?
Yeah, it's a lot of hit points. I think picking up the Melter was a really good move for Mizum this early. in that he knows he's going into giant. Whatever giant, he knows Illuminati's going to pick a giant. He kind of expected the giant as an answer to the wraiths, maybe. So he might have even been expecting a melter v melter. But now he's in this, I've got my melter, I've got my chaff clear. Let's go. Like, what's your answer here? And Illuminati down to 3350. They both take a missile strike for one pack of storms. They've picked the same side.
I don't mean to distract, but correct me if I'm wrong. Mizum is using an unaccessible skin for his marksman?
Wait. What? I did hear about this. Did hear about the steel skin.
He's got the Gundam Wing marksman skin on. We don't even have access to that. Oh my gosh. Anyways.
Hey, I'm just
Spider mines are clicked, I guess.
I'm just testing. I'm just making sure it works. Gosh, guys.
Another Rhino sold off, but a Vulcan added on here. This is, like, in my opinion, right, just looking at the board here with Stormcaller, this sort of like T formation of Crawler, Fang, Marksman, Vulcan, like, this is the most vanilla and typical standard that you basically can get. Vulcan coming in will be a good answer to these spider mines, but we will have some problems over here on the left. Oil will slow down. Right, sometimes in Mechabellum, it's not about answering the problem initially and succinctly. Sometimes it's just about delaying it. What we're trying to do over here on the left of this oil, it looks like we will win the right just barely. These spider mines will get on the Vulcan. There's an infinite number of them coming in on the left. The right does end up winning. The left still has a full health melter. That gets a nice volley to the face, goes down to about 30% HP, is debuffed, does die in the oil.
Stuck in the oil forever.
Yeah.
So, what I'm looking at there with the Vulcan, the Storms, the Marksman, I feel like Illuminati is in the classic Vulcan Marksman comp, and is just looking for the pieces that are going to make it work from here. And, the question is, which one scales faster? Remember, these Marksmen are going to be feasting off Wraith XP, so it's not even like Miasum can level the Wraiths to improve this. They're just the chaff clear. But they're feeding full value XP for almost half value hit points. They're way easier to kill than they should be. One of the downsides of the tech there. He's sold out of the steel ball on the left side that would be running into the oil. So he's got steel ball Rhino on the right. Happy Feast of Wintervale. Thank you, Midnight Lasers. So I kind of like this idea that we're going to put the steel ball production line. We kept a steel ball so that we can tech them if we need to. We've kept a Rhino on that side, and we've just got a strong side. Plus, of course, the Vulcan on the left with range. We light everything on fire. It is a range war between ranged melter, ranged Vulcan. Oh, no. Okay. Yes, ranged melter should win that. You can get through the chaff. But, on the left, Illuminati is going to be through the chaff. On the right, it's looking a lot closer. It is not going to be close. The melter gets the job done, and it's still producing steel balls to be a little bit chaff-like.
Ooh, but a nice debuff.
Our debuff timing was very nice.
Okay, so really all that's left here are the summons, and these deal a quarter.
So one quarter hit point damage.
while losing the round, only takes 48 damage.
That's amazing. Let's go. These two will be going into round 78. Illuminati hit the Sabertooth. That's got to be a sell angle into the melters, right?
Yeah. Super cash, yep. 100%.
Meeson thinking about it. There's 3 giants offered. Does take the Saber Cash as well.
You know what I think Ellie really needs right now?
Best partner.
Hacker.
Hacker could have been interesting. Meeson took Splash for his storms, EMP for his melters. We are par for each other at 4 melters and 4 Vulcans. So, and might turn out to be key here. Meeson took the extended range on tower. Illuminati did not.
And high explosive?
HE on the storms, yeah. Yep, that was clicked this round as well.
Oh, wow, okay.
He sees that he's got the chaff clear problem with the mass-produced wraiths just getting out in front of the board, dying to the marksman.
Also not a bad answer to like something like best partner, it feels like, right? Once a Vulcan kind of digs into its position, it doesn't really move. And it's very likely that those marksmen that spawn around it aren't going to do a lot of moving either.
Right. I mean, they have the 100... Well, they're 180 meter range. They're kind of sitting behind a little bit, but...
Mm-hmm. Ooh, Electromag Impact.
Electromag Impact plus
Much
Missile
better
Strike.
for
You can put them in the same spot, right?
Mm-hmm. Ooh. I was just going to say that Electromag Impact here, I think, is better for Illuminati than it is for Meism, mainly because the spawning text here cannot be turned off prior to them doing the spawning. So...
Meeson doing what I'm talking about there. We're going to turn off the text, try to slow down the steel balls, hit two of them, and by the way, if this shield is down, then we can land the missile strike. I don't think it gets through, because there's not going to be anything that actually damages that. There's no melter close enough to throw an EMP barrage at it. If you do have, if you threw down a, it's not a good idea, right? But if you threw down an EMP barrage melter right here on the line, it would take this shield bubble down before these two hit, so you'd get boom, 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 and everything would land. But I don't know if it would take it down, but it would do enough that between it and the EMP, the EMAG blast, it would be enough. Times 4. Oh, it is enough if they all hit, right? So it doesn't need any help. So you can get everything cleared out and then land your spell. Which...
Just like you said. Surgical. Interesting. I feel like I haven't seen this kind of like showdown in a long while.
This is classic Mechbellum. If you're new to the game, this is old school. Like, let's go Vulcan versus Melter.
Yeah, it's basically Melter Storm versus Melter Storm versus Vulcan and Marksman.
Yep.
That is a tale as old as time. And look at this HE.
Look,
actually kind of like
steel ball getting into to tank there. And interesting, the steel, the HE in the Storm v Storm turns out to be pretty important too.
Yeah, and what ends up happening too is Marksman, once range is clicked, until Elite Marksman's clicked, will actually just kind of like Geel.
Yeah, they hang out
Around
at the same
Stormcaller.
spot
Yeah.
because they have the same range, so that means that they are splashable. Oi, we're nuking them as well. Illuminati went for Incendiary and Oil. Surely he's shielding the whole way, right? That.
Oh, this is gonna be a shield
This is spicy. I called that. That's amazing. Let's go, Miasim. I mean, I said it was a bad idea, but you know, here it is.
Hey, there are no bad ideas if Miasim's doing it. Okay. What in the world, man? This is so many Vulcans. It feels wrong.
It does feel a little bit wrong. It also feels wrong that they haven't had Scorching Flames taken yet. I don't feel like you wind up with this many of them.
Why do you remind me, Amaroq?
Just,
the shield goes down.
yeah, shield down. Everybody's gonna be in the in the nuke.
That nuke's gonna be.
Oh, dodge! Oh, it didn't dodge. Dum 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 dum.
Where'd your army go, bro?
Best part is the cheese melter is still alive. So all of this, that whole side didn't even take down the throwaway melter. And now everything is walking into the EMP barrages, and you know, six surviving giants is 1,800 plus the surviving storms is 2,400. That will,
crazy, man.
Unless two of them go down at the last moment, so it is not quite GG. Hanging
Are you sure
on.
about that?
No, it is. Illuminati knocked out the nuke plus the melter to take down the bubble. So such a good play. So I mentioned it not being good. I'd mentioned it not being good last round, right? Because what you don't want to wind up in this giant v giant is down a deploy of giant. So you don't want to throw a cheese throwaway and then have to sell it and rebuy it somewhere else. Because if you could buy it anyways, you might as well just buy it, right? You want one more deploy. So this round, Miasim makes the strategic decision that he can go for the knockout, calls it exactly right, and takes the nuke, takes the throwaway melter, which actually leveled it, did so well, but brings the bubbles down and nukes that whole side.
Well, the thing is, right, if there was a crawler on the line, God forbid, or a fang on the line, God forbid, that gets completely stuffed. It's a hard read from Miasim as well.
Yeah.
It's not just a cheese, it's like... It was Miasim pushing his chips all in. He's like, I think I got you. I think I got a read on you. I think I can cheese you here. I think I can kill you. So,
right.
Cool stuff.
And yeah, like you said, a crawler anywhere in here stops that. You know, protects that shield. And I've certainly made that mistake. It's easy to forget about against Melter, and I'm actually kind of nice to see somebody at Illuminati's level. He's, you know, exceptional player to not protect against it.
An exceptionally defensive player too, right? Like,
right. Yeah. But it's nice to see him also not necessarily play around that, because I've forgotten to throw down the protect my shields crawlers more than once, and you know, here it is. I was just in the counting out my Vulcans and thinking of those as throwaway chaff that can get missiled out, but even if they get missiled out, they eat that EMP volley. So, nicely played. Were there alternate plays that could have swayed things outside of the 3 backline Vulcans? I'm pretty sure there were. I'm not sure I know exactly what they are. I'm going to jump into Pantsu Man versus Blue Hair. I mean, among other things, right, Midnight Lasers, the what we're just talking about, that front crawler, instead of the 3rd Vulcan, would have made a huge difference. Right, blue hair is in triple tacked tarantulas, backed up by EMP Farseer and level 3 Phoenix against all the world's triple tacked wraiths. Okay. We have 8 triple tacked, 9, 10 triple tacked wraiths. 9 triple tacked wraiths. Okay. 4 more, Pansaman. Then you get the baker's dozen. So, the EMP Farseer is getting disabled this round by the photon off the Overlords. Pretty key for Pansaman on the left. And is this thing a leveled up tower? It's a level 4 tower that will just tank that Wraith forever. But we're down to, for blue hair, if you are a blue hair fan, we're down to 1 EMP Farseer. Let's at least bottom another round. $516 hit points left for blue hair. Pansaman on the edge of a tremendous win.
Oh, gosh, that smelter refuses to die.
Now we've got nano repair for next round for Pansaman. Gotta assume that is going on a wraith somewhere. Yes, the level 3 over there. I see. Here's the melter that will never die, isn't it? I see how this is going to go. Is this a Rhino Wasp drop together in the back corner? Guarded against by a steel ball and a missile and a fang. I don't even know which side wins. I think Pants wins that and doesn't get the cheese. Doesn't get cheesed even.
Oh, that push is coming in so fast on the right. That's spooky, man.
That is terrifying, yes.
But Wraith's being deleted on the left. Short range Phoenixes.
Yes, yeah.
We saw that earlier.
That is the... appears to be the canonical answer to Wraith right now. As well as, if you're not running AA on your Marksman, or you just don't trust Marksman. This is certainly making me rethink whether I want Launcher Overload instead of Charged Shot. I have not run Charged Shot in a long time.
Morning, how's the tourney going? The tourney's been going pretty exciting so far, I think. Don't you think, Amaroq?
I do. I agree. We've had some great matches.
It's been incredibly hyped so far. Little jab coming in here. Incredibly strong card. For both players, no less.
Yes, that's a little bit rough on Pants, though. That comes in on the level 3 sledges, the level 3 haste wraith, the overlord back there. Does the wraith survive that? It actually survives because of the photon emission, right? It does.
Yeah, barely, I think, but yeah, good.
I think I've done this math before.
It's like 5,000 or so left remaining.
Yep. $2,000 even. 2,700 or something.
Infinite missile Ansu. Just trying to shore up that side. Doesn't want to play around with it. It makes sense, man. Those are a lot of deployments on the flank. Moving that would be huge.
Yeah, just get this off of me.
Ooh.
Anyone have a scouting report on Till?
301 player powerhouse, as far as I understand.
Yep. German caster or streamer even, and yeah, really strong, really solid. Right side push gets the tower, but it's a level 4 tower. It's going to take a while. It gets it eventually. That Wraith did live through the initial barrage, but has trouble later. This one is healing through. You can't turn off my nano. And it's going to buy enough time for Panseman to beat Blue Hair.
Whoa. Nice done, Pansu.
Let's go.
It's a big W.
It feels good when you've got triple tacked Wraith going to town, doesn't it?
Wraith is such a difficult unit to play around, I feel like, as of late.
I don't feel like it's impossible to play around, but yeah, I think people have forgotten. I think people have forgotten how quickly you have to respond to them. Around the group, Emotion, Prince Boji getting the W's. Sag Sudo's run came to an end against Iron Commander. Eoz got the win. We saw Panseman beat Blue Hair. HD Susauer got a nice win against Bare Hands. Armiria had a win when Shade didn't ready up. That is a little sad. As this... Who beat Alpha? I get the name wrong previously. Yeah, this is Long Live the People's Republic. Halloween, Steel Sane, Miasim all getting the wins. Puts us through to 16 unbeatens. Well, 15 unbeatens. Spezzy is the top seed and facing somebody else. Should we watch Long Live the People's Republic of China? Till against that?
Sure, we can check
that. Is Till against Ball Air, I believe. The other possibility would be Steel Sane against Halloween.
I'm loading up Till.
All right,
check it out. I'm going to step away for this little countdown, but I will be right back.
All right. Of course, Baller, a firm believer in the caster curse, does not like having the pressure. Says, please don't caster curse me. Oh, okay, I won't ready up. I mean... If you want to do that to yourself, I don't know why you would do that to yourself. You guys are literally the best matchup that I see. Channel point predictions are up for this one.
I have returned.
Welcome back. We've got Till against Baller coming right up. Baller delayed until the last possible moment before readying up. Did not want to be caster cursed.
Good. I see his protest have fallen on deaf ears.
Yes.
Good.
I mean, casters really shouldn't be able to influence the tournament outcome. Tournament players should not be able to influence the cast outcome. Let's keep these things separate.
Last 5 stream games I've lost. I don't know, man. Focus up. Come on, Baller. I believe in you. Don't let me down.
Yeah, this is just a straight up focus. Mute us and focus on your game. Besides, it's not like the man wasn't winning on 2v2s yesterday on stream, so. Those don't count. Well, the other point there is that, well, two things we'll say. One is practicing getting used to the pressure is good for your long-term development. Handle high-pressure situations the same as you handle lower-pressure situations. You're in good shape. And second thing is, you keep saying, don't cast me, so we wait deeper into the tournament, so you're in, like... If you go 6-1,
we just can't resist.
But you made us wait until it was 50-50 whether you were going to win or lose. Like, well, have us cast you early instead of late. All I'm trying to say.
Aerial spec for Baller here, being our red player with the Freak Bob avatar. Going for like a pretty default setup here. It's this aerial spec, Arclight, Stormcaller, and then Crawler in a horizontal position behind the tower. And then Till over here going for Marksman spec and feigning at least a very similar standard board here with the T-pose, Crawler Fang combo, and with the sledgehammers out in front in a horizontal position to tank these Stormcallers at least somewhat effectively.
Looks like the storm, his positioning for the storms doesn't quite hit the sledges on round 1. Would have been nice to have some additional splash onto the sledges with the first round volley. It's going to go much better on the second volley.
Yeah, and this is, you might be watching this and you might be thinking, oh, well, like, Till is already messed up. He's already losing. No, Till is very much playing towards probably catching like a really strong round 3 timing, probably starting to transition out of these sledgehammers rounds 4 and 5. But round 2 comes up. Improved Wasp is offered, is skipped by Baller, and skipped by Till.
Yeah, skipping that as aerial specialist is really interesting. I mean, he's got a plan, right? He's taking the crawler, and Phoenix. But improved Wasp can be really powerful, especially if you're an aerial specialist and you're going to wind up in a Wasp producing Overlord later. Such a great card. Till is just going to match you range war for range war. I'm just going to sit back here with my level 3 marksman now and my storms. So, briefly, it looks like Arc versus Sledge, Phoenix versus Marksman. Of course, they're both just building the framework for what their longer term scaling comp is going to be.
Yep. And like I think I mentioned it in maybe not the last game, but in certainly one of the games that we've already watched today, which is like round 2 double storm is probably one of the like most tried and true
yeah,
like turns for like a standard player like this and standard positioning like this.
Yeah, that is about as bog standard a choice as it's going to be, as you're going to get, and it's it pays off. It's not you don't want to be. What you don't want to wind up in is I'm playing slow units from standard, which he is, and going into 4 storms with no storms of my own. That is just painful. Until the storms turn the tide for him, and Baller's down to 4,600.
Wow, Fortress being offered, Lost being offered, Sabertooth?
Sabertooth for Baller. So the question, of course, is that going to be Saber Cash? Is that going to be just a solid answer to this sledge push up the middle? It looks like he's going to take the Saber for the sledges, keep it, takes a pair of storms outside, mass recruits to get a Fang. This is a solid turn. I like this turn. For Till, we've got a Saber outside, pair of Fangs also outside of tower, so he's got those flank screening. I think Baller's got better positioning so far for the with the outside storms into those outside Fangs and the outside Saber, and then his Saber lining up against the sledges. He's outnumbering in the Stormcaller v Stormcaller.
Yeah, Till ends up going for a 3rd Stormcaller here from a mass recruitment. Is going to bank 100 unless he goes for like a tower enhancement here.
Yeah, you could do tower attack or something, or tower hit point.
I found it very interesting to me that because I feel like Worm does very well into both players' boards here, and both players electing to go for Sabertooth. I don't think Sabertooth does it exceptional here. I'm very curious to see if like these players have like a long-term anti-missile strategy, or if this is just a unit that has the most HP and they're just playing towards that. I'm not sure. What do you think?
I think the Saber was good against the Worm drop in particular, as well as for Baller being really solid into the sledges. It's solid into the other Saber. I thought it was a good choice for him. Now he's stuck on those Fangs, so a little unfortunate. And the shield on the other side, similar, being used for a large hit point buffer. And that's going to survive, right? So he's got those hit point buffers on both sides. It's not a dominant win, it's just Till ekes out a couple of points. And Baller on 4,100, Till at 3,300.
Incense Bomb being taken by both players. Not much thought given to the rest of the pack. Redeployment was offered, but skipped. I think it's reasonable. I think Incendiary Bomb has a strong spot in standard v standard matchups.
Yeah, it really does. You can place it far enough forward that your opponent can't really effectively shield it, which is what's happening here. Baller has landed it where he wants. It's going to take care of any later chaff, especially those Fangs. And remember, last round those Fangs were what was tanking the Sabertooth at the end of the round, so that changes the matchup meaningfully for him. For Till, 2 more Storms, a Shield Bubble, 200 Float. Baller has built... Wait a minute. Those formations look very similar. Very similar Fang timings for each. Ruh-roh.
Yeah.
Oil plus Incend.
I was gonna say, Till's a little ahead with this, right? He might go for a double turn your whole board play.
It's going to be burn the one side, oil the other side.
Still going up to 5
storms.
Yeah.
I'm going to win the Stormcaller war.
Kind of shocked we're not seeing any poising or something like War Factory, so sorry, my cat is
That's quite all right.
Very interested in what's going on.
I mean, explain the game. Let's go. Cat's like, come on, tell me about it.
Listen, I can barely explain what tempo is to the average Mechabellum player. I don't think I can do that for a cat.
It sounds like a you problem, really.
Yeah, it's been really, realistically, it is. Okay, we're going into round 5 now. Not a lot of damage has been done to either player. Most of the damage basically done in the first couple of rounds. Just kind of some light jabbing and sparring kind of going on.
Let me point out a really nice move that Baller made last round. Locked out wasps. So that is not one of the drops. It is the thing he didn't want to see. So he didn't purchase any wasps, right? But he blocked them with the wasp call-in, or the wasp unlock, which was free for him. Wouldn't have been free for Till. So that is one of the things to do when you're a giant player or aerial specialist, and it's so easy to forget. Real subtle but good play from him. Looks like he's taken the level 3 Typhoons, so solid choice. Nobody's going to dispute that one. Also, as we've talked about earlier, it kind of can negate the idea of going loose formation crawler in to slow down the arc lights here. For Till, it's a Wraith. Did we sell the... Well, we've got the Wraith on the Sabertooth side. Baller sells out of his Saber. It wasn't getting the job done. Goes for range on the Storms already. And has leveled up Storms to level 3, level 2. And... what's the rest of the build there?
HE also coming out.
We did talk about how good that was last round, but I think what he's doing here is ensuring that these Storms that had gotten stuck in the oil last round are really able to take their volleys right when they should be. And it also changed the timing of first volleys to ensure that they splashed sledges. So that was pretty solid from Baller. Really solid, it looks like. Do we have anything left to handle the Saber?
We got some level 2 Stormcallers and stuff, but like, it'll take time,
it's
right?
Definitely taking some time. Bionicos, that'll be a level for that outside storm.
And truly not the worst outcome for either player here. Once again, another kind of like jabbing round. Baller being able to muscle through oil here, though, is maybe a little indicative of a power imbalance that might show up in the later rounds here.
Yeah, the power imbalance, I think, is Baller leveraging the Stormcaller levels. Till has not done that. So, you know, it's counterable. It can be countered with the...
Whoa.
Oh, that's big. And look at that placement. If that shield is still up, I'm going to bring it down, but I'm not going to waste any of my AoE, any more of my AoE on it. And oh, by the way, that about here is where those sledges were fighting from, so a lot of them are going to have walked out of that bubble. Even some of these storms might have walked out of that bubble. That is solid. Like, this is subtle, you know? It's one of those just really little things that Baller does well. It's, your game's grown a ton since I first started seeing you. Oh, now that's just mean. I'll drop some oil so you're stuck in it. You're just sitting in the oil waiting to get nuked, and the oil will last next round. This should be a high tempo. We've gone jab, 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 jab. Here's the Mike Tyson-esque right hook. Now, of course, Baller is going to be behind in tempo. He's behind in barrier item. The barrier item is permanent. And it's still a really good turn. Barrier will come down thanks to the nuke. So does that bubble. So does the other side's Vulcan, so that's not going to be getting any tasty levels or anything. And it doesn't look like Till addressed his problem in terms of the Stormcallers. Baller added the ranged Phoenix, which got their level, thanks to being able to chew up the high-level Saber. So I think that could be huge for him, extra damage there. And like so many others we've seen, he's running Charged Shot. Baller, interestingly, does not run the Elite Marksman. He runs both Charged Shot and Launcher Overload, which can turn those things into a ridiculous DPS piece in a defensive position. So that's why you would run this set. The Elite Marksman, instead of one of these two, is what you'd run for an long range. I'm going to sit back and play, standard v standard, but this gives him such flexibility in defense. If he decides he needs to, you're pushing in with overlords or whatever, like, let me just delete those. Let me just... I shoot frequently and I destroy you.
Yeah, it's very strong. I can't help but wonder if, at the end of the day, right, taking levels in Storm College is always a bit of a gamble. Level 2 is a pretty safe one. Going to level 3, for example, right, which Baller's done on 2, is a little bit of a gamble. Still hasn't really punished it at all.
He hasn't made him pay for it. He hasn't read that's the key play here. These things are the gold damage dealer, the silver damage dealer. They are, bam, bam, and bam. Those are 1, 2, and 3 damage dealers. And if you're not going to address that, you are not going to win the game. Is this lethal? This looks lethal. He's added EMP on the arc lights, so anything that's coming out front and can get turned off. So if there was a clever play to be had, and especially one of the things this did, by the way, was shut off the War Factory angle. Not that the arc lights were going to survive the War Factory, but they were going to be able to hit the War Factory, EMP it, and allow some of the Stormcaller damage to land on it. So, and now
I've definitely played against Baller and fallen into that loop, the one that you just described, in a very similar setup. So,
that was nice finish. Is it a finish? I hope it's a finish. We've got 800, 1200. Till is going to survive with 30 hit points here, isn't he? A little more than that, 105 or something. 180. So a Baller, it looks like, is in complete control. If Till had made the wrong choice there, that was going to be brutal. Ion Blast. It is 6 level 1 storms with range and splash for Till. Running the Ion Blast right over the Stormcaller line. Of course, it's shielded, but I like Baller's shield positions much better. He's protecting the diagonals more than Till is. A diagonal would have been like the ion beam that goes from here to here-ish. So, and that prevents this oil from landing. That might have been a bit greedy with the ion beam up, but very subtle thing Till could do would be starting his ion beam on this bubble with the possibility that this oil lands. We can take that bubble down. Not that he knows that the bubble exists, but because he's coming right to left, if he started here and came across. We'll see. No, he's starting back here. So this bubble, this oil shouldn't land, and this bubble should be up. Baller adds a running crawler. I think that's a new ad. It's just going to run over and get flamed. Whose ion gets the value? Oh, it took out the key Phoenix that were facing off against that still on the board, still untech Sabretooth.
Yeah, this really feels like Hill has just not addressed these Stormcallers. They're out of control. They're doing so much damage.
And these two level 3 Phoenix are leaning up. There's no more upshoot. 200 hit points will do it.
Yeah.
The curse has been broken! Pollard with the W. And will be out of his head forever. Congrats to those of you that picked
Until next time, Baller.
Until next time. Congratulations to those of you that picked Baller in that one. Well done. Toker says, I had complete faith. Easy points. Oh, well, I am going to have to turn you folks over to Clint Leetwood for the duration of the cast.
You're going to go do MAG1 now?
I have to go do MAG1. I have contractual obligations. So if you want to continue this tournament and continue following this piece, there's the shout out. There is the link. Just feel free to bail on me. Jump over to Clint, follow this through to completion, and come join us at the... exactly. I can't sleep if I don't know who wins this, right? So, if that's the case, jump over. You guys will be picking that up from what should be the quarterfinals of this Elite Mechabellum Tournament, Advanced Group 1. So, thank you, man. It's been really fun casting with you. And I will be jumping over. I'm going to run a longer than normal break ad so that I, while I get things set up into the right Discords, all of that. Congrats, Baller. Good luck in the rest of the way. I'm not going to be casting you at least, even if you make it all the way to the final. So, just bring home a title. You got this. Yes, I'll be casting with time in a moment. Dorgon, just click through to Clint Leetwood. What does Baller's name mean? It means long live the People's Republic of China. Big pog. All right, guys. Thanks again. Take good care of them, Clint.
I shall.
All right.
Hey, Amaroq, have a good little stream over on MAG1.
All right. See you later. Cheers, man. Bye. 'Check, check. You picking me up, Lady Winbig? Yes, Winbig?
Yeah, I got you loud and clear.
Sweet. Any audio issues or anything?
No, everything sounds
perfect. I saw that you have rules. We're folding all the vouchers at the end of this round, so that is going to include the rerolls and such.
Yes, vouchers won't be used in finals, but we're going to fold all vouchers on team's behalf.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. And revives. Okay, I'll read that at the start of our piece. The top of the thread's correct, right?
Yes.
And substitutions. There they are. Okay, cool. What else do I need to know? So we're going to leave that tab open. One minute. That sounds like an invite for me. Means I need to do... click here. That's good. Oh, I have a raid from Bearlike. Well, thank you, Bearlike. I hope your morning was good. Were you playing under the name Bare Hands? Is that the alt there? It was a fascinating tournament to watch this morning. For those of you that don't know, of course, Play Mechabellum is the official channel of game developer Bearlike. So I highly recommend giving that a follow. You get all sorts of interesting things. I'm under NDA, so I can't talk about things that are upcoming. Bearlike is, the decider of what things are covered under NDA, so he can decide to speak about anything at any point. So people have learned that if they give him some clever questions, sometimes we get sneaky answers. Of course, we are here for the MAG1, which you can see what today's matchups are going to be. Wait, you should be able to see what today's matchups are. There we go.
Hello.
Okay,
Hello,
friends,
hello.
it is 10 o'clock on the dot. I'm going to pull us on air. It's
Sweet.
the same setup as always. Live in about 60 seconds.
All right.
Sounds good. I'm connecting to the tablet currently shared on Parsec, correct?
Yes, please.
Gotcha.
And once I see you just got it, right?
Yes. Yeah, I'm tapping out to you so you can do whatever you need to. Making sure it works.
All right. On my screen, you can see the matchups for the day. There is the MAG1 Live link. And anybody wants to follow this on the MAG1 Live channel, they have different production values, different etc. But here you get to hear all those behind the scenes sorts of things. And just waiting. Here we go. Welcome, home gamers. Welcome to MAG1.
You're on air.
Welcome, home gamers. Welcome to MAG1 Live Action Week 3. This is, I do believe, the final round of the regular season, as it were. 3 teams will advance. There are 4 teams remaining after 2 teams have been eliminated. Hold up. Did we... So we've had 2 teams eliminated, the 401 and the 301. They had a fantastic little back and forth in the best of 5 series. But today we're going to be focusing starting on the 201, who have B-Man against Dillo. Of course, Dillo not on the rest of the 501's time zones, is the kind of the designated, let me go play the 201 early time slots. As you can see from the schedules that we've got, we have the 501 were scheduled last, the 201 were scheduled first, to accommodate the difficulties of hitting time zones from, a global audience. So Dillo, being Australian, is in better shape for a 7 o'clock Pacific match than a bunch of our West Coast-based 501 players. Today's action, we're going to have B-Man versus Dillo. We won't see, but we'll get the updates from Godog versus Cast. We'll be casting, I believe, Flower Fairy against Masao, Monks against Mater Peters, and Forgotten Arbiter against Surrey. Joining me in the booth is Time for Miracle. How you doing today, Time?
Hello, Amaroq. Sounds like we got some very exciting matches lined up for today.
I'm looking forward to it, man.
Yes, indeed.
I had such a fun stream yesterday. I just in such a good Mechabellum mood right now. And we have the best of the best coming to you in 2 seconds. One, welcome to MAG1 Live, everybody. B-Man versus Dillo. B-Man, incidentally, was the #1 seed in that ELITE Asia tournament and lost in round 1. Yeah.
I think B-Man is requesting a reroll, by the way, so we'll probably be redoing this, I believe.
All right.
Waiting to confirm that.
B-Man taking a look at Marksman Stormfang into Steel Ball Arclight or Opener with Supply Specialist and says, nah, I'd rather not. So that's what this was. Yeah, there we go. MAG1 mod confirms. Reroll confirmed for B-Man. And you can tell if basically in order to claim their rerolls, they run a brick formation. They don't buy anything and allow time to expire. And the reason that they do that, by the way, is because both players might opt to reroll. There's a possibility, right? And in that case, I think Match Director wants to, doesn't want to have like okay, we're just waiting to see who blinks first in the reroll button. So
yeah, that would certainly be pretty lame if that
Yeah.
were the case.
Yeah, it'd just be silly.
And waste a lot of time.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we'll wait for our match to happen. Now, just to clarify, since we have this, did want to talk about some of the things that happened. Revives. 201 had to revive Flower Fairy. 501 revived Sacco. 601 revived Surrey. And 101 revived Mater Peters. So everybody brings one back. So they all had 4. Nobody is planning to play force a player to play twice today. Everybody's got their full complement of 4. I think having seen people get oh no, there is one. The 601 still have not revived.
Twice.
Yeah, 601 did not revive Baller again. Baller's still alive in the Asia. He won his round 4 match, so he's into the quarterfinals. So trying to prove himself.
I believe they mentioned last week the reason that they didn't revive Baller is they felt like he was the weakest member of the team, so they opted to just have one of them play 2 matches instead.
Yeah, yep. I think that makes sense strategically, even if it sort of sucks for. I've been in that situation. I think I was probably the weakest link in the Team Melter in the Triple Threat Tricksters matches. So, do we want me and Rooster together in casting the same match director? All right. I mean, it looks like it's correct. I don't think, I agree. I don't think Rooster's supposed to be here. That's fine.
A lot of juggling to do with all the matchmaking.
Yes, it is. And, running as match director, broadcast director, and, actual tournament on the ground is pretty difficult. That is why we had those roles separated for the Launch Clash tournament.
Yeah, it's particularly complicated for us here since we allow rerolls, so having to remake lobbies, which I'm guessing the other lobby probably also remade or was delayed in some way since it's still happening. But yeah, that's a lot.
Right. MAG1, take 2. B-Man versus Dillo. Speaking of, the roster actions included a couple of substitutions. Where was that? Substitutions confirmed were Zillalag substituted in for Apuchi. Apuchi was not feeling it after the... I really wasn't feeling it last weekend, and I think the long day had really played a part of it. So I think that's part of what's going on there. We had... What other substitutions?
Also, the lore for the 501 substitution, by the way, is that Dachshund and Zillalag played for whoever is playing for this match, which is Zillalag.
Nice.
I understand it. So I think
they had a qualifying match to see who got subbed in. Brilliant.
Yeah, basically.
And obviously, we had Monkst chosen as the 601 representative to dupe up, and it looks like Jer player 101 had to select from the not eliminated roster, so they did have a person eliminated. So they picked Jer player as their addition, so he subs in for an eliminated player, and that was it. Who's off that? Who is the eliminated on that team right now? Take a quick look. Welcome
Not
to...
sure, but we are in match with B-Man and Dillo.
Perfect. Go ahead.
B-Man goes for supply sledge immediately. No hesitation, no reroll on this time.
I didn't see the reroll coming, no. And I like having my econ, thank you very much. What do you like for
Dillo has some pretty acceptable aggro packs, probably the Badger pack here. Either one's like incredible for defending. Yeah, he goes to the Badger pack. I think Dillo tends to favor aggro as well, so I think he's probably pretty happy with this. I'm not really sure if B-Man favors a particular thing, but he tends to play both, I think.
You're saying a 501 player favors aggro. Shocking.
Yeah.
Shocking that a member of this team might favor aggro.
Well, Dillo is a good defense player too, so you can probably play both just fine.
Yep.
I tend to see him play more aggro than not. And B-Man is, of course, defending as expected, although his Fang positioning is not as expected. And his crawler positioning.
Yeah.
This is like some anti-flank pull tech, but you also don't need to do this. I haven't tested this for Fangs, so I guess it might be different for Fangs, but you don't need to do this with the beacon trick currently in the game that allows you to alter the facing of units before the round starts, so I'm not really sure what exactly this is intended to accomplish on round 1, but it's very unique. I cannot say I've ever seen someone position their chaff behind their tower like 2 ticks this direction. Normally it's 2 ticks towards the outer part of the board on both sides mirrored.
So I've been running this crawler formation for anti-pull, and Fang I have occasionally run it 1 tick inside like this for exactly what you're talking about, and that I wasn't aware that you can kind of guarantee the non-pull, and there are formations at which you can't, right? So if your opponent isn't coming out aggro, there becomes some spots where you can't just force it to walk past deep versus deep, and there's no running crawler, that sort of thing.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that you can even do like the full greedy like historical vertical crawler behind the tower with the beacon pull. So you don't even have to like have it horizontal and just beacon it that way. You can go for the fully greedy thing. Obviously, it forces you to buy a beacon, right? The ideal, which is why you don't see people just like do it every single time, no matter what.
Right.
But the Fang thing in particular is a bit more unusual. But I guess it does like very slightly increase the speed at which your Fangs get to your defending porting your line, like on average for both sides, right? Since it's both closer to the middle, so
right. If you
that way, it's a little bit better.
Yeah, if you were expecting an offset, you get that Fang into the middle. I see it. Quick teleport.
Yeah,
for B-Man?
I think the actual problem is that you no longer like defend your flanks from air reliably unless you can beacon it that way. I'm not really sure, but so in that way, it's like he's a bit less well defended against flanks, but also like I guess his Fang is less likely to be pulled to flanks, which is a bit advantageous for him, but very unusual positioning. Interesting to think about how it impacts the game. Both take quick teleport. Illo is indeed a flank enjoyer, which maybe that's the reason that B-Man's chosen to position this way in the first place. Instantly goes the quick tele Badger on the flank.
Yeah,
B-Man also has it, of course, so may see some proactive play from him.
We do level 1 Wasp on the flank. I had heard this in scouting report that this is something that B-Man has been enjoying, is the level 2 air. Round 2 air if there is no back defense. And I wonder if Dillo is covering it with a Wasp on the one side. Are you going to covering it with a missile on the one side? Is he going to cover it with a Wasp on the other? Is that the play here? Or is the Wasp just part of the aggro?
Certainly might be. B-Man is positioned fully symmetrical, so not really too much to gain from putting the Wasp on a particular side. Looks like it will be joining the main group.
So it's flank, screen, crawler to pick up the potential of the Wasp out here, right? So that they would have targeted that and started following it, started chasing it. So Dillo very much playing around the scouting report, the round 2 air from Dillo, really nicely done. Does win this side. You can see that about half of that Fang pack got pulled, but not all of it. So B-Man does have the defense that he wants on the left side. Of course, it also means that they weren't out there defending against the right, but honestly, weren't going to last very long against the Badger. I do almost wonder if guessing this Badger play was part of why B-Man did that offset thing that is so unique.
Could be. Usually it's not that hard to answer the flank Badger, but maybe he is anticipating Wasp shenanigans from his opponent, and therefore he thinks that having less resources necessary to dedicate to the Badger to stop it from killing his chaff is advantageous for him, which makes sense to me.
Right. Nano repair for Dillo. Both players have a flank they have to answer. Unanswered right now, the Wasp and the Fire Badger. Of course, Dillo can. It's not the most economic way to do this. You can keep missiling that out all day, but of course you're risking B-Man adding a crawler in front. And B-Man takes the deployment module, so he'll be able to teleport somebody out of there if that's what he wants. Or in this case, it's teleporting sledgehammers from the weak side to the strong side. So he's got his vertical sledges in positions. Adds a Wasp in defensive position, and Dillo just committing into that flank with a crawler and a Wasp. So his crawler's answer, basically tanking for this Wasp, is Wasp's answer, the Rhino. That would be the obvious counter to this deployment. So he's going to win that flank again, I think. There's just about no way he doesn't. And he's leveled up the right side tower. His left, our right. So the jump drive Wasps are going to take a while, even with the nice little pull from B-Man.
Yeah, kind of interesting to see a second Wasp here from B-Man too. It's not guaranteed to take care of the Badger flank if Dillo commits harder to it like he did here, so it's a little risky. Particularly since Wasps don't clear colors that well. Wow, really nice Wasp.
That timing was super nice, and the one Wasp, it eats the missile. Goodness.
Yeah, that's really, really sad to see your Dillo here. I think these are B-Man's Wasps, right? On top. Yeah, it's like it.
Yeah.
-50 for one Wasp.
Yes. On the other hand, it is a round win for Dillo. 3 rounds in, and B-Man is already down to 1156. We get the unit
that really
drop.
showcases how little HP the Sledgehammer supply opener has. Yeah. This is a big reason that a lot of people dislike playing Sledges and aggro, is because it has such low HP to start with. So in defense, you're not as likely to suffer infinite damage in early game. But in either case, if you do suffer infinite damage, you're in a really, 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 really bad spot, like immediately, very quickly. You have such low starting HP. And particularly with these Wasp shenanigans, I feel like it's exceptionally powerful versus these low HP openers, because you just like miss one cover on one thing one time and you suddenly lose 1000 HP. That's like, you know, a third of your whole health bar if you're playing such a low HP opener, so Very, very risky position for B-Man.
Look at this bottom right. He's going to answer our Badger Crawler Wasp with a single missile. That'll slow down, and then he repositioned his Wasp back. So the missile will slow down the Badgers. Now he's got added a Typhoon to it. That makes much more sense. The missile was what he was thinking originally. His original positioning, what I was reading was, missile slows down the Badger. Dillo's Wasps overfly the slowed down Badger into Wasp v Wasp range, but then you're still at, you know, even Stevens, right? It's not you're not aerial specialist here.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty hard flank to answer because Dillo could just sell off the Badger and jump the Wasp out.
Right.
Yeah, he doesn't have jump bot yet, but he does have it in the bar, of course. So he could just move the entire thing, and there could be nothing there for B-Man. So that's part of what makes this position so difficult to navigate for him, is because Dillo could just not have anything there, but also he could just have it there. So
right. Could be down
you're
to
forced to answer it because he could just die and lose the game instantly if you don't answer it right.
You could be down to a single crawler, or you could be on something reinforced or teched, right?
Very nice missile again from Dillo.
This one was
some more wasps.
This one was better. Significantly better.
Much better than the last one.
Inverse of the last
really
one. It left one live up.
B-Man. Yeah, left one alive both times. Wasp's always doing some shenanigans. But really odd to see the acid from B-Man here. This is probably the earliest acid I've seen in like, I don't know how many months. It's like really long time from a high level player. So a bit unusual. Certainly combos very well with the oil, which you certainly expect to be paired with it this turn. Dillo. So maybe you'll see and try and beacon away from this or something, because I don't know why else you would think that your opponent would click Acid Crawler unless they want to oil you immediately afterwards. Maybe he just thinks it's that good. I don't know. Very unusual play regardless. Maybe he's as stun locked as I am thinking about it. You can obviously see the oil, so it's much easier for us to be like, ah, yes, this is the reason. But Phil is a good player, so I'm sure he'll figure it out. Or he'll get acided this turn.
Yes, or he'll get acided. There's the jump drive to get out of there. We expect the sell from the Badger as well.
I think like one more turn here is probably all B-Man really needs to stabilize pretty heavily. He just needs like one more set of Typhoons on the right side, and then it's like really hard to do any more Wasp shenanigans to him. And at that point, I think that Dillo loses a lot of tempo, because there isn't really a good way to transition the Wasps into something that would be useful against the Typhoon Sledge board, of course, so...
Yeah, that's
probably see them get sold next turn.
Yeah, I was interested to see the jump drive move. I mean, I know it's only 50, but if you're going to transition into selling them anyways...
I mean, you just always do it. Like, even just making them faster, you could just do it off rip, even for speed.
Yeah.
Which you see Red Hair do a lot. Which is also a root of... Oh, this beacon
now
is
that
fun.
beacon is cool.
Like
yes. Well, ship's passing in the night, but I love the way that he's answering the missile. Dillo, I mean, is taking care of the missile with the lead level 1 Wasp. That made much more sense out of why he jumped it off the flank to me.
Yeah, I mean, basically the goal is just to have the front Wasp act as like a crawler that doesn't pull ground chaff, right? It's there to eat the missile for you and let your actually good Wasp get in, so definitely makes a lot of sense to see it that way. Acid working out quite nicely for B-Man. I don't think that B-Man really minds having the Wasps in his board as much as Dillo, so I don't think he's anywhere near as pressured to sell them as Dillo may be. Although, we'll see how deep Dillo takes the Wasp play here. Who knows, maybe he takes these worms and he just shoves the Wasp behind him and says,
"Let's go!
You're gonna stay alive." Hopefully the worm tanks for you. Not the most reliable tank, the worm, but very hard to kill. So,
how would you have felt?
Perhaps.
How would you have felt about storms for Dillo onto this super static, slow defense that B-Man gets in front of the left side tower?
I don't know, storms in aggro are always really weird. Like, on the one hand, like a level 1 storm is really effective, and a level 3 storm is very effective for one turn, and then it gets anti-missiled. But maybe one turn's all you need if you're Dillo, right?
Right,
so...
you're at 1156. Catch him by surprise. Okay, he's gone to the Overlord anyways, so.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to tell exactly how effective Storm's going to be versus these vertical sledges too, because like sometimes you'll see that it just the pathing in this game is like very RNG, right? So sometimes you may splash, and also Storms are very RNG. So you know, if your first volley off your level 3 Stormcaller like one shots 3 sledges, then like it's pretty insane, right? But if it hits like one and takes it to half health, it's really bad for you, right? So I think that's another reason that you're not really that eager to play Storms and aggro. Even independent of like the whole like it's good for one turn and then like you have to win the following turn without it type thing that goes on the dynamic. Looks like all the flanks are taken care of very easily, and also looks like this fire plus oil might be really nasty. I think V-Man's own units are standing in acid here.
His own units are standing in his own acid. It's brilliant.
Yeah,
really
that's a
nice.
big reason that you don't see people like defensive acid super often is because your own crawler positioning suddenly becomes like exceptionally lethal to you sometimes. Well, especially with how like fire interacts with colors at the moment, it's very, very risky at times, as we can see here.
Yeah, I was going to say specifically, if you are a player working on your defense, you want to be thinking about that in terms of your crawler positioning. If you're going to use acid in defense this way, you sort of need to have a plan for it. And yeah, it's got to be a plan from round one, right? To have the correct positionings, or it's got to be a late tech taken to finish. B-Man did not do that. Dillo punished it, and you know, obviously Dillo has no idea when that fire or when that oil was going to land, right? So he didn't necessarily shield. So really nice setup plays from Dillo to finish this out.
Yep, nice work finding a play that can finish out the game. Very hard to play around oil being able to be used at any point in time and having a Fire Badger ignite it. But also on the acid point, it obviously has some potential, but we can't ever untack acid, right, off our crawler once it's on, so it definitely incurs a lot of risk unless you're against War Factory, in which case it's in some ways even necessary in certain board states to solve the War Factory, so would definitely not recommend trying to emulate this. It's a don't try this at home kind of thing.
Yep.
Very dangerous.
I'm glad we saw the reason it's dangerous, right? We had to really clearly demonstrate that for the audience.
Yeah, also really demonstrates the toxicity of tower oil. Because, as we said, B-Man can't really just like shield everything every round for the rest of the game, particularly against steel balls that they even just like farm the shield for HP and tanking, which is sometimes a hazard. You don't see lifesteal get clicked that often nowadays, but certainly it's a thing that happens from time to time.
Right. If you don't know what Time is talking about there, he's referring to the fact that the lifesteal, the what do you call it? Absorption tech.
Yeah,
actually absorbs
is the proper name.
Yeah, it absorbs hit points even off of damage dealt to a shield, which is a little bit unintuitive to me, and you know, caught me out when I first learned it. So, you know, if you didn't know that, that is a true statement. Looks like we will be setting up for our second match here. We've got the... So we saw Dillo beat B-Man. Do we know what happened in the GoDog cast match, or is that ongoing?
I think Match Director is having audio issues. We also have Cast with us in the booth for an interview. Hello, Cast.
Hello.
Well then. How did your match go, sir? Would you like to give us an update?
Oh, it was a loss, sadly. So a bit of a bad one. Yeah, I don't know. We're still kind of processing what went on in the game, but the last round was quite close and we didn't alone, so it was a mistake.
Yeah.
But yeah, GoDog defended very well.
So you were the aggro.
Is the 601 team doing a co-op, by the way, when you say we? Like, are you
come again?
like on call with Suri and Monks while you're playing?
Yeah, we are.
I see. I think you mentioned that last week, but I just wanted to confirm because, things get a little bit fuzzy from week to week. But yeah, so how's that going for you guys, by the way? I think 501's doing that this week as well. What's that like playing like as a co-op or just as a group think kind of thing?
It's very interesting, actually. I feel like the first week wasn't that fruitful. Uh, this time around, the second week it actually was very helpful for all of the games we did that on. We only didn't do it for the series match, but me and Mangsta were on the voice chat in each other's games, and I think that was extremely good. Like just having these sanity checks and reminding if there's something that needs to be done, and just it's very interesting. Liking it.
Right, for sure. Could you give like any concrete examples of like what way you found it interesting if you have anything come to mind?
Uh, oh, what did you find interesting?
Yeah,
I
interesting or helpful about having someone else with you, as far as beyond the reminders, like anything specific.
Well, Monk said in his match that I was ghosting him on that it was very useful. That I was like, no, don't pick the Mustang drop. That's garbage. And then just analyzing what you should do. These little things like something that you might not be focused on yourself as a player, but I see that, it would be a slight optimization if you sell the sledges on this side because we're going to place a worm there anyway, and there is no need for the sledges there because there is a worm. Or like, hey, maybe this tech could be useful, like click Fang Shield. You're not focused on that. You have tunnel vision on other stuff. So that sort of stuff for sure. Or like, yeah, you should definitely miss out now. Like, we're just going to win. That's our only losing condition is if we don't miss out this and we lose the flank,
Yeah, absolutely. So it sounds like having someone else that's able to like see more of the big picture type thing and find like small things that aren't being noticed is very helpful.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
it's
I think that's a
also,
really interesting part of it. Very cool. I think, by the way, we have about 40 more seconds for the match starts. Amaroq, do you have any questions that you wanted to ask before we finish
Uh,
up?
no, I don't. I don't think so. The question is, what if, are you guys content with the risk of having, potentially having two more players eliminated and not even having a player eligible for the final match, or are you just confident, one of my guys will win that one, will win one of their matches, and that'll be enough?
I think we'll go through, but it's never certain. It can happen, but you have to take risks. So I think that's a part of it, even though we were the second in the in the scoring ranking.
Right.
We still think we have to take risks.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate you taking the time out of your day to join the cast. We are into our second match, which features Massau from the 101. The team captain of the French team is going to be Nearside and Blue. Far side is Flower Fairy, the Flower Fairy of Penglai, who has already taken Fire Badger with Arclight and Storm. We're waiting for Massau's pick.
Yes, I think the Flower Fairy's pick definitely tells you they're going to be playing defense / standard, which I believe is their favorite style of play. Masau's is probably more tilted towards aggro, but I believe he plays both, so we'll see what he chooses. Looks like it's going to be an aggro. And perhaps also he is aware of the fact that Flower Fairy has, I believe, rated themselves. They've self-reported that they are worse on defense than on standard. I think their 201 intro video is something along the lines of like they're a 10 on standard and a 7 on defense or something like that. So
Right.
perhaps that also explains this choice from Masao. I kind of like this positioning of the spiders versus Stormcaller on round 1 with the Quellers. Normally as aggro, it feels really bad to place a Queller not on the actual line. Like the in-game line on turn 1 is 2 spaces back from where it's supposed to be. Right, so it feels a bit bad to not have a Queller exactly on the line. Particularly a vertical Queller versus Stormcallers. But this is a way for him to have higher tempo on turn 1 versus Flower Fairy's opener. Since at least partially the Stormcallers will not splash the spiders, and we'll kill a little bit of this Queller since it is positioned vertically, unless Masao changes that. But that's an acceptable loss to not have your spider get insta-locked by a storm on round 1. just always a hard choice to make, to commit to not having crawlers in line.
Right.
But maybe if you're a faster board, it's easier to make. So with a slow board like Spider, it feels exceptionally bad, I think. Spider is such a slow unit, so it loses quite a lot from not having its chaffy positioned as far forward as possible.
But on the other hand, that is exactly why we needed it not insta-locked. It's too slow to walk out from under.
Ever since the first few rounds of Spider HP nerfs, it's felt quite bad in the Storm matchup, as you can tell by losing 75% its health. One volley.
Yeah.
Looks like the Crawler's doing some good stuff. Maybe he manages to get a 1 Storm loss. It's probably about the best possible outcome you could hope for here. Oh, not quite. Spider vs Storm is really rough with the current Spider HP. Used to, you just kind of beat everything as Spider, but Spider now is a little sad. Beats Sledges, obviously beats Mustangs, everything beats Mustangs, but versus Storms, there is not even RNG. You're dead.
You're just too big to miss by RNG.
Yeah.
Of course, Flower Fairy, one of the things, whether he's playing defense or allowed to play standard, one of the things he's exceptionally good at is economy. And it will be really fascinating to see his choices as we go. I'm very interested to see what he does. So we've got the missiles for both players. That's sort of free. It costs 250. He takes Phoenix to pair with the Fire Badgers. So you're going to have Fire Badgers to answer the crawlers. Missile is answering crawlers. And Phoenix to clean up the tarantulas, even if something gets the storms on that side. And look at the positioning is such that he won't be, even if the missile is on the attack side, which is what he's guessing. He's playing around a missile on this unit. He's got the Phoenix over there to play cleanup. For Masao, he's adding the full Monk's style cage. Let's go. We're committing to tarantulas, 2 of them on the flank. And we'll have you surrounded in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, extremely committal play from Masao, going into the double tarantula flank on turn 2 like this. Not something you would expect to see from a non-quick supply tarantula opener, I would think, but this is certainly the line we are taking. Very, very dangerous. Very high tempo, but very dangerous, so we'll see how it goes out for him in the next few rounds.
Okay, brief update, casters. We're seeing errors in friends list where players who are online showing offline, having players restart client or restarting client on our end.
Okay.
In some cases, it's still not resolving. In that instance, we're having the player who can see the match director start matchmaking.
Okay.
So that's what we were coping with.
All right. So we've got some technical difficulties with players who is online, who is offline, not showing correctly. I do actually wonder how much we have reached some back-end server performance issues that Bearlake and his team are going to need to be addressing. Things that we're not seeing as, in terms of the way that our game clients are presenting things, but noticing the way that the tournament, the weekend and weekly tournaments update the who's in the list makes me wonder if that list has gotten too long to send out to all players, or the way that they're processing it has gotten too long.
Yeah, I think the server, as a whole, went down recently too, due to having too many players online or something. So nice problem to have, I guess.
Well, there was that, but there was also a intentional DDoS attack that Bearlake told me about. So they had a.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, they did one of those server outages on it that essentially was timed to KO the last week's weekend European, I believe, is the one that got biffed. If I'm not mistaken.
Odd. Well, in any case, the worst possible case scenario has happened here for Masao in this game. The worst thing that could possibly happen if you were playing Spider is that you commit to 2 Spiders additionally on turn 2, and then there's a triple Saber drop on turn 3. I don't think it gets any worse than that. So that is really, really, really catastrophic for Masao. I don't really know how you're supposed to come back from that, because the Sabers very cleanly and very cheaply kill the Tarantulas, which oftentimes can be a bit difficult. Not to say it's like an exceptionally hard unit to defend, but it's hard to deal with it a little cheaply and effectively with like as few deploys as possible compared to some units when it has like mines on the flanks like this. But Sabretooth just says, I have double shot for $100. I don't care about your spider. You're dead. That's pretty good, as it turns out. Also, it's quite good against Rhino Specialist, so once again, this is basically the worst possible drop that could have happened in the whole game, I think, for Masao here, so it will be very hard to come back from this, given that he has basically no tempo, in addition to not having any HP.
We talked about how efficiently Flower Fairy answers things. You have Sabretooth Double Shot, one of the cheapest techs, really doubling the output. That is going to kind of perfectly handle the Rhino. Of course, he knows Masao is Rhino Specialist, so he doesn't know where the Rhino is coming from, but he assumes it's going to be attacking, possibly assumes, that it might be attacking his weak side tower. So he's got a missile to slow something down or clear out the chaff, either or, and a Sabretooth there to start doing some real damage to the Rhino.
Yeah, it should clear in like 3 shots. I guess less than that with the storms on it too. It's just RNG how many times the storms hit, but should die in 3 saber shots, so should be like 100% dead with no questions asked. And also the scholars too, if that was enough for Rhino.
Yep.
Honestly, maybe even would have preferred to try and see it somewhere with the main push, because again, it's just so easy and like simple and cheap for Flower Fairy to answer the Rhino on that side, and certainly if you're Flower Fairy in that spot, you assume that will happen, very, very likely. And yeah, I don't know. The spot is really horrible for Masao, so I don't see him being able to come back from this one. That is a very, very, very brutal drop if you are the Tarantula player.
The only thing I'd ask you about, I guess, is Masao saw that drop as a possibility and committed into attack on his Tarantulas. Was there a
I think
line?
he has to.
He had to. Okay.
I mean, maybe you could like try and sell the triple saber drop is so much tempo, right? That's the problem. It's like both it is the best tempo drop if there was not an additional like triple level 1 offered, which I didn't see if there was or wasn't, but it's the best tempo that you can get, and it beats the Rhino, which, you know, bye-bye to your specialist basically, right? Like that sucks in and of itself. It's like when you're playing aerial specialist and your opponent's like Marksman Mustang or something. It's like very sad. But even worse than that, because Saber's actually a good unit, right? Unlike those things. But yeah, I think he just like has to commit and hope that something happens that is really good for him. I'm not sure what's good enough to solve that situation. Because even Sabers level really easily, right? And once they level, they actually one-tap your Tarantula. It's not even just like an almost one-tap that might require an additional shot, so... And on top of that, your board's slow, so you're very vulnerable to being flanked like this from a Phoenix flank or like a Wasp flank or like anything, right? That's like several of the biggest weaknesses of Tarantulas. They're answered by one of the most efficient and powerful tempo drops that you can get. And also, they're very slow, so they're very vulnerable to oil, very vulnerable to being flanked. There's like all kinds of problems with Tarantulas. Poor Tarantulas, man. Such a sad unit. It was pretty obnoxious when its HP was a lot higher, but man, current Tarantula is like really sad, I think.
It is not going to have any answers to an absorption module double tap Saber, especially not after this tower goes down.
Yeah, that's a great point. I didn't even remember to mention the double shot. Like, if we couldn't kill the Saber before it had the absorption, we definitely can't kill it after it has the absorption, right? Assuming we're clearing any chaff at all, which Flower Fairy's board definitely is able to do with all the arc lights.
And Flower Fairy had the defensive missile. Defensive missile gets things covered. Also note, Flower Fairy is using the arc lights as his mine clear, which is, in my opinion, or at least what I have found, it's one of the cheapest ways to clear mines. And that's a lot of hit point damage. Masao down to 459, and yeah, kind of. Can I reroll now?
That's what I was thinking when I saw that drop. I'm like, man, can we get a drop reroll?
Right.
Can we just like replay the match if that happens? Like, damn, that sucks.
It is a little rough.
And even more tempo here for Flower Fairy. Tempo that shoots up also. Typhoon triple is very, very strong. Obviously a bit weak into the Scorp drop potentially, but and obviously the Scorp is another thing that helps answer things Masao might do for Flower Fairy. So if he just does not care about the potential of like Wasp or whatever, then that is perfectly acceptable. Or you can just sell it, you know? You don't even have to use it if you don't want to. You just buy some ports, get some anti-air, the birds are all gone. Spiders can't kill the birds. It's doomed. Super doomed looking. And if all that wasn't enough, there's also oil.
Well, this, you know, if defense is his weakness, yeah, this looked pretty strong. Admittedly, it has all come out of that drop for sure.
Yeah, not to say that Flower Fairy played bad or anything, but it's certainly a really, really, really amazing drop to get. Very hard to lose in that position, I think, unless something bails your opponent out super hard. I think Tarantula and Sledge kind of share this weakness in a similar fashion, although some people don't hate Sledge as much as I do, which is kind of funny, by the way, because historically I'm the big Sledge salesman.
Yes,
also
Sledge
kind of nice
enjoyer.
Flower Fairy. This is intended to dodge a greedy flank defense missile. Obviously, it goes to the Farseer defense, so it doesn't dodge it, but that is the purpose of that. If they draw the missile like behind the tower where it can't be eaten by a crawler that's killing the tower, then that Phoenix will dodge that, so... Interesting attempt to try and keep the Phoenix in the flank and gain some value. Obviously, you don't have to gain that value to win here if you're Flower Fairy, but if you do manage to get it, you guaranteed win, right? So it gives your opponent an opportunity to blunder, which is important, I think. Gives yourself as many opportunities to win as possible.
That's a really good way to think about it, right? You want to give yourself as many opportunities to win, give yourself the chances to get lucky if you need to. Really nice, really clean game from Flower Fairy. And probably, as you said, maddening from Misao. Or for Misao, I should say.
It is a successful 201 double or nothing.
Incidentally, that game was being played for double or nothing stakes. We had seen that in the text chat before the match started. So Flower Fairy takes the double or nothing win over Misao. And Shade versus French Pilot will be going on concurrently. Anything you want to add to this one?
Not really. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I think that it is very, very hard for Flower Fairy to lose there. Like, you didn't even see him use the ult to the last round too, right? Which is pretty telling, I think, against Spiders. Like, if you're in such a good spot that you don't even need to oil, that shows that you're receiving, like, no pressure against the Spider player, I think.
Right.
So it's kind of just like I don't know what he might be doing in the last round, but if it's something strong that's ground-based, then the oil will definitely screw it, and if it's like Wraith or something, then the chaff is like behind the Wraith because it's slowed in the oil.
And
it's just such a hard spot to lose from, I think.
And I have the anti-air from the previous piece.
Yeah, and he also clicked anti-air for it, so
so it's like really
very,
covering,
very, very hard.
Yeah, I was gonna say really covering all the angles, and that's that is one of the ways you win, right? Be able to perceive what your opponent's angles are, and run them.
Anyways, looks like we're getting into Shade versus French Palettes as our interim before our next match. Looks like Shade has Rhino Specialist, Subsidized Steel Ball, Efficient Giant, Assault Fortress. He's playing some kind of Vulcan 4 on the line. That is... Oh, he's playing Punch also. Oh, super cool. In fact, it's his first tech. And I didn't really get to look at too much what French Pilot's board was, so we'll see after this round, but... Unless he's dead. He's not dead, right? That's like very close to enough damage. I don't think it's quite enough though. I think that's like 1200. It's like 950 plus... Oh, maybe it's exactly enough. Or no, I think there's like 1270 damage on board. It's just barely not enough. We'll get to see at least one rounds.
Well, it does not look like I will, so or my viewers will. So if you don't mind a narration, because whatever is going on on the back end is also preventing me from finding that match.
Interesting. All right. Well, I got you. Don't worry.
Appreciate
so we have some punch forts on the line with some blue steel balls, and there are Vulcans right behind them, which is very unorthodox. Very cool. I'm guessing aggro board from Shade. We don't actually know if he started aggro or started defense here. Probably he started aggro based on his color positioning, but it's a bit hard to tell. Be my assumption though. In French Pilot, I also can't really tell, but probably started defense. Not sure. Maybe they were headbutts. French Pilot's Typhoon spec has some boats, has some ranged steel balls, has like no chaff up front at all. Very miserable to be against Punch Fort in this position. Does not look good at all. Oh, also has EMP Marksman for the punch. I see. Oh, he's clicked loose formation. Loose formation against Vulcan. That is definitely a mistake. I've labbed this. It does not do anything, sadly.
Uh-oh.
You get like approximately like 5% increased shaft durability or something versus Vulcan. It does not do anything. And I don't... Well, also it's bad versus Replicate, because you lose Crawler HP, so that is definitely just a waste of money. Feels bad, man. But feels really good if you're Shade here. Your opponent has made their Crawlers actively worse in every matchup that exists on the board. Last round was not very close, though. It also does, in a way, kind of increase the durability versus, like, Punch, for example. It means that, like, it's harder for Punch to, like, one-shot an entire pack, or maybe even slows down the rate at which they get to the front of the board, to some extent, perhaps. Not sure if that's actually how that plays out, but maybe it makes your board a little bit better versus Punch. Maybe it's part of it. Looks like there is one bird left to kill all the boats. No, sorry, 2 birds. 1 pack of birds. Yeah, actually looks like it goes Shade's way this time. It was not close at all last round. Not sure if there's a spell or something that influenced that, or if something different was added, but massive, massive round for Shade. More than 2,000 damage dealt.
Oof.
There is a bunch of things that probably don't matter offered, unless there is some redeploy to the offside. Playing Headbutt with basically no defense on the offsides. So you could have seen some redeploy shenanigans here, perhaps with some boat cannon stuff. French Pilot does not have that, though. Yeah, he has launcher overload boats. Also has completely untacked boats, which is a little weird. Perhaps he got them from a drop like the round we joined. I'm not too sure. But it looks like the Fortress Anti-Air will wrap it up, if I had to guess. Means that he can much more reliably kill the boats this round, doesn't have to rely on one Phoenix being alive. Does get disabled by EMP Marksman, but last round he pretty handily smashed the front of French Pilot's board, so I anticipate that it will not be too hard to win this round. Very nice showing from the Punch Forts, although I think a big reason it does look so good is because French Pilot does have almost no chaff at the front of the board. And also, of course, Shade has the Replicate Crawlers that are stopping like this Fang from existing, so basically there's like 2 Fangs in front of all this. There's like 1 Crawler here, 1 Crawler here, 1 Crawler here, right? But unless it's a shield or something just like this, then it's pretty hard to avoid getting punched. That's even like disrespecting the possibility that Shade could like flank over here and pull a lot of this too, right? So I don't know, very rough position. Even just the Crawlers are a really big problem at this point, since loose formation has been clicked and that does lower the Crawler HP, meaning even if he did click like Impact Drill, I'm not sure they'd still win the 1v1. I haven't labbed that particular interaction since loose formation is fairly weak now, and you're probably not too concerned with your Crawler 1v1 if you're clicking loose formation, but I would guess that is not very advantageous for him. Also, gotta say, this board that Shade has is very representative of Shade as a player, I think. Shade is probably like the only person that I've ever seen that just adores aggro Vulcan. He is just a Vulcan enthusiast. Like, that's how you know you're an aggro 201 player, I think, is that you like aggro Vulcan.
So, does he actually run Assault Vulcan, that one, the one tech? The one card?
Is there a
particularly
Assault Vulcan?
No, it's just Assault
there's
card.
The card, of course,
yeah.
but
that's what I was thinking.
I don't think there's any text that lean well into aggro Vulcan necessarily.
Masters, another technical update. We're seeing issues with chat not registering players. So if you guys see queue production,
all right,
so that we can get the
so full all sorts of server issues going on today.
GoDog and B-Man.
All right, we will have GoDog and B-Man joining us in a moment. B-Man, of course, the 201 team captain, and GoDog is operating as translator. Did you get to the finish of that match? Time?
Yes, we are finished the match.
So
sorry,
Shade,
I forgot you can't see it.
Yeah, Shade won that one. So that makes 3 wins in a row for the 201, including their double or nothing. That is a big round since the guys came into today in 4th place at 90 points, needing to make up 30 on 101 above you. How do you guys feel after the after your day? Feel like you've achieved what you needed?
We do have some pre-scripted questions
Oh,
for
okay, go ahead.
Dog and B-Man.
Go ahead then
Yeah.
with those.
Because I think they do them beforehand to make sure that everything's all good with that. So
right, make sure.
So you just want to go with those ones.
Yeah.
Oh, good dog. So our first question for you is, we want to know more about the competitive scene in China. So how does 201 study and practice the game of Mechabellum as individual players and as a team?
鲨鱼，中国的竞争环境是什么样子的？比如说厉害的玩家，还有比赛之类的。
OK，201的实力强劲的选手其实有很多啊。我们这次来参赛的只是其中的一部分。国内的高手，比如丹真呀、神皇呀，他们都没能来参赛。他们都是锦标赛的冠军常客。国内各种比赛角逐非常的激烈。这次201举办的国庆大奖赛，花仙经过多轮的鏖战，取得了第1名的好成绩。在上周三大洲的锦标赛，201也包揽了所有的冠军。这也侧面的证明了我们201的实力很强劲。好
There are many great 201 players, such as Blue Hair and StarCraft 2 Panda. Even though they are not in this MAG1, they are champions and win tournaments. Last week, 201 won all 3 of the in-game tournaments. This proves our strength in competition. We host our win competitions every 2 weeks, every 2 months. Barry won our last tournament.
Thanks for sharing some more about that. Our next question is, will 201 be competing in the cash ladder for MAG1? Will 201 expand their roster to include new players in the cash ladder? And that's it.
That's the third question, right?
Oh, I see. That was interpreted as the first question. I got you. Yes, the second question is, how does 201 study and practice the game of Mechabellum as individual players and as a team?
201的个人玩家和我们队伍是如何学习或练习钢铁指挥官的？
作为个人训练，我比较喜欢把所有输的高分对局集中起来观看，总结每一个高手对手的打法和习惯，进行长时间的复盘训练，从中找出失败的原因，练习最优的对抗策略，提升自身的实力。团队的训练主要由于队员的这个空闲时间不固定性，我主要是在让我们的这个参赛对手观看我们即将比赛对手的录像，研究打法和风格，进行有针对性的团队两的训练，来提升团队的实力。
Personally, I usually practice through review, which helps me summarize how each high-scoring player plays, find out the reasons for my failure, and the best way to fight against them. For team training, it is difficult to schedule times for all players to meet. Improve our team by watching videos.
Definitely sounds like a productive mindset. Thanks for sharing on that as well. I think Godog is finished speaking there. Not sure if...
There is a bug on my Discord.
Yes, we have a bad connection.
Oh, you're good. No worries.
Yes. Which I said later. Oh, I will translate Bima's word again.
Okay.
Personally, I practice through review, which helps me summarize how each high-scoring player plays, find out the region, failure, and the best way to fight against them. About team training, it's difficult to schedule times for all players to meet. Improve our by watching videos, discussing opponent styles, and civil war.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing about that. So our last question...
We have 2 seconds?
Is... we have 2 seconds. All right. Well, I think that means we are finished the interview then. Thank you for joining us, Godog and B-Man. Really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so getting into Monks versus Miter Peters. Miter Peters is Speed. Speed Steel Ball, definitely going to be an aggro opener. Monks is a marksman specialist, Sledge Fang.
Sledge Fang Gaming, let's go!
It is so sad to see Monks playing defense. I can't express enough how sad it is.
Monks is a very fun aggro player, yes.
He is, but it's so sad seeing him play defense, because historically he just loves aggro so much. Like, I learned so much about playing aggro and like caging people from Monks, and then now he just plays defense, and it makes me so sad. But at least he has no oil profile picture, so at least he's an honorable defense player, I guess.
So just setting the stage for this one, the 201 and the 101 came into this weekend's action with 101 30 points ahead, and the top three qualify. 501 were in a pretty dominant position, and their real danger was, if anybody was eliminated, Dillo winning the first match against B-Man ensured that wasn't going to happen. 601 are definitely in danger of having elimination if they don't get a win or two, but the real battle today is the 201 versus the 101, and with Flower Fairy and Shade both winning and the double for nothing, the 201 have gone from 30 points down to 20 points ahead of the 101, and Major Peters and Jer Player playing concurrently right now. Both need to win, or one of them needs to win a double or nothing to get themselves to essentially tied or ahead.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note too, even just from like a full disqualification perspective, not even just like winning and points wise. If both Mitre Peters and Jer Player lose, the 101 is eliminated, I believe, right?
That's correct, yeah. They would have lost all four today. But
yeah,
winning one doesn't get them through, because the 201 would be ahead of them by 10 points.
Well, looks like Mitre Peters is going for the blue saber drop, which personally I'm not too sure. I haven't like labbed this, but it feels a little sad to have saber and steel ball on the same push versus sledge, because the saber is like a very slow firing unit, right? So in theory, it kills sledge as well, which is cool. That's a nice thing for steel balls, but also it's very easy to have the steel ball like almost kill a sledge and then the saber shoots it and like have that repeat over and over again, right? So it is a good tank for Mitre Peters here, but there's obviously the orange man on the side of Monks that will pretty easily kill just about anything, so it makes the choice feel a bit dubious to me, particularly with the Fang Chaff as well. Pretty hard to say that we like for sure have Crawlers up front the entire time, basically. So overall, not feeling too great about this drop for Mitre Peters, but Marksman drop is acceptably good for Monks.
Yeah, Marksman drop into the Marksman Specialist is great. I mean, it's one of my favorites. If I'm in that spec, for sure. I like the way he's also considering defending outside. Far right, note that he's not running Assault Mode Marksman, he's gone to the full standard techs. What I would consider the standard set of techs for range war.
Yeah, there's not anything here that's too particularly exciting for having a lot of them in aggro v defense, so I don't think it's too impactful that he happens to get the Marksman drop as well as the Marksman specials at the same time here. If he had Assault Marksman though, it'd probably be pretty impactful. Assault Marksman quite strong versus Steel Ball, sometimes pretty okay in defense. Gotta be pretty brave to do that though, I think.
I was more thinking of it in terms of it cuts off a lot of the angle plays that Major Peters could do. For example, he was thinking about that outside right positioning for a Marksman, which would cut off the Phoenix angle out there. There's all sorts of different little things that Monks is looking at covering off all the angles, and as one of the experts at finding all the angles, he's particularly good in finding them against his own board.
Oh wow, that is a really, really odd choice, I think. So Mitre Peters opted for efficient tech research over additional deployment on round 3. That definitely seems like a wrong choice to me. That is my feeling about that. Almost everyone opts to take additional deployment when it's offered unless something exceptionally good is offered. Particularly if you're going to go ahead and unlock the sell button, that's very rough. Now Ball Wraith is obviously what he's choosing to play here. There's not much ambiguity about that, and it's not a comp that has to have infinite deploys, so perhaps he's just saying, I don't care that much about that, it's fine. But efficient tech research does take quite a long time to pay off, and neither player has an exceptionally large amount of HP, and also his opponent took a very high tempo drop with a triple white marksman. I guess it's one of the lowest tempos of the triple drop, but even so. Also, quite a choice to play Ball Wraith into quadruple marksman.
Yeah,
particularly on the side as the orange marksman.
I mean, as Monks, part of my comment last round about the strength of that drop was assuming that just cut off the possibility of a Wraith play. So it's interesting to see Mater Peters really try to force that anyways.
Yeah, definitely something you might expect if perhaps your opponent didn't have like aerial specialization on the marksman, which Monks obviously does in this case, so that is definitely not a part of this consideration for Mater Peters here, that's like not on the bar or something.
Nope.
Certainly it's very, very sad to be a Wraith on the same side as Orange Man that has aerial spec, so
yeah.
It's pretty safe for Monks to click that next turn. If you're buying into Wraith, you're probably not going out of Wraith. He might just not because the spot's so good. It's not like the Steel Ball plus Wraith ward is going to be doing a whole lot with the oil on the field. And the Wraith also is a bit hard to get anything done here with the beacon. Obviously he can beacon part of this around the oil, but I think if you're Mater Peters, you might even prefer to like attempt to push the other side of the board instead this turn, or even previous turn. Away from the orange man if you're intending on going Wraith, you might thinking. Looks like both players take the shield drop, which is probably a fair bit better for Mater Peters than it is for Monks, but reasonably good for both. This goes for range Arclight as well. Makes pretty good sense. Cleans up all the chaff in front of the marksman for them to better shoot the Wraiths. Sets them up nicely to click aerial specialization next turn and clear Mater Peters better once there is no oil on the field.
And look at Monk's thinking about the weakness of his weak side rather than trying to reinforce his strong side. He thought about it. He does bring the bubble over eventually. Just I better be sure. But he's definitely thinking about those angles as well. Because there are potential diagonals that could get in on this tower with the right pulls and the right plays.
Yeah, I don't think it's so much that, it's more so just it's the second turn of oil, and it's extremely common if you're playing aggro at a high level to beacon part of your board onto the weak side on that second round of oil, just that it's not walking through the oil. In this case, it's a little dubious maybe because he has both his corner part of his board as well as the middle part walking through the oil like very, very early, so... And also this oil is even kind of drawn in a way that sort of makes it harder for him to do that, so
slightly
it's even
angled.
more difficult to make that transition. Yeah,
that angle
that's
is
really important.
Such importance, but yeah.
I think making it harder for your opponent to choose to do that's quite valuable. So, really nice oil from Monks, despite his profile picture, by the way. Does have the no oil picture. Does do this anyways. Has an amazing oil. Great play from Monks. Oh no, hopefully the server issues haven't infected the match. Seeing a waiting for player to respond. That's usually not a server problem, but it might be in this case. Oh no. That's not good.
Another technical update. Seeing disconnected on sides in some cases from broadcast client.
Well, according to match directory, that is something that is happening all the matches, only for 10 to 15 seconds or disconnect though, so should be all good, hopefully. Definitely this match does not look to be too affected. The melting point drop for Monks doesn't seem too impactful, honestly. Maybe he wants to go for some diffraction melter, perhaps, is his thinking here. Not too sure. Honestly, a bit surprised to not see him sell it or just take the Typhoon drop instead. Fairly common to see people go into... I believe that was offered, right? Am I crazy? Wasn't there an orange Typhoon or a blue Typhoon or something? Yeah, Mater Peters has the Typhoon. That definitely was. It's very common for people to go into Wasp against aerial spec in this spot, so a bit odd to see him not take the Typhoon, given that that fixes pretty much the one remaining problem his board has, although maybe he's a bit scared of like Loose Crawler, for example, being effective against it, and that's why he doesn't choose to do that. A lot of respect shown on the right side of this board for Mater Peters against Monk's potential to aggro him, by the way. Level 3 in the tower, even with nothing having threatened it the whole game so far. And I believe the right side of Monk's board defensively is being pulled to the middle too, so that part definitely is not going to the tower. But I think that's Smiter Peters showing that he's aware he's potentially on 1 life, so he's just going to fully respect the possibility, which in some ways, people could argue is like playing to lose, you know, if you don't think that your board's in a great position to begin with. So maybe you have to like disrespect that possibility in order to win. It's kind of how I feel looking at this board right now, but also Monks did choose the worst of the options available versus Ryder Peter's Wasp play, so probably he'll be getting through this round.
The Wasps, in retrospect, turning into a very good play, or with perfect knowledge, looks like a very good play.
Yes, if you know your opponent is not going Typhoon, it's an amazing play.
Yeah,
Personally, I feel like we would expect Monks to go Typhoon here, but Monks did not, so...
Yeah, I am a little surprised at that, because I do feel like Wasp is the... You know, Wraith, Wasp, Steel Ball is a pretty common pairings, or set of pairings?
Yeah, perhaps it was a nod to another one of the drops that was present. I was a bit distracted with the whole disconnection thing.
Yeah,
so I did not see what the rest were.
Yeah, I unfortunately had a similar issue. Yeah, we've got Speed from Mater Peters, we have Orbital from Monks. The Orbital, of course, over the Wasps is going to be a great discouragement for them. These guys will have to fly through it. There's no really magically getting these folks out of it. You can get one of them out maybe, but not both. There could be a jump drive to pull them all over to the opposite side play for Mater Peters.
Yeah, it's possible, although unless he wants to, like, perhaps sell out of the left side entirely or something, it's pretty hard to do that.
Right.
The goal of the Wasp is to be the chaff for the race, so if they're getting jump drives, then you know, it's pretty hard for them to do that in most cases unless the tower is dying really early. Monks does pick up Mustangs, gets them blue, a very nice choice. Very effective versus the loose crawlers as well. And in my eyes, even if he doesn't win this turn, I would say that probably seals the deal for the match, because loose crawler's one weakness, well, I mean, it has a few weaknesses, I guess, but its primary weakness is to Mustang. Units that have very small, discrete amount of damage they deal are very effective versus a very small HP pool.
Are you the one that described it as the correct answer to loose crawler is anything that is the correct answer to Fangs?
I don't recall saying that, but I guess it's the same answer. So
pretty close.
It's not a bad.
It's pretty close.
Yeah, very similar. Yeah, I think that this Mustang pick here pretty effectively seals the deal in the game, because Wraith does clear Mustang fairly well, but Mustang clears red side chaff much better than anything else could, and also answers the Wasp and at least partially helps against the Wraith, so extremely effective, and that might even just end the game right there. Yeah, it does.
It does.
Great play from Monks to elite recruit those, very impactful, and great choice to just get 3 and nothing else.
Right, the additional deployment slot came in handy. You didn't even have to pay 50 to mass recruit that round. And if we stopped and thought about Mater Peters, you talked about the strangeness of him taking efficient tech research on round 3, right? Looking at his board, he's only bought 3 techs, so he's only broken even on that decision. Like, literally, he'd have the same economy if he had taken the skip.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you don't see efficient tech research taken very often unless you're playing like Giga Standard Mirror or something.
We're gonna play standard.
In which case, it's fairly common.
Yeah, we're gonna sit back here and play standard v standard, and we'll agree to have a 10-round game. It makes good sense, but you're the aggro player. Exactly. You're up here on the line.
Yeah, even in that case, though, you usually would not ever take it over additional deployment, like no matter what the game state is, unless it's like over immediately. But in which case you would skip, right?
In which case you should skip it, yeah.
Alright, well, we are now spectating Sako versus Doe player. Looks like Sako is the aggro player here, Doe player is the defense. Sako is playing some Ball Typhoon. Now the player has any cards, so this is just vanilla stuff. Looks like there was a level 3 Fire Badger drop, and that's all the drops we've had so far. There is a Armor Rhino on the flank right now. Hello. A level 1 Armor Rhino. And that is not a drop, by the way. That is just a unlocked naturally Rhino, which is very uncommon at the moment. So one thing I expect to see here probably, if this oil had not ignited, by the way, is you probably would see Sako do the thing we were talking about in last game, where he beacons the right half of his aggro board over to this right tower on the second turn. But since there's a Fire Badger, it ignites immediately, so you probably won't see it. But this would be a great time for it. And the Rhino on the flank is pulling the chaff and dealing with it relatively well, I suppose. A bit of an unorthodox choice there. Unless there was a chaff deployment made this turn that made that not able to get to the tower, you'd probably assume it's going to be a Fire Badger instead. Particularly not a teched Rhino. Maybe that's a signal that their player wants to do that as a... Oh, also there is one in the corner too, yeah, so that's part of why this was made as a choice then. It's a little bit weird to not see the Badger up there, perhaps, unless again there was no chaff in the way, but works out rather well for him regardless. Sako does still out of the corner Badger. Sako insta-goes the laser sight on his orange steel ball.
That is brutal.
Quite scary. Your player has not made any choice. Does the Vulcan drop?
Vulcan's Descent.
Well, there isn't really anything... Like, both towers... Oh, he's Goomba stomping. Oh, that makes way more sense. Or he's not, maybe. He doesn't know what he wants to do with it yet.
Trying to time the landing on that steel wall.
Yeah, it probably also kills the Phoenix. The way this interaction works, by the way, is that if the Vulcan... Well, I guess if you don't know what Goomba Stomping does in the first place, basically it heals the Vulcan's HP to the units that are beneath it, right? But also, if there are more HP beneath it than the Vulcan has, it still kills them. So it's like on a per unit basis, like each pack of steel balls has like 15k. So in theory, if there was like a bunch of shit here, it could kill all of it. Very, very effective against this like Plump Steel Ball and Phoenix and etc, etc. Very strong. Very expensive, obviously. It's like a javelin, basically, at this point. It's like he's jabbing the Steel Ball and Phoenix. Very interesting. Not super common. Looks like it might miss, though, at least in part due to this beacon by Sako. I'm not sure that's intentional, but...
Of course, a reminder of the stakes since Masao lost in the previous match. Jer player is the last hope for the French 101 team. Must win or the team are eliminated. Even if he does win, I think they are behind on points, but it will come down to what decisions were made in terms of their double or nothing. I didn't hear if they had the 101 had a double or nothing that they played this week. If that was played.
They put it on French Pilot versus Shade.
So they've lost their double or nothing then. Okay. So that's even worse for them.
Yes, and speaking of even worse, the Vulcan drop went atrociously due to this beacon by Sako. He killed one steel ball of one Phoenix. Not what you want to see for your $250 Vulcan drop.
Yeesh. And
Sako's HP is rather low here, but that's a lot of money spent on tempo. The oil bots, the Vulcan drop bots, the Rhino placed in the flank that will be dealt with. A lot of things that will be coming back Sako's way in his favor. There's another Vulcan job. Surely he doesn't go for the javelin again. He's thinking about it this time. And Sako will probably be thinking about the same thing, so maybe you'll see him like beacon in a weird way to start or something.
There's also Berserk Rhino play.
Yeah, sadly it is quite terrible. But
it is terrible, but it's
cool.
Hilarious. I'm wondering if he was thinking
Rhino's
about
one tap for it before.
Yes.
Maybe Sako would think about it for the meme. But their player probably knows at this point. He's the last remaining member of his team, so he's probably trying very hard. Looks like both players do get underground threat, of course. Pretty much an insta-pick unless there's something incredible on the board. The players go for it on the right side against the fortified towers.
And yes, here it is. There is another Vulcan's Descent coming from chair player. He's gonna drop
it. I think that's a visual bug, right?
No.
Oh no, he did take it. Oh, this is a previous underground
threat.
Yeah,
this is the underground threat from round 2, I think. Right? It was offered, yeah.
Did Sako take the underground this? Okay, yeah. Very confusing.
Yes.
Very, very confusing. Yes. So this is a new Vulcan drop. That is now
second attempt to jab something. This time we're going for the back left corner. Keep the Rhino alive by stomping the level 2 steel balls that killed it last round.
Yeah, which actually won't work, by the way, because Sako
Sako
range, which he does not know. So it feels very kind of pushy color. Oh, that went horribly. Wow.
That was about as bad as it could be for Rhino, and all 4 steel balls survived in that corner. That is
very sad. Really showcases the inconsistency of Goomba Stomp as a mechanic too, because if you click on a giant and see its space that it occupies in the game, it's it'd be huge, but that 4x4 that it occupies is definitely not its hitbox for the purpose of Goomba Stomping something, which I don't even know what its hitbox is for the purpose of that, because it's such a rarely used thing, but here you see why it's rarely used. It's very inconsistent. It definitely looked like it would hit those steel balls, and it just didn't, so very sad there if you're a Jer player.
It actually does make me wonder if the Goomba Stomp footprint should be correct to the unit that's being dropped, rather than just drawn. I think it's drawn as a visual unit, right?
So.
But as a visual icon. But yeah, allow us to use it as a reference. This is what the footprint would be.
Yeah, certainly a lot smaller than the Javelin by the looks of it from the last 2 rounds. Very, very small. Well, feels really bad, man, for Dare player. Sako goes to the boats, which feels a little sad versus the level 5, I think, marksman on the board right here.
Yep.
They both go for the boats. Sako has a typical jump drive, cannon, mothership type stuff. Dare player has... Oh, hey, I've seen Blue Hair running this bar yesterday. There's some people that are on the launcher range, high explosive boat train, which is a bit of a weird train to be on, honestly. It's one that can't run Mothership unless you don't want to run Photon, which is what Blue Hair was doing, which is really unhinged, really, really, really unhinged, particularly in tournament play.
Yep.
Although perhaps in tournament play it's especially good because everyone will always assume you have Photon, right? But maybe you just don't have Photon, but they're still going to act like you do, right? So you can extract some value from running a bar without Photon, at least temporarily. You can even maybe try and bait someone into doing something that would be disrespecting Photon and then have it the next game, right?
Right.
So there's some interesting tourney mind games you can do there. Obviously not playing a best of 3 or something in this format, but it is something that people will take note of future weeks, right?
Right. And I mean, it's not like you don't have the potential of being tuned into my tournament weekend cast and, having seen what somebody's bar was from that while you're playing a different match, or you've finished your match in 5 rounds and his match goes 7, so you've jumped into it. Both players have taken our Overlord drop. So you've got Overlords for Jer player, Overlords with Chin Gun for Sako. Both players have 4 of them. I'm presuming having
There's a boat on the top right flank, by the way.
I see that one.
Very deep up there.
4v4. But that'll be a tower debuff for Jer player. Is it in time?
It's a little
really late.
Yeah, if it was not a fortified tower, I think it would have been a maybe acceptable timing, but there's just a bit too much garbage in the way.
And level 3, yeah, level 3 fortified tower took forever.
Well, nice showing from Typhoon Boat this round. Very notably, Sako's boat dueling techs are absolutely horrible, whereas Jer players are better, assuming he's not clipping high explosive, but also doesn't have Mothership, so I guess it's a bit of a toss-up. Certainly this round goes Sako's way, but maybe the launcher range ends up having an edge to some extent. It's actually a bit of a similar thing to what we saw, I think it was the Poochie versus Zemp, launch tourney final or something, Zemp chose to go launcher range boats.
Right.
And Poochie had the bar that Sako is currently running, so kind of already seen that play out, but it was the much, 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 much stronger Typhoon boat board before it got nerfed, so it's a bit weird, particularly with having high explosive, not having Mothership like I mentioned. Certainly changes the matchup a bit as the match goes on, but high explosive boats are also rather good at clearing wasps, but are then worse at killing boats, so it's a lot of weird trade-offs and stuff, pretty much. Very odd. Odd matchup we're seeing here. Interesting to see it play out. High explosive has not been very popular Not that he's clicked it yet, but assuming he does click it at some point, maybe it's like, I don't know, click for steel balls perhaps, click for just crawler clear. This clear is not incredible at the moment, so you might see that soon. But again, it does like really heavily nerf his damage versus potentially Typhoon Bubbles. I can't say I've ever seen that matchup play out, because Typhoon wasn't in the game last time HE was at least semi-played, so
Right.
I don't know if that splashes maybe both bubbles there. Who knows? Who knows? But Splash is rather huge. It did get buffed, apparently.
And if you get it
with
the improved boat card, it gets really ridiculous.
Yeah, it can be rather large. I think it's like 19 meters splash or something with a crude boat. Not that we have that here, but it is really big at that point. Very cool. It's a bit of an odd beacon here that we're seeing from Sako.
This is a defensive beacon, right? It makes good sense. He's got the missile to slow the boat down. I'm going to get my Phoenix into position. I'm going to get my Typhoon into position. And we'll have some defense back here.
Yeah, it's particularly kind of weird because this thing that you're seeing play out here can happen, right? The Phoenix just goes and dies, and then the Typhoons are somehow idiots and just walking away from the boat. I don't even know how that one happens.
I can hear remarkable. How tilted Sako is in my head from watching his streams.
Well, either way, the missile kills the boat, so I guess it's all good. That was ridiculous.
That is perfect defense. Exactly the way Sako drew that up, right? Right?
Yeah. We'll go with that, sure.
Well, Jer player is down to 854 hit points. That means the 101, the French team, are down to their final 854 hit points. He's got to turn it around. Any of these helping him do that?
Well, only one of these things hits boats. Sako goes the Saber probably to sell it. No surprise there. Goes for Mothership, which I think is his main advantage with this Tech Bar matchup that we have here. Probably going for Wasp Shield as well, I'm imagining, given the Wasp unlock and purchase somewhere.
Yes, that's in the back corner.
So he has 5 boats. Yes, he has 5 boats worth of Wasp Shield, and their play goes for Armor Sledge, which in theory does some stuff versus the Typhoons. There's also range balls, of course, and boats with cannons, so I mean, these aren't old boat cannons. They're not one-tapping these sledges. It's level 1. Level 2 does one-tap them right now, though, I believe. Yeah,
yes,
definitely should. Unless there's, like, level 2 tower HP clicked in their player here. So I think that probably is going to wrap up the match pretty nicely, because most of these boats are blue, and even if they're not blue, then 2 white boat cannon shots or some ball damage cleans it up rather nicely. So looking pretty rough, particularly with the presence of the Wasps as well, which honestly help everything survive. Like, you just happen to eat one boat shot, that's just like incredible value by itself. Oh wait, the Goomba Stomp came back. Oh my.
The Goomba Stomp is home.
Well, there's not a whole lot of... This one definitely will kill a boat. Okay, this time it's happening for sure. But the Goomba Stomp's a bit weak though. Obviously you can't just like put it wherever he wants. There's that little red circle around the towers, so he has to go for a pretty suboptimal looking one here. Does not try for the steel ball again.
He's got back-to-back shots at it though, you know. If it comes back again next round.
Something. Looks like it will be going Sako's way. It's got plenty of chaff in front of the boats this time. Plenty of chaff in front of the Typhoons as well, so all the sledges go down to Shingun and balls. And even right side's kind of winning too. So.
Yeah, the boats finally locked onto not chaff, but by then they were locked on too, and they've never even looked at Sako's boats once. It's down to a couple of steel balls. The 101 are down to some lack of upshoot storms. The 101 are disqualified, eliminated from this tournament. So we know at this point who the final 3 will be. We've had a survivor from all 3 of them. So the 601, the 501, and the 201 are through. Sako secures the finish.
Yes, indeed. And I believe we'll also have Masao, the 101 team captain, joining us in a minute or so to probably speak on how that is going for them. Feels bad to see them eliminated, but they did really well so far in the tourney.
They did very well. Yeah, they
honestly, really great performance.
Came into today in 3rd place. They were very solid.
Yep, and nice turnaround from Sako to that game. I think he was like 1800 HP when we jumped in, and
1800.
Finish, so
1800 hit points when we finished, right? That was you down to 1200.
Yes, indeed. Hello, Masao.
Hi. Pretty bad week for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, sadly, it looks like 101's been disqualified.
Yeah,
disqualified or not, technically, just on the score. The last match, which was their player versus Sako, didn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you didn't have the math to come back after the previous loss.
Yeah,
right.
We needed.
You needed double win.
We needed French Pilot win against Shade. Mostly,
with the double or nothing. Yeah.
But it was really close, 42 HP. And then the only hope was Matt Peters win against Monks, and then maybe Arbiter win against Surrey, and then in this case 601 is disqualified.
Right.
Or maybe we can win. Or maybe we can win just with a double fail, double or nothing. But yeah, it didn't happen. So.
How much was, as a team captain, how much were you enjoying the elements like the reroll, the double or nothing, the substitutions? Like, was that something that you were really digging into, like a manager of a football club would?
I think there's too much. There was too much double or nothing in the first weeks. I think. So what's something, but it's fine. My main problem for this week, but it happens. It was the case for the 201 team almost all the time. We like to play. We like to coach each other's in one game, and in fact, we have two games at the same time. It's a little problematic.
Right, so you don't have your coaching call going the way you wanted to. You don't have the whole group behind them.
Most of our win last week from previous weeks was me and French Pilot coaching French Pilot and Matt Peters mostly coaching me during my games, and then us coaching French Pilot during his game, etc., etc.
Right.
So yeah, it was a bit harder to do because.
How do you run those coaching calls, if I can ask, or what have you guys learned that you could share to, maybe mid-level players who are looking to raise their game about how to run that kind of conversation?
Technically, it's not really for raising a game, because here we are talking about especially for a game and the idea we can do, etc. So it's not the same, I think. But it's a good. So it depends on the player, but most of the time when it works, it's really good. It's why maybe you pre-shot some. You play Wasp when you wouldn't have done it before, because one of your mates just say maybe you should do this, prevent this, etc., and it helps a lot. It helps a lot.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on the run to 4th place. You guys did really well. Sorry to see you eliminated, but thank you again.
No problem.
We have our final match ready. Take it away, Time.
It looks like we have Surrey versus Forgotten Arbiter. Surrey is Rat, of course, if you're not familiar. Surrey looks to be going for an aggro pack. Very exciting. He's been playing a lot of standard lately, so I was a bit afraid we might see a standard matchup. It doesn't look like it, though. Looks like we'll probably be seeing some Arc Ball versus Spider Crawler action headbutts. Very exciting. Arbiter and Surrey, both great aggro players, both very capable of standard as well, but certainly, if you ask me, the aggro is way more exciting to watch, so I am very excited for this match. Surrey is Rhino Specialist, by the way, and Arbiter is Fortified, which feels quite good if you're the Steel Balls versus the Tarantulas, I think. I almost thought it was reversed there for a second, but it is not. So the Spiders are not Fortified, the Balls are. That is quite strong for the Balls in that matchup, I think.
Yeah, that is good.
I'd be very, very sad if it was the opposite, by the way. The steel balls do not care if you're fortified, but they love being fortified, so very nice. Oh, it's actually standard from Surrey. Oh my gosh.
Do need to give a shout out. Thank you so much for the gift subs, Blue. You guys have about 10 seconds to keep a hype train going if you want. But Blue giving out subs to Jaspindar, Diogos, Sastifer, Computer Program, and Death Apparatus. Much appreciated. Standard from Rat in defense against Arbiter's steel balls makes perfect sense.
There are marksmen hidden behind the towers, by the way. Those are very far forward. Also, he has assault in the bar. He's not just normal standard marksman. Honestly, a bit weird to see them in that spot. I don't know what kind of formation Surrey is cooking here with this, but very abnormal to say the least. But also, that pretty much describes Surrey's playstyle, so honestly, this tracks. Very effective, of course, but always very unorthodox, which is why he's such an interesting player to watch, I think.
One of the things I've noticed about the way that Rat or Surrey plays, he seems to wind up with boards that feel light to me in terms of he doesn't have as many units on it. He's not going for overwhelming might of numbers. You know, he's willing to sacrifice so many deploys to sell things, to jump around, to move to different places, that he winds up winning with boards that look like they should be weak, if that makes sense. Like if you just counted weight of numbers, it's, you know, his boards are weaker than his opponents, but he's always made them work by creating local superiority. Can you speak to how that is to play against as an opponent?
Yeah, I think that Surrey just goes really hard for tempo plays, like things that take tower early, things that win the current rounds. So that is why you might observe that his boards seem a bit light. He's not trying to, like always at least, build the thing that is going to be best in like round 10. It's the thing that helps him win right now. Which, speaking of winning right now, we clicked Fangs, which I guess I don't get to see this play out often enough, so I'm not sure exactly how to evaluate it, but it certainly seems a bit dubious into the Mustang drop. Obviously, Arbiter's not that incentivized to click the Mustang here, but if you ever think your opponent does take this Fang drop, then you're definitely taking the Mustang. That's for sure. I don't think we'll see Arbiter mirror this choice, so probably it's going to be a Typhoon for him if I had to take a wild guess. Also, Surrey is going for this particular vertical crawler right here, which he's going to buy a mobile beacon for, and basically draw like upwards and to the rights. Oh, also, Arbiter does go for the Mustang, so this is a very solid Fang pick from Surrey. These things are just going to feed the Mustangs to infinity. Which I think if you're against the Mustang, you're very, very, very unhappy about, so that's pretty catastrophic. Also, this particular crawler might be a attack against Surrey as a player, by the way, because it is known, like he published a whole mobile beacon guide, right? So the stuff he has to say about beacons is definitely public, right? There's no question about that. But even if that weren't public, it's very easy to check his stream and that sort of thing and see what he likes doing. And this is a color that's, I don't know if he or Cast invented this, I'm not sure really.
I think Cast did.
Somebody invented this. And,
yeah, Cast and Surrey are very
Surrey
close friends.
This.
So.
Yeah. So this particular color is pretty much neutered, I think, by what Arbiter has done here.
Yep.
In fact, I'm pretty sure I've seen him lab this particular interaction, or maybe it's Sako, but...
yeah, I know the 501 as a team have labbed that interaction. Would you like an item
really,
for that?
Really bad. Yeah, that is catastrophic if you're a Surrey in this spot. See this damage item drop. Arbiter obviously is going to put that on the Mustang, and these Fangs are going to feed that Mustang, and that thing is just going to go to the moon. Yeah, it is real bad. Honestly, I wouldn't even hate selling these Fangs if you're Surrey here. That sounds like total insanity, but I kind of want to sell them. I would not hate seeing that. He does have the sell button too, so it's... Oh, he puts it on him. Oh, okay, we don't care. We're just... Okay.
I was going to say, your choices are sell out or commit to Fang, and here we are.
Yeah, well, Surrey is a Fang enjoyer. Does he have AP? He does not have AP, so... that is definitely a minus for being high-level Fang. If it's blue, it's a bit less sad, but... certainly you're not that excited about clicking AP, or sorry, Ignite on level 3 Fangs. Not that it's going to be a soon thing, but you're always thinking about getting to the quadruple tech or triple tech situation if you're playing Fangs, so definitely a consideration for like, should you commit to this line or not, is what techs we have on the bar. And this is more suited to like Fang spawning from forts, or just like, playing a standard defensive board and clicking Ignite at some point to solve a certain problem your opponent has presented to you. Looks like he's just going full into Fangs.
Ignite really solid against, something like a Wraith or a, Scorpion, those sorts of things. Especially if you can get to the point where, my Ignite out-heals or out-damages your healing. So that, somebody who's running a healing tech instead of an armor tech is just posed. But it's definitely not what you wanted to see into Mustangs. Since you're going to be in a head-to-head with a Mustang at some point, you're going to need to get through it. And the way to do that would be a armor piercing. That's the tech choice that Tim is talking about here. And I know Sacco has labbed this out a whole bunch of times, and obviously the AP is the correct choice for the Fang gamer.
Yeah, again, to be clear, it's a good choice, Ignite, if you're only going to play around low-level Fangs, but if you're ever willing to take the high-level Fang drop, I think you're very sad if you don't have AP on the bar instead. And there is things that are not Mustang items. That's pretty good for Suri. Also things that are Rhino items. Also great for Suri.
Would you like heavy armor?
Let's just go for heavy on his Rhino.
On a Rhino, yep.
Does have armor on the bar, of course. So I expect probably what Suri is going to do is some sort of tempo armor play. Maybe not on this Rhino particularly, but definitely you assume that you clicked range and your opponent is about to click as many Mustangs as can fit on their board. In most cases. Maybe not every time, but at least very soon we'll probably see something to that effect. So probably the way that Suri is able to win the game from here, in my eyes, is via some sort of armor tempo shenanigans, or get a fort drop on 5. That's always an option. So Bearlike is kind to him and gives him 2 level 1 forts on 5. He is maybe not in a bad spot. If there's no fort drop, he is in a much worse spot. Fang at the moments, I would say, is so weak that you can even like not respond to it and still win. So for that reason, you might not see Arbiter actually commit super hard against Fangs here. Buying a bunch of Mustangs that are perhaps weak to armor. Oh, he even goes for it for unlock. Wow. So this actually bars Suri from getting that and forces him to do it himself, right? So neither player is giant spec, but both players want the fort. And he also knows, of course, that the Rhino is happening this turn, and correctly assumes that it is on his weak side.
Yep, just like we saw Flower Fairy
extremely common at the moments.
And
yeah.
You've got the absorption module on it to punch through it. We're going to take our time. Now, of course, Absorb Fort is probably the thing that Ignite is going to be best against. So that conversation has changed a little bit. And heavy armor Rhino able to punch through the fort with the backup of the Fangs behind. In fact, that thing is still alive, barely. It's going to get into the tower. And we've got the Mustangs sort of trapped in the oil. But now we're trapping our own Fangs in the oil. That's almost even worse for Suri.
Yeah, well, nice turn from Suri against the Absorb Fort. Obviously good read from Arbiter that that's going to happen, but maybe you don't expect there to be like 4 Fangs, or I guess one was already there, 3 Fangs and the Rhino and the Heavy on that side. That's a little bit too much to kill. That's okay.
Suri clicks that melting point so quickly, I don't even get art. He's clicked that before the art has loaded in.
Yeah, that's a bug we've been seeing fairly frequently in Spectator recently.
No, I love it.
I'm not really sure why.
Oh, it's because the display changes from the selected to the unselected, and the art load was coming into the other. It's going into the previous instance of the card, so it doesn't come into this.
None of these things are particularly exciting here if you're Arbiter. I guess maybe the best is the Typhoon, but probably you just take it and sell it most of the time. Typhoon is not exceptional in Defang. It is like kind of a good tank, like it can just beat this left side by itself, which is like, I don't know, it's cool, I guess. Maybe. Probably we're just selling it and buying forts though. Also a very weird board state that we found ourselves in here, because historically, where Melter got nerfed a bunch of times HP wise, it was about a 50-50 before unit drops existed for like whether or not Melter or Fortress was better to mirror against Fangs. But I certainly have never seen Melter Fang as a comp.
Yeah,
like sometimes you see a Melter Mustang as the Fang Fort defense, but usually you just see Fort Stang in the modern day.
right.
And now we're seeing Melter Fang, which is just total bizarreness.
Melter Fang versus Fort Mustang. Let's go.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about that one. That's pretty weird. Also, there's not more melters being unlocked, so maybe that's a bit of a tell that Suri is just using this for tempo, just trying to use the beta response perhaps, doesn't actually care about going into melter. That would make sense, I guess. He does have Ignite too.
He also took Ignite, right? So he's got his giant answer even without his melter. Although obviously it's going to take a while, but both sides have towers
sometimes
debuffed.
Ignite looks rather good. Like, Ignite definitively is worse versus bubbles than AP, there's no question about that, so at a certain point you're very, very sad to be Ignite, and particularly you're extremely sad once any Photon comes out, or Farseer Photon. Which actually, did Arbiter take the Farseer? I guess that's a consideration for him.
It could have been, yeah.
Versus the Ignite bar.
Do wonder,
the Typhoon, actually.
Do wonder what he has on the bar. I did win a game recently because opponent just did not even conceive that I might run Farseer Photon as part of my defense.
Yeah, that does not get clicked very often.
It doesn't, no.
Sometimes people may discount it.
Yep. Portable shield.
Well, shield is much nicer for Suri than it is for Arbiter, because Suri is not against Ignite, and Arbiter is. Does not care, though. Ignite does actually deal damage directly to health, by the way. Oh, he sells out of the right fort. That's kind of nice for Suri. Gets the right fort to be sold. Does go further into Melter.
And throws down the EMP barrage. He's aware of the weakness of Ignite against the barriers, and 2 different units on the board that could have gone barrier for Forgotten Arbiter. You also see these very brief mobile beacons from Rat. From Suri. He's changing facing of units to make sure they engage with places that he wants covered. So, for example, he's faced this crawler or parts of this crawler pack to cover that bottom left corner in case something shows up down there. If Forgotten Arbiter deploys something down there, he's got that covered. If Forgotten Arbiter does not, the crawlers have rotated back to the main fight before the battle's even started. So it's all good.
Kind of interesting that Arbiter does not care about addressing this right side. Maybe he's just planning on porting the tower. Also, Arbiter takes all of his actions in the last like 10 seconds, so if you're wondering why is Arbiter not done XYZ yet, that's because he just is like me and never takes his turn until the very end, so we may not even see some of his actions because it gets done at the very end. It looks like this tower is still level 2, so we've chosen that this is just not very relevant. It looks like that is correct. It's not very relevant. So great read from him. The left side does win in the time frame allotted. The debuff happens, and yeah, history didn't have that round will play out from Arbiter. And there is, I believe, the Giga Mustang left alive in here. Yeah, the Giga Mustang should kill pretty much the whole board. Also, I want to say it's not obvious, especially if you're not well acquainted with how this matchup is supposed to play out. But basically, the way this matchup works in modern day back to Ball Fang versus Mustang is that Mustang wins by an enormous margin, which may bait you into like exclusively buying Mustangs in some cases because it is such a hard win when you're buying them. But also, if you buy exclusively Mustangs, you're exceptionally weak to just armor, right? Which is probably why we do not see Arbiter commit into a really, really large amount of Mustangs and instead commit into more fortresses and commit to Bubble. That's his answer to the Fang DPS and the Ignite.
I lost to Monks on exactly that play. you went armor after I had overcommitted to the Mustangs.
Yeah, so Arbiter's intentionally avoiding overcommitting to Mustang, even though it does win insanely hard against Fang at moments.
Yep.
Is the takeaway from that. So, yes, he could build Mustangs. Yes, it would win. But also, yes, it's exceptionally vulnerable to something that could happen very, very easily.
And it's not even like that's an expensive thing for Suri to do. He's got armor enhancement. He's on the Rhino. He's got Rhino unlocked already. He can drop them down for relatively cheap. And they're going to tank the Typhoon. They're going to tank the Mustangs.
Yeah, definitely. And there is the Giga Mustang that has 269 hits, so it's like, you know, it's not just going to be fully stopping the board if Suri were to go armor here, so I don't hate it if Arbiter wants to, like, totally disrespect the possibility of armor, given that that's in the board, especially if, like, more damage items get dropped, right? Like, it's just, it's super dooms if you go the armor route, but assuming that does not happen, even just the one Mustang probably will be enough to kill whatever amount of Rhino gets dropped in the board. Unless they're like all recruited blue or something, which would be a pretty extreme investment into tempo.
Huge tempo, yeah. So it looks like Suri kind of correctly reading the idea that there might be another fort out here. Throws down another melter. Got all of the anti-bubble EMP shields, but he really needs to clear the crawler chaff. That seemed to be the problem last round in terms of this late surviving melter was locked on it. And again, the AP on Fangs instead of Ignite might have helped him clear the crawler chaff. This round it looks like it's going well. Power debuff came in at a good time. It's certainly much better than it was.
Mostly a debuff stuff.
Yeah.
But the Giga Mustang is still alive, so it's pretty likely to just kill the entire board by itself.
Danger. Danger, Will Robinson.
Yeah, looks like that's probably going to count to play out. They eventually do towers, so I will probably do it. Melters are really squishy. They're just really squishy, so that's also the reason that you're allowed to just like exclusively the Mustangs unless they armor is because Melter can't tank Mustangs. Not that it really could in the first place, honestly. I've killed plenty of Melters just Mustangs, but especially current Melter that has also Ion Beam is happening. Current Melter has almost 31,000 HP, which is just like microscopic for a giant unit.
And apologies to everybody's phone who has activated thinking I am speaking to Siri instead of Suri.
Yeah, they're kind of similar, huh?
Yeah.
Both take the Ion Beam here. The beam is way better for Suri than it is for Arbiter than it is for Suri.
Right.
This is yet another reason that you want to be Fortress many times more than you want to be Melter. My gosh, this Melter unit is terrible. Fortress is insane. He has to buy bubbles, he has to buy anti-bubble tech just to like have a sort of even matchup. His unit has no HP, it stands behind his board. It is just atrocious. There is a reason you do not see Melter Fang. But again, this isn't me saying like this is Suri misplaying, it is what Suri felt forced to do based on the tempo of the game. Because he took the Fang drop, Arbiter took the Mustang drop, that's pretty bad. Arbiter gets the damage item into the leveled Fangs, that's pretty awful. Arbiter unlocks Fort, Melter gets offered, so Suri takes Melter, and here you have what the outcome of all that is. It's really bad if you're in the Suri's spot.
And in particular, Rat can't pivot to the forts because he's, you know, obviously even now he's unlocked stacks, etc. But this absorb module on the highest level fort is going to be just devastating in the Fort View fort. So.
Yeah, I definitely think that's at least a fairly important reason that it's very hard for Suri to ever go for after that. Like that turn where he didn't take the Absorb and instead took the Heavy, which obviously makes the most sense like for that turn on the Rhino.
Right.
Is pretty awful if he ends up needing to pivot to Fort afterwards, so Arbiter choosing to manually unlock Fort that round instead of wait for the drop and go for the Absorb was a pretty impactful choice, I would say.
Yeah, I think that's, as you're saying right now, I think that is the decisive moment of this game. Is unlocking Fort, paying the 200 to ensure that Rat didn't get it as a drop.
Sure.
Rat staying alive, was down under 500 hit points, does have to pretty much win every round from here on out. Gets the win, drops Arbiter to 2808, and that is a lot of Fang level. Holy levels, Batman. You tell us about the drops.
Yeah, that is indeed a lot of Fang levels.
We had 10 levels of Fang level up offered.
Yeah, it's mostly like bubble DPS there, right? Which I think the more important thing is the Arbiter's bubbles don't level, so the Melters...
One of them does.
You probably break at least the right one. They probably don't hit the left one, I don't think. It's a bit RNG, but the Orange Fort bubble definitely will not break. Orange Fort can definitely kill the Melters, while it's obviously quite impactful. But kind of weird. Very weird game state. We've been dropped only health items, which is obviously useless for the Fort player versus the Melter. very good for the Melter versus the Mustang, and yeah, I'm not too sure what happened that last round either. Like, the beam, I'm guessing, killed like every single Mustang somehow, including the Giga Mustang. I think that's the only reason the Arbiter didn't win the game last rounds. Very weird board state overall, though. The RNG has definitely been very weird for both sides. But Arbiter making a great choice here to rebuy this fort. Helps prevent the Melter EMP barrage from killing it. I even like to see it like spaced a little bit further over since he is rebuying it. He might make that adjustment as round comes to an end.
Yeah, so he's sold out of the level 1, rebought it at level 2, is what Time is saying, and that's strengthened the shield bubble, which is pretty important for him.
Yeah, Melter Barrage usually clears level 1 bubble, like 1 Melter, 1 bubble for level 1, but obviously Barrage does not scale and bubble does, so that is why he's choosing to rebuy this. Feels it's pretty important that his bubble's not instantly going down to where this right side does not collapse as hard. I think it's a pretty good read on how you want this round to play out. Power timing is really, really bad for him now.
Why hasn't he addressed that, do you think?
I'm not really sure. I haven't been paying too much attention to this side. It's probably because he thinks it will play out a certain way and something gets added to where it doesn't, or it's just like Knight doing some bad stuff again. I'm not too sure, honestly. I haven't been paying too much attention to this side. It has been like going fairly well for him until this round, so I'm not sure exactly what changed here.
So maybe he made the same read you did, that the Ion was the critical part last round. He did add, I believe he added these this round. The Elite recruited the Mustangs back there and thought that was going to help, but they got locked onto the Rhino. So maybe he even thought he was addressing it in a appropriate way. But
yeah,
that Rhino has just been
well, at this point of the game,
so
we're
much of
at
a
the
problem.
part where Ignite is super strong versus the drops. So the drop is probably a lot worse for Arbiter than it is for Suri. Arbiter does sell the drop, I'm pretty sure. I don't think I see. Yeah, he definitely took the worm and it is sold, so. Probably expect to see him tech his forts or buy more blue forts. Probably at least one's going on this right side over here. Yeah.
Please, yes.
I don't know what changed here, though. I guess it's just these Fang levels.
Yeah, the Fang levels have been getting out of control.
Also very important that he does choose to range the forts here. It's a little weird on this left side because the fort does start so far forward that it won't actually like tank correctly. Like, the idea here is that the fort is no longer tanking the Fangs, and also isn't tanking the Melter whenever you range the fort, because it changes which one's standing behind which. But if you're not walking forward, then that might not actually happen.
Right, the Mustangs...
So basically, high explosive Mustang this round.
Yeah, the Mustangs, in theory, now tank for the fort instead of the other way around. And yeah, HE on the Mustangs will make them more efficient at clearing the crawlers, I would think, which is the first chaff to get through. There's Launcher Overload. That's what I was imagining he needed. At least for protecting his weak side. Yeah, pretty
you click both here.
Yeah, but it's also specifically good against the possibility of the worm drop.
Yeah, I think you always expect Rat takes the worm drop here.
Yeah, yeah.
You definitely assume it's going to be armored and that you need Fort Slab to kill it, so...
Right.
It feels like Forgotten Arbiter's like pretty much having to click one or both of these buttons this turn. Definitely at least Launcher, probably also range for going to click Launcher. So, and suddenly he has damage to kill Melters, so that's also great for him.
2 packs of Fangs from the front side get that tower, even though he's successfully defended the back side of it. Worm
yeah, I was a bit
surprised
this one. That he didn't like missile that or anything.
Right. He couldn't. There was a anti-missile device there.
Oh, I see. By the way, Arbiter has taken it with the Fort Mustang. Definitely makes a lot of sense the game ended this way, but man, it was getting a little close here with the item drops helping out the Melters a lot, and this tower timing on the right, and the Ion Beam. Like, it was a lot closer than you would expect from Suri taking the Fang drop and Arbiter taking the Mustang drop on 3.
Right. Certainly didn't know how that was going to play out by the end of it. And I think what this showed is just how strong Fang gets late game. Winning round 8, winning round 9 after they've, round where he was able to level 10 of them on the same round. He just clicks upgrade all, and to quote Saul Greatman, thank Bear Like for upgrade all. Indeed. Yeah, Fang just hyper scales so well, and that is why as a defender, you need to play into that much more quickly. I'm not saying that Arbiter played it poorly, and that he wins, right? But to respect the Fang with range early is critical for you if you're running into Fang gaming. At whatever MMR you're at, you have to respect the possibility of it. One of the things I've been trying to do lately is disguise my Fang gaming to show up with a kind of sneak through getting one more Fang on the board, and without setting off somebody's alarms. Because they're noticing the big things that I'm adding, not the little chaff. And then all of a sudden it's a Fang carry game. So, Sajsudo wanted to ask if you would answer time. Why didn't Rat consider Fang Shield on that last round? Like, for example, he could sell out of the Sandstorm. Yeah, it's just the Mustang.
Does anything. You just go armor.
The Mustang attack speed
Armor on the Worm instead's a lot better.
Yeah, the Mustang attack speed
it just doesn't have any
fast.
particularly decent breakpoint or anything like that. It's just you're slightly tankier, but it's not really helping. Right. So I think Sako is here. Hello, Sako.
Hello.
Hey, welcome in. How was your day?
I won my first match. This is good.
It is the first.
Off the schneid. Congratulations.
Oh my goodness. I was getting spelled to death, but we survived.
Excellent.
We were wondering. We joined your match when you were 1800 HP, and then you never lost another round. So I guess
it was
that's
double oil Vulcan, and he had a nice ball cheese. I have my left tower open, so he got that. So just a bunch of HP damage, but we prevailed.
Very nice.
That was also the game with the double Gimba Stomp, right?
Yeah, I wasn't managing all the Goomba stomps, but there was stuff flying all over the place. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think Typhoons died, boats died. I don't know. A bunch of stuff. I wasn't paying attention.
Well, actually,
to it
was very deceptively sad from at least the spectator's side. I don't know if that's a visual bug or something that we were observing, but the Vulcan drop is definitely not at all matching its visual indicator, we'll say. Because we were looking at it the whole time and we're like, oh, it's probably going to kill this entire pack of balls. That's pretty insane. And it does nothing. It's very
the
odd.
hitbox is I've never fully labbed it out, but the hitbox, I don't fully understand how it works. But yeah, hitting balls is very hard to do. Hitting wraiths and boats feels a lot easier, but I don't know how you hit a football pack.
I wonder if
it seems impossible.
I wonder if ball has a small hit pack.
That might be the reason. Maybe it's not that Vulcan's that small. Maybe it's just ball is small. Because it's really easy to hit boats and race, like Sako said, so I'm not really sure what the problem is.
Probably the movement too.
Yeah.
Sometimes the balls move weird off the spawn.
Right.
Because they bump into each other, I think, but maybe that's something to do with it.
Yeah.
Well,
congratulations.
How are you feeling in that match versus all those spells?
I felt honestly I was that's the only thing I was worried about. I wasn't too worried about, well, to be honest, I never actually this is the first time I did my boat techs against carry boat techs, and I was a little bit worried. I'm I'm pretty sure you can win with Wasp summoning Wasp Shield against carry boats because the second wave comes in and the boats are useless. So that was I was a bit worried about, but ended up being fine. To just produce the carry boats.
Yeah, that was a pretty interesting matchup. It was pretty similar to that Zemp via Pucci game in the launch tourney finals we were discussing when we were casting it. It's cool to see it play out. I suspected your bar would win, and it did. Although it wasn't clear if it's the bar won or all the money spent on spells won you the game. But either way,
that is
game.
Yes. But it's also similar to, I haven't tested this out, but fort mirrors. I wonder, because I don't run launcher on my forts. Don't tell my opponents. But does Fang production beat launcher range forts? Maybe with Fang Shield. Obviously, it depends on the board. But I wonder if sometimes you can outproduce if you don't have the best techs.
Yeah, I kind of suspect the same thing. I've been contemplating taking off launcher for Fang production, but I'm also a Fang production hater, so it's hard for me to justify.
Fang production is so nasty. If you play Fort Stang, you don't really need Fang production because your Mustang is basically your Fang production, right? Because they chaff for your forts. But on other boards, sometimes it's really not it's very hard to kill a bunch of late Fang shields. That's the problem. You need fire basically.
And by the time you're spawning that third pack of them, or the third production of them, all the fire's gone.
Yeah, that too. Unless you have the war crime Vulcans in the back or something crazy, but
Been seeing some people try that versus conclusions Fang spawning shenanigans. I haven't seen it work that well most of the time, but it's an option certainly.
It is definitely an option. I mean, like, what else do you do? Like, if you go Firestorms, you get AM'd. If you go Mustang, sometimes, like, if you're not fast enough, your Mustangs lock onto the fort, and then your Melter, or whatever your solution is for fort, is useless because it's now shooting Fang Shield. So I think it's a hard problem to solve if you let it get going. Like 7 forts, Fang Shield, Range Shield, like that's probably hard to solve, I think.
Well,
sure, for sure.
I was going to say congratulations. Your win against the 101 knocked them out. And Dilla's win against B-Man had guaranteed that you guys were through. But you guys have finished what we would call the regular season of this tournament at a commanding lead, 335 to 210 from the 201, 190 from the 601. How are you guys feeling going into the sharp end of the tournament?
Oh, of course, we're feeling very good. Like, basically, we don't drop any matches except if you count my matches. Sometimes they drop, but we're feeling really good. Feeling really confident. Unfortunately, 101 is out as well, but should be exciting finals.
I'm really looking forward to the finals. That should be a ton of fun. We've been talking with all of the different teams about how they run their coaching and their calls. So what are you guys doing? Like, how does your, for example, you're playing Jer Player. Did you have the whole team in the booth? Do you have half the team? And what does that kind of communication look like or sound like?
Yeah, for my games, I don't do hive minding because I can't focus. I need to just mute up, blast music, and play the video game. But Arbiter, what do you call it? Usually hive minds with the rest of us, right. Like whoever is available.
Right.
Like just for this match that passed, we were in the call. But Dillo, I think Dillo also, he mutes up. Zillag mutes up as well.
Okay. So different players with different preferences, etc.
Yeah, like with Arbiter, we usually do this even like not in tournament matches, just like backseat, and we're kind of used to this. I guess like playstyle.
Yep.
He's also used to me trolling him in call.
we're trolling too. We're like, yo, we take the fangs. We take the fangs that match. I don't know why Siri took the fangs, but I almost baited Arbiter into fangs.
Oh my god.
Oh, that would have been cool. I'm sad you didn't successfully bait him.
Well, I was like, I said about, I'm like, it's a tourney match. Okay, never mind. Take the stangs. No trolling.
How did you guys come to the decision to unlock the fort? Is on round 4 to drop it? I think blocking out the possibility of a fort drop for Rat on round 5, and we did actually get the unit drop on round 5. So I thought blocking it out on round 4 was critical for you guys. How did you guys make that decision, or whose thought process was that? Was blocking it out part of the thought process, or was it just this is what we need against the Rhino?
It wasn't. There's no thought process of blocking it. Also, I think if Suri's still running the same text, the fort text, like you don't take a fort mirror against Mustang fort also, but like also with Arbiter's fort text, I don't think you're gonna come up ahead. But it was just we want the fort because like that's our end game comm, Mustang fort. It beats Fang, whatever Fang variation that's coming, and there's a Rhino turn, so we kind of put it down. And it was kind of surprising that heavy armor Rhino beats a absorption fortress.
Yep.
Like there's a bunch of Fangs behind really it. Weird. I guess maybe that helps, but yeah, the Rhino owned.
It had like 2 hit points left, but yes, it did.
Yeah. It was a bit surprising, but
have you ever seen Melter Fang as a comp?
It's a comp you do. You don't want to do it, but sometimes you kind of have to because you're like the absorption fort is like broken. Like right. You can't kill that. And I mean, Melter's honestly kind of sad into Fortress, especially Mustang Fortress. But I mean, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. So you kind of have to take the Melter because like, what's the other option? War Factory, and then probably still lose to Absorption Fortress. I don't know.
Very true. Well, I don't want to keep you too long, Sako. Thank you for joining us and giving us a lengthy interview about the game. Very entertaining, very cool game. Thanks so much for being here. Really I think that is all of our matches for the day, right? So
that is.
You want to sign us off, Amaroq?
Our day is complete. We've got the standings. So disqualified in week 1 were the 301, the German team. Disqualified in week 2 were the 401, the Russian team. Disqualified today, the 101, our French team. 3rd place finishing with both Baller and well, let's see. Hold on. Hold up. Okay, I don't even know how this works, actually. In fact, we might need the match director to clarify, since Monkst lost to Zillalag. Cast, Surrey, and Monkst have all lost today. Which means if Monkst was eliminated by that last loss, that would actually put the 601 disqualified. And that was the risk they were taking by not resurrecting Baller to have 4 players available. Right? If Baller loses that final match,
that's a good point.
If Baller loses that final match, then it doesn't matter because Monkst can revive the whole team. But since Monkst lost that final match, it's all 3 of them have lost. Sure. So I do wonder if they are actually disqualified, and I'm seeing an error on the screen. But as it stands at the moment, the 601 are in 3rd place at 190. We'll wait for match direction to confirm. 201 in 2nd place at 210. 501 far and away the best, having scored 150 points today, and bringing them to a total of 335. So had the best day after coming into the day in the lead, and all but guaranteed qualifying as long as somebody won. Dillo achieved that in the very first match. So big congratulations to the 501 team, to the 201 team for scraping it through from 4th place to 2nd with a tremendous day. As B-Man said, they won all 3 weekend tournaments last weekend and have a very strong team. I do think if it comes down to 501 versus 201, that is the classic rivalry, and we'll wait for confirmation on whether the 601 are through or not. Congratulations.
The format for the finals allows the 3rd place team, 1 player only, will process the disqualifications to order of time stamp. So 101 was first. That means 601 is the team.
All right. So we do have a clarification from match direction. I'm not sure if you guys heard that or not, but they process the eliminations in order of disqualification. So the fact that the 101 were eliminated at 15:20 when Sacco finished off Jer Player, and the 601 weren't eliminated till 15:50 when Monkst loses, means that the 601 were still the 3rd place team, and that there is a specific rule set allowing the 3rd place team to have a player in the finals. So that the 601 are through. There's no question there that the rules were unambiguous. I didn't understand that, so I appreciate Match Direction giving us the explanation. Time, thank you so much for joining me for today. I really want to give the shout out to the team captains and the players from all 4 teams. This has been tremendous. From Rooster for making his day available to cast the alternate matches, and he's been doing a great job at packaging those up for YouTube as well. And of course, you can find all of the action from Mechabellum Advanced Group 1 on YouTube or MAG1 Live here on Twitch. Really appreciate you guys joining us. Thanks for everything you do. Yes, win big. Thank you, Time. And thanks to all of you, the viewers. Good night. All right, that's me back to the waiting room. Of course, my stream's still ongoing, but we are off the air officially. How are you doing today, Time? Like, what did you think of all of that?
That was very cool matches. Very, very cool to see a Melter fucking Fang versus Busting for. That's funny.
Yes, shit. That was hilarious.
Very sad spot for Surrey. Cool games though.
Yeah. Sad for Surrey for sure. And like you said, we saw Monkst in defense, and it's very sad. It's just feels wrong.
It does. It definitely does feel wrong.
It'd be like watching Rat play, 8 marksmen and ranged stormcallers or something. Like, wait, who are you, and what have you done with Surrey's computer?
Yeah, I mean, he really does do that. He's been playing standard, so that's actually not far away from reality at all.
Did we ever find out
that is all for me?
Okay.
I'm going to go and play some Factorio DLC.
Ooh.
Oh, actually, S1 Big showed up. Hello.
All right. Hey, S1 Big. How's it going, man?
Yeah, so the third place thing, there are a couple factors that kind of come to mind. One is that 101 did not win a single game.
Right.
And 601 did. So
yeah. I mean,
that's one thing. The next thing is that 601's points far exceed 101's.
Yep, absolutely agreed.
The last thing would be if they were tied, we would process it by timestamp.
Yeah.
Which is the most like unfortunate outcome for competitive equity because they have no control over schedule.
Right.
But we're going to start with the fact that 101 did not win in this round and 601 did.
Okay, got it. That makes good sense. So
makes sense.
You secured your way through by having Monks win a game, even if all 3 players were eliminated. You're still going to have to pay to resurrect them or whatever, however that's working. Okay, that makes good sense to me. I do think a clarification of that, at least tagged for video, clarification in the like when you package this up for YouTube, making sure that that's clear. That here was what the outcome was. That way you don't get complaints about it. The only thing I would say.
I'll throw a post up on the community.
Yep. But also for your audience that aren't part of the community, is the thing I'm thinking. Is like make sure it's in the comments or something. Here's the clarification.
I will update video description as well as mag1.info.
Perfect. That gives you full coverage. All right,
y'all. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you, Time. Enjoy your Factorio.
Peace out. We'll see you later.
All right. Let me check in. I had a message from Kiddo, so I'm going to take a brief moment, run ads, and check in with my kid to see if they got what they needed. So, one moment. We will be back. everybody that saw ads. We are done on call. We are looking at the final results from the tournament this morning, the Asia Elite Tournament. So Pansaman came third after wins over Steelsane and Prince Boji, losing to Miyasim in the finals. Congratulations, well done, Pansaman. Prince Boji through to second place with wins over HD Susauer in the quarterfinals. Lost to Pansaman in the semis and then beat Steelsane in what was effectively the third place match, I think. And Miyasim, who came through the other side of the board, beats Lemonati, beats Armiria, beats Pansaman, and claims the title. So Miyasim, your Weekend Tournament Asia winner. If there is something special about Elite, we would need to find a Miyasim on the board. Maybe there is something interesting about the badges or something. Red hair and blue hair both out on ladder at the moment, and so is Amaroq. Let's go. So we have about 2.5 hours till our next tournament item, which is the European. So plan for the day, we started with our cast of the Asia with Clint Leetwood. Let me give a shout out to Clint. So appreciate those of you who've been around since the very start. It's a long day. We're going to be facing Qui-Gon Jinn today. That's great. So we co-cast with Clint Leetwood for Asia. Plan for the day is that Alpha Titan will be joining me, possibly even doing some coaching over the shoulder during the, during our match, some ladder matches. But plan is that he's going to join me for the Weekend Tournament European. We're going to co-cast that, and then we will both be entering Weekend Tournament Americas. So that is the plan. Stick around. You'll get to see Amaroq in tournament. If you're here at the end of the day, you'll see, well, for right now, I think you're going to see some quick supply sledgies. Let's go, team. What do we want to do? Okay, you also have sledgies. Do I want to do arc lights? Do I want to cheese an air win? You know? What do you guys think? Do we want to throw down a Phoenix? We've got channel point predictions available. Opening up for this one. I guess I've been struggling the last week or so, and Titan pointed out that I should mention to you guys, part of that is I am exploring some different avenues. For example, we're exploring a different set of techs on the Overlord than I would normally run. So playing around with different things. I had been running the full set of 4 carry techs on forts. This guy actually is running the full set of carry techs on forts. Looks like we're going to punch through on the left, not on the right. But we'll, or not forts, on sledges even. Goodness. did pour myself a new coffee. Engaging under tower timing, pretty valuable for us there. And especially once we've got that arc light done for, we're in good shape. Now, he's going to get his marksman specialist. We understand that. That's fine. But I am... Well, that's interesting. ER Storm plus Marksman, or versus Marksman. It's a range war, right? You just let it do its thing? You skip it. I can use this for EMP delivery at long range. I mean, these don't really matter. Is there something we don't want to see? Alright, he's done the kind of obvious, I'll take the shield to prevent you from getting levels, and I'm going to throw down extra marksman on the sledge side, the heavier sledge side where the level 2 sledges are. We still do have some chaff ahead of us. So does he. We're going to need more later arriving, get some bangs up in front of this, and have the sledges play this at longer range, I think. If I'd had that, we'd have marksmen wasting their time on bangs one at a time right now. On the other hand, we're going to win on the right. You might have won your left. We'll win the right. You win the tower. If I get this tower before things go down, I'd love to get this sledge level, please. Thank you. Perfect. All right. I feel good about it. Then we're going to just range the sledges so that we have the extra muscle in between us and them. We're also running those ranged storms in a minute. He's gone for the Mustangs into this. That'll be painful. I thought he was going to go for the Scorpion. I ranged because I thought he was going Scorpion, right? But we've built a much better chaff board, and we are going to need mech rage on the sledges in a minute. But we're going to outrange the sledge, we're going to outrange the Mustangs. It's going to be very expensive for him to fix both of those. Interestingly, I might have messed up. I did exactly a mistake I've talked about before, but my Phoenix has lower range than my sledges, so it's going to be out in front and get shot down by Mustangs. And luckily we have some chaff still arriving. Yeah, we definitely need the definitely need a little better handling of chaff management out there. I was wondering though if the mech rage is going to deal with that for me in a way. If you hadn't guessed the Mustangs on the correct side, this would have gone a lot better, because you would have only had the one marksman that could upshoot. we need about... Well, there's 300 in stuff. I want all of them. I want all of them, but I think I need my range and levels more. In a tempo, I kind of assume he's dropping that thing on me, the EMP somewhere. We'll see if that's a correct read or not. Oh, well, that's unfortunate-ish. Do not want to waste that onto doing 5,000 damage to a shield, but c'est la vie. Right. A little bit better chaff clear, and we're going to be in substantially better shape. Still going to take us a moment. But we fixed our range problem on the left. Our tankiness on the right has been great. Opponent kind of catching up with feeding some levels into Mustangs, and we're down to 1989 hit points. Now we get to add the mech rage. Do we actually want this scorpion or not? Maybe. We're really counting on the mech rage punching through the chaff right now. He has also taken a scorpion. He hasn't ranged it or anything. It's the right choice into my board for sure, but we're going for a strong outside position. He's adding another shield bubble on this side. Thinking on the we don't have shield break version of this board, which is true. We did not a minute ago. It should be better in a spot here. We have much better chaff clear than we did, even if we are wasting shots onto crawlers with this. The real question is, am I going to get a ton of value on popping shields? That would be great. I'd love to see it. It doesn't look like it. On the other hand, we are going to get a lot of value on actually winning the round. Qui-Gon Jinn down to 3540. We're on 1989 And look at those. Look at that beautiful gold phoenix. Love them. Favorites. Heroes that round. A Rhino Assault, so strong, but I think it's probably just make my tanks tankier. Rhino Assault should drop somewhere. Where? I don't know. I'm thinking opponent takes the Rhino drop. Plan there. Wherever it is, we'll have a Phoenix overhead. We took a 30% increase. Do we take another 15? I actually wonder if this might be the turn for something much more like this. Yeah, perfect. There was nothing to shield for other than the Rhino drop. I just want that oil obscuring those Mustangs for 2 rounds if I can. You lost to Rhino, or to Mustang Scorpion. And that is what opponent is trying here as well, although it's not as clean for him. Not as clearly clean. Grizzled Geezer, is the game still being updated? Yes, the game just launched. This is, so you are joining the right stream to find that out, for sure. So welcome in, first time chatter. Today's stream, we streamed the ELITE weekend tournament with in Asia, which was actually won by one of the game developers. So is the game still being updated? Not only is the game still being updated, the developers are still playing at a high level. We then cast the 6 different regions, including French, German, English, Russian, and Chinese-speaking teams that are playing for a, I believe it's $3,000 cash prize tournament. The MAG1 will be, I'm currently playing on ladder against a guy named Qui-Gon Jinn, who's beating me at the moment, but I have hopes, I have plans. Actually, we think that's probably the right call here, isn't it? And we'll be casting another tournament in a bit, which is the Elite European, and then I will be playing in the Elite American. So, is there a decent player base? There are currently 4,000 players online. We are running about 80,000 to 90,000 active players in terms of, like, if you clicked on the leaderboard and you could scroll all the way down, it doesn't list them all. But if you intentionally tank an account to get it down to like 0 MMR, you find out that there's about 80,000 right now actives, and you get about 400 to 500 signing up for tournaments. 2,000 was the prize total for that one, Smack and Cheese. 1,400, 500, and 100 is the original. Yes. So that's the original announced prize pool, but the teams have been meeting certain quotas, etc., that have been adding to the totals. If that makes sense. Right. So the Yes Win Big has been slowly building the overall board, if you will. We needed I needed this crawler to be out here, or this thing. I got too into the discussion. That's okay. That's okay. As long as we are clearing the chaff, we lost this pack. That's a little frustrating, but we still got air over there. The idea was clear the pack quickly, right, and then have this guy outranged. Yeah, I messed this up. I messed this last round up due to coming out to answer the question, but that's okay. GG's. Well played. I think I was not... All right. Yeah, he did good. I felt like we were scaling these guys handily, but I probably needed to take field maintenance at the end. This Phoenix didn't contribute the way I needed it to. I probably needed to loan, but I'd run myself out of... Oh, geezer! Psha. Don't worry about it. Mate, let's... Only exactly, it would have been wrong for me to defeat Qui-Gon Jinn. Exactly. Okay. And just setting a context for you. You know, where are we? We're sitting on. Oh no! I've lost the total. Never mind. I was going to show you, like, hey, you know, I've run a. I've played like, I've got something like 3,000 total wins, but they reset it when they launched the game. So that's wins in this season. There's no all-time win total. We lost our forever stats, but you know, we were part of the Vanguard season. We've been, you know. At any rate, what I'm getting at is, no, win or lose one match does not matter. It's fine. It's fine. And nobody had a bet riding on it, so we'll put up another one. But for a filthy casual, non-tourney, are there enough low MMR? Yes, there are. One of the things as a community we are happy about is, I mean, the game just launched, right? So, you know, it's in a very healthy state. Developers are still actively developing. They've got, I'm actually part of the curator program, so I get to see some things behind the scenes, have some direct interaction with the developers, which is cool as all get out. But in fact, the devs rated us earlier, so I've got part of the audience was OG watching the developer himself play the game, which is cool. But only thing I'm really proud of, the top end is actually very very gentlemanly. There's a really healthy, good quality player base in terms, and by that I'm not talking about, you know, their MMR, but good people. And we've been cultivating that. We've got a guild that's very intentionally, like, you know, let's have good manners. I mean, like, you know, come on now. Like, if you screw back, you know, both the matches that we were watching and the matches that we were, you know, that we played, like, the community is genuinely gentlemanly about it, right? How do you win against early cheese? Okay. Oh, if he's doing that, you just win. Like, you need to shield break the storms, figure out a way to shield break the storms, whatever that is, and let him waste his money. He's buying early round wins for high prices and not leveling the units that could get the job done later. So build a late game. Like, he wants to do this with storms, fine. Build some overlords, right? Like, you're all good there. All right, that was my original plan. Anyways, why did I let myself get distracted off of that? I'm trying and experimenting with a comp that I have not yet run. Experimenting with a comp. Right. That's the whole goal right now. We're doing experiments. It's gonna be great. So, you know, run some more chaff. Let him missile let him missile out the chaff. Just have more. You just need a big enough board. And then pick units that are going to counter the storms, whether that's your own storms from deep, or units that fly. Phoenix might be my choice on that board. You can blow up the ground. Sure, go ahead. Okay, so we have quick supply. We can pick up one of these. We can take advanced shield. Advanced shield. Oh, there's like nothing on his board that breaks a shield, is there? It's just gross. That's just gross. Yeah, you should win that through econ is kind of what the point I'm trying to make there. All right, and we just want to make sure. So here's one of my early cheese answers. Not that I'm facing the same cheese you are, but round 2, I always want to have my, not always, not every match. Last game, I think I had these fangs in position round 3. But the idea there is one of the low-level cheeses, the 500 to 800 MMR cheese, that people, their first one, they're like, oh yeah, is either dropping the crawler in the corner, or dropping dropping a phoenix to get a tower, dropping a wasp to get a tower, and we should be able to. These won't actually win those, but they slow them down so much. And we are gonna do. We're gonna save the money because I had a plan. I have a plan. We're gonna use. Yeah, perfect. You don't have the shield break. Hopefully we have enough damage. Arclights hang out. The sledges, hopefully they get the job done here. So he's got himself stuck on both shields. Those tarantulas do damage, but they do it slowly. Our fangs aren't dying out there. Finally the shield bubble goes down. But by then we punched through out of it on the right, which was kind of the plan. We'd have some. I hoped I'd have both of them survive, but he got enough there. But we've all but leveled this pack of sledges again. So he wins the round, but we've got a whole bunch of. There's definitely a rock, paper, scissors to what you pick at the start. Can I talk about that one at the start of the next game? Are you willing to stick around? Like, a game takes 15 minutes, and I usually run, it's about 15 to 20 minutes, and then I run a 90-second ad break while I'm off. But I can probably forego this one. I think I have enough time to forego it and like have people miss round 1, and I'll just talk about that while we're matchmaking and as we're doing the first part of the match. What do we want? Okay, I want to make sure he doesn't get a Farseer drop later. So I'm going to put my Farseer back here. It's also very tanky. So in this game, a marksman was very good against my sledgehammers. So he got a great drop there. And Tarantula Crawler generally beats the Sledgehammer pack. So the plan is, the way this is supposed to have gone, Batsay should have won both of these rounds. That's why I started with more hit points than he did. So in theory, I should be losing hit points. He should be, and eventually I should stabilize below him, but before I'm out of the game, if that makes sense. Here's what we wanted to do, though. I wanted to see if I could get you guys. Oh, I don't have enough time. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so he's just gone. He's added the scorpions. That's fine. So we're glad we have these fangs up front. That's what we needed. The healing sledges doesn't help, but he's into 2 different things that are bad against what I'm actually planning to do to him. And he didn't take the Farseer. So Farseer is really good against what I'm planning to run because it's a unit that can shoot both air and ground and can give electromagnetic explosion to both air and ground. His scorpions can't shoot air. His tarantulas actually have anti-aircraft ammunition. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Well, nobody does that. Perhaps you know what you're doing. Oh, that's okay. I'm still going to commit into it. We're still going air. So, but you can see he's not winning these rounds hard, right? We're down to 3,500, but that's acceptable losses, let's say. Oh, goodness. Yes, but also yes. Do we want better econ for the long term? This is going to be a long game, right? We're playing from standard. It's not going to be a long finish. We saved money too. So we actually have a better round than he does. He's going to be down econ. Okay, we are actually stronger on this side than on this side, even though it looks the other way around. I want you guys up here-ish, I think. So I've never played this comp at all. I've literally never played this. It's a theoretical, this is how I wanted to try something. Okay, we've got to protect this guy up the middle. The hope is we're going to get enough value. I mean, we've thrown down super supply, so if this game goes long, we win. And he didn't. So he's now in the I need to win quickly. We didn't even loan for this to like... He's got to be sitting there going, wait, he took super supply and had... Yeah, you took super supply and you dropped the 2 giants on me. Like, what are you even? How did you even do that? How could you afford that? Oh, he gets subsidized Mustang. Ouch. Well. All right. Okay. We absolutely, mandatory choice. We have to do this, I think, because he just keeps getting deleted by that. We're going to do that and that. I think we do here. I think we add another one. You just die, right? 12, 20. Don't feed him XP. Okay. So I was debating there whether or not we were going to feed opponent experience or not. We're going to take extra damage. But right now, opponent is kind of winning on a chaff issue for us. But we are in the, I think, the long-term scaling comp. He did take the Mustangs, which was a good call for him. That's why we didn't take the Wasps, if you were asking about that. Is that enough? Did we stabilize or did we lose? It's enough! Oh my god, GG's. Well then. I should have waved off when he got the Scorpion? No. This was right. It was the Mustang. Is it the Mustang that cost us? No, he just It's not even a Mustang drop. He just elite recruited 3 of them. He just makes the right play. He's already got the Scorpion, so he winds up... I've almost like baited him into Scorp Stang, which was a mistake. Arturius, yes. Hacker for Mines is solid. I was trying to run a different comp that was going to result in the Overlords up top with Overlord Artillery, taking out the mines as they come in, and ranged HE. But I just didn't have enough time to get it scaling. Ranging the arc lights might have been a mistake. I should have put the 300 onto... Alright, let's save this. So one of the cool things this game does, Grizzled Geezer, one of the cool things is that you can always go back into... Oh, sorry. Okay, you have to leave the fight before you can go do this, but you can always check something out. Oh, you're coming. Oh, good, good, good. Hello, kiddo. I finished my thing and was offering to come drop it off, but Mama didn't text me back, so... So you are off to Renver. Oh, and you look great. I said, and you look great. I did. I saw you walk past. But Grizzled Geezer, one of the cool things you can do is go grab a round. And so I'm just figuring out what was the right play, assuming he was going to take the subsidized Stangs, right? Which he did. He didn't even think about it. So what was the right play to take over Amaroq's seat and play that out? Bye-bye, have lots of fun! Oh, sure. Julio. Yeah? So, what do I actually want? Maybe I want none of these. Maybe what we want is... Try that. And then we'll triple. So we still need... We need you. And we're just going to run... I mean, these guys die, though, right? They just die to the Mustangs. I don't think it helps. I don't think it gets us there. I just want to see, against what he did, what was my right choice? Do these actually handle the mines the way that I'm imagining they will? They kind of do. They kind of do. He's still got all of his Mustangs? He's still got all his Mustangs. But we're doing a lot better on this side, aren't we? Now he's targeting us. But Wasps into this was the wrong play, so I can't do that. Yeah. We had 1,800, right? So we lost from 1,800, I think. But this, we're only losing 800, 1,000. So we'd have still been alive with double-teched Overlord. And since we know it wins the left, we can throw the double-techs on the right. So, okay, so I'm right that it wins. I'm just wrong about how I played it. Okay, cool. We will take our time, since we went to do this, that it is really cool, and ideally, you don't even have to change your last turn. You could find out, wait, 2 rounds earlier, what would I do? And they've been building to that feature for a while, because one of the fun things is you can go get that from all sorts of other games. So you asked if do you have to play against the AI? Like what if you're not finding the right player to challenge against whatever? You can go find, and like you'll recognize these people. I know who Void Insanity is and how he plays. I know who Surpar is and how he plays, right? Because I've been doing these tournament casts. You might even find an Amaroq challenge in there at some point. Oh, OnlyFangs, HD Susauer. So and then you might be sitting there going, oh, I have no idea who this is, so maybe this is a lower level player. So Austria's Prince I've never heard of. These folks. So like some of these folks might not be big names. Like Dead Star is getting their very first challenge, right? Whoever that is. So but you can jump into it, and I do know who that is. Never mind. So you could jump into it, and it's exactly what you just saw, but it's a specific board from a tournament. They'll have different things that are telling you, like, this is how hard this one is, this is how big this one is. So, like, this is a vast map. It's late game. There's a huge set of things on it, and figuring out, how would I have beat this board, right? How could I change this board around? I'm facing Rat, like, let me come up against one of Rat's boards and see how I would have stopped him. How would I have stopped Shiroha here? Like, in tourney, high difficulty, like, vast map. Like, what is the right play on these crazy boards? So you can actually test out some situations that you wouldn't have tested out normally, and seen. So and that works exactly the same as what you just saw with playing the replay. These are marked expired because they are from a previous patch. I just haven't cleaned up. I'm supposed to go through and clean those up, but it will eventually auto move them out of the folder. So if I just jumped into the folder and I run everything except who did we just play? Batsay. Okay. So I'm just going to push all those back into the other into my expired folder. Okay. So you wanted to talk. I think I'm going to run my ad now real quick, and then we'll have you I'll answer your question in a moment right after, to talk about the opening matchups. So I'm gonna wait. I won't matchmake until we're back from ad. I'm just gonna grab a drink of water. You won't miss a thing. Yes, indeed. We wanted to talk about rock, paper, scissors for grizzled geezer. Hello, Baller. Welcome in. See, you won the game I cast, and then what? Lost the next game I didn't? The Amaroq earthquake. Yeah, I think I've loosened this thing, and it actually bumps against my when I sit down, it bumps against it. Yeah, see, there it is. It's like, yeah, it's bump, bump, bump. All right, earthquakes are over. I mean, I live in California. We get earthquakes all the time, right? That's the whole thing. Amaroq's I actually am. I'm a fortress. The ground shakes when I'm in. No, I've lost enough weight that is no longer true. I used to weigh an embarrassingly large number, but I mean, and I guess embarrassing for me. There's probably people who've been worse. All right, we are back. Welcome back, Grizzled Geezer. We're going to start matchmaking for you, and then we will talk about the matchup. So there's I think there are 14 different starting specialists in the game. So overall specialists. So, for example, then each of them has a different benefit. So supply specialist gains an extra 50 cost each day, each turn, each round. The giant specialist gets free unlocks of all giants. Okay, we're going to get our choices. Now, of the 14, we know that our opponent does not see the ones that we do, right? So if I see, for example, maybe I have a strategy in mind and it would be broken if my opponent was Typhoon Specialist, but I'm like, oh, wait, if I know that my opponent doesn't have Typhoon Specialist offered, this is great. Each of them, the hit points differ based on the specialist, the units, and the choice. So different ones have different hit points. And this set of unit pairings, each pack of unit pairings is only offered once. So if I saw Crawler, Stormcaller, I know that my opponent could have seen crawlers with tarantulas or crawlers with sledgehammer or, crawlers with whatever. But I know that my opponent will not have seen both crawlers and storms. He could have seen storms with fangs. He could have seen storms with, you know, arc lights or something. I don't even remember if that's actually a thing. But, so yeah, you're playing some rock, paper, scissors there. And then you're kind of looking for what are the combinations that work for my thing. So, like, this speed specialist is generally an attack formation specialist. He has also taken Farseer, Crawler, Tarantula, so I'm absolutely expecting Bongo to be attacking somewhere. So what we are going to do, we're going to set up for a defense that allows us to make use of our speed. Actually, you know what? Screw it. We're going to use this as our defense. So, in the rock, paper, scissors, I know that the Stormcaller is going to be good against the Tarantula, bad against the Crawlers as long as they're moving at full speed. I didn't take something that will kill all of his Crawlers. What I did instead was try to run something fast towards his tower, because if I can get his tower, and I presume you saw this on the other game, if I can get his tower, his units are debuffed, his Crawlers are slowed down. So the hope there was to get everything in, quote, under the guns and slowed down. This will work too if you want to just stand there and get shot. Hitting that would be perfect for keeping these guys alive a little bit longer, letting them do some more damage. You being able to take out this guy while he's taking extra damage, not quite, but he's out of tarantulas. Yeah, this might not have ended the way we wanted it to. That's fine. So that's the rock, paper, scissors. We guessed a little bit wrong, but then everything after that is also rock, paper, scissors. What's he going to take? What am I going to take? But every other option that you have from then on, you know, so these were, the specialist was guaranteed to be different, and the units were guaranteed to be different. From then on, every choice you and your opponent see is exactly the same. So I know he's choosing from these same four, and I know what everything is known. Like, I know what his, you know, unit availability choices are. We have the same. There's no different factions that are radically different from each other that require you to play the game in totally different ways. I like the idea of an underground threat. We need an arc light because that's the correct answer to clearing his Crawlers. We kind of assume he is also going to have some Crawlers. If we wind up in a Crawler versus Crawler fight, I'm going to take the extra hit points. So ours are a little bit tougher than his are. That changes a breakpoint, so they have to attack me 5 times to get a kill. I only have to attack them 4 times to get a kill. I'm going to take speed so that if he's playing the same thing on me, I get to his towers just a little bit before he gets to mine. So let's see what he's done. Okay, so did he take any of those? He didn't, so we should win the head-to-head out here. We should come out with some Crawlers surviving that. And if we're lucky, they come out and have enough to actually survive against these guys as well. It's a little bit late, though. They don't get the round because they have... it takes us a minute to get that tower. Well, we're going to get the second tower. That would be perfect. Thank you, guys. Nice work. We still have some crawlers alive. He's still debuffed. We're actually, during this debuff, we're fast enough to drive away. This is hilarious. Oh. We were fast enough to drive away. If they weren't so stupid as to turn and fire. Yeah, this is not there is flying versus ground pounders or anything like that. And Mr. Quackums does say, okay, except for Elite Spec. Elite Spec allows you to play level 2 units instead of level 1 units, which is all handy. I actually think I really like Typhoon in this board, and I want to sell out of things like that now. Liking Typhoon. We're eventually going to sell out of these, and you know what? Actually, let's do this. So we talked about the cheese and protecting it with a fang. This position will set it up so that this guy goes up to fight here or back to fight here. Same for these guys. They would head up to the corner or back. But they'll split, which is kind of the neat thing. So that's what I'm going for there. Please split if you need to. We're going to put somebody out there on the flank. I think I'm happy with this. He's got his Farseer, which is the missile unit. So if he's wise, he puts his Farseer in the back corner and it protects against the flank. But we'll see. Yeah, he does. Okay, so he covers the flank on the same round we dropped it. He also dropped the Rhinos, which I am happy to see. Love that. You put me into one of my favorite comps. Congratulations. That was a mistake, but that's okay. It's definitely going to win this round, and this is a lot of tempo. So the way that damage works, the level 1 sell price of a unit is dealt to the hit point bar as damage. So 2, 4, 6, 8, you know, this thing's worth 3, so that was just a ton of damage. I cannot afford to lose that like that frequently. We are going to bring you back somewhere else, anywhere else. Put you here. I'll draw both of those in. We'll have you and you. And I think we'll let them have a range to start. And it's probably better if I add... So the Typhoon is a pew-pew-pew sort of unit. It's attack every 0.2 of a second. So I'm just going to give it the 12% increase to attack. So it goes from 88 to 98. Just to make sure I'm dealing my damage a little more quickly. I want everything pulled in and these guys locking on them. More units should have minimum range, it's true. It's so true. He has dropped a missile on me. He hits the Stormcallers. It's all well and good. He needs to push this game to end quickly. We need to... He's actually... He drops it where he wanted it and then kind of... Maybe he's encouraging they didn't move, but at least one of them moved out of it. And he sold out of the Rhinos. The Rhino on this side. He's got the Rhino on the other side. But we're alright with this plan. Because these steel balls are very tough. They're very good at killing the tarantulas. So you can see we've beaten the 2 Rhinos. Now we're beating the tarantulas on this side. And we've still got some Typhoons and steel balls alive. The steel balls will level. That's going to make them a lot harder to kill. And the opponent still wants to come target them. Unfortunately, we've been shot down. Hello, Carcane. Live for 5 hours. I am planning a 16-hour stream today. That is the plan. Then I am planning to sleep tomorrow. 16 hours of stream, 16 hours of sleep. That's the plan, Baller. That is the plan. Goodness. Did it just give me the... It's like building the comp for me. Yeah, crazy, man. Exactly. The game is just building the comp here. Let's go. We wanted to sell out of you, right? For more of you? It's a long day. Make sure I did. I literally got up and went to grab some water just a moment ago. Love that. Without missing out my storms, things should be a lot better. We're not relying on the storms as single target anymore, so they become a chaff clear. Don't do that. You want this guy to be the chaff clear, not this guy. Meh, that's probably alright. Hello, Dorgon. Can't believe you're concerned about water, Carcane. It's a real concern isn't water, it's coffee. Is my door gone? No, my door keeps opening and closing, right? Remember, you're not the youngest man. It's true, Dorgon. I am no longer the youngest man. Yep, opponent took the marksman because they thought that was going to be good against the steel balls. It almost was. Now we're getting it working. My worries from talking for 16 hours. Yes, thank you. I did actually have that problem when I did the weekend anniversary stream. The anniversary stream was like 12 plus, and then the weekend tournaments was like another 12 plus, and like that definitely cost me for sure. It's round 6. I'll take the super supply. That was probably dumb, but hey, he's fine. What could possibly go wrong? And this guy up the middle. Give you guys how much are we doing here? We actually kind of get into the fight sometimes, don't we? Hold on. How are we doing on that flank? It seems to be going pretty well. We minus 100 next round. Okay, this is cool. That's acceptable losses. Let's go. Do want to turn it around. Is a tarantula just a big bait? I kind of think so. Yeah, I definitely think it is. Oh, fizzling this side out, okay. We created a lot of units really deep into that side. He's added the scorpions. Scorpions aren't getting it done against the steel balls. They did eventually get it done against the forts over there. That is GG's. It did not work. I should have sold this. Should have sold you. You were contraindicated the moment he had the Farseer. Alright. Still not able to make this Overlord work. We are continuing to gift MMR away. We have been on a huge losing streak, but again, it's a little bit intentional. I am thinking about it on purpose to try and experiment with some new things. So, obviously we've won plenty back in the day. We have lots of good weeks. This has not been it, but we're trying to learn and figure out what we can do differently. So we're down 69 right now. Learn from defeat, right? Apologies to everybody who bet on... Oh hey, I didn't even put a bet up on that one. Yes, we're down exactly 69. There you go. Family friendly or not, here we are. Yeah, that was where that mistake was, wasn't it? Sorry, Edgeback. I was relying them on it as the chaff clear. Maybe I should have mech raged them or missiled them. I think it might even be missile, because I think the missile arrives right around the time that the mines do, and they blow up the mine. Interesting. Yeah. Alright, there's our record for the day. Let's keep going. We'll turn it around. So, for those of you wondering, what the heck is Amaroq cooking right now? I am trying to figure out if there's a way to make standard Overlord work. So... And of course, since we have the higher MMR, we're... Okay, there is a matchmaking thing going on here that's worth pointing out to Grizzled Geezer if you're still listening. there is, when you're in a losing streak, you get matched against players who have a lower MMR than you. Because they have a lower MMR than you, in theory, you should win. Also, in theory, you should I think we're going to take this. Fire's good. I kind of like these two. Yeah, this deep rumble is like the... Something keeps bump. It's like I'm bumping the thing it's on. It's really frustrating. Almost. Okay, let's see if we can mute that. Know what that one is. This board just screams unlock an Arclight and play from standard. Don't do anything too dumb. And the reason for that is the we're actually going to do even right. This is right. I think I want you here. All right, so let's see if we've gotten our stuff fixed, so we're not bumping it around so much. We might have a better... Hello, Titan. How are you? Welcome in. Oh, 501 got through the MAG1, so in first place, no less. And we're on a... How do you put this? There you go. That's how well we're doing today. But opponent is in a... Doesn't opponent just die to the Wraith? Goodness. Hello. I mean, your Mustangs just don't kill it, right? Nice, 501 strong. Exactly. I want to make this a little bit longer term, like that. Or do I just come out on the corner? I come out on the corner here. Let you. We're gonna let you. Give it everything even more hit points. Alright, you're gonna try that. That's fine. We're here for you. We have Wraith for destroy everythings, please. "99% of Mechbellum players quit before winning their MMR back." Oh my god, it's true. No, it is not true. Ah, he won this round. That's no fair. Absolute cheats. Hacksaws for sure. Oh, you went anti-missile already? Oh, brother. This is gonna hurt. I am happy to commit to the Wraith at that point. Let's add some damage dealing. Oh, you've added a bubble. Okay, the bubble's not half bad. And it's anti-air now. Okay. So we have you into 2 of the wrong techs for Carry Mustang, right? Do we just have more efficient Mustangs now? Is that what we do? There you are, MAG1 info. Updated with the standings. How are you doing, Miss Winbig? Welcome in. This is hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. We've got him in anti-missile, anti-air on round 3. I think we just Mustang mirror now, right? Literally. With Mustang prod, because we're going to go to the... I think this is fine. We're into more efficient Mustangs, sir. We need to protect these guys from this one. Protect from Scorpion. He's fine. Why did those Mustangs have AM? Because we started with 2, yes, count them, 2 whole, not, 2 whole Stormcallers. Ish. Hello, worm. Well, we've got 2 towers already. No, he has AA because we had the 2 wraiths on the line, so it definitely looked like he needed wraiths as well. He's a wizard, exactly. Yeah, they did. They did. Oh, perfect. Hey, look. These guys did 21,000 damage. Fine, you can have a thingy too. So I'm expecting him to missile this, right? So that's why the Mustangs follow along behind and attack. And if he is mobile beaconing this one again, we've got the fort with launcher overload over there, which is what we needed. He didn't even missile it out. He's dropped a arc light in the way instead. $20K, 21K, exactly. Exactly. Sir, your comp might have a problem. Do you know what the problem is and how to fix it? I mean, okay, now we just have 300 cost forts, and it's a very different problem that he's got. Let's keep giving him problems. Who wants to make Mustangs? You're going to survive the longest, right? I think we sell... Wait a sec. Nah. Sell? Why would we sell anything? You're doing great, Amaroq. Just keep the pressure on. You've taken a second Mustang production? I mean, okay. It could work too. Lone range speed? Lone range speed. We can't missile. Don't waste a missile. Just hold on to the monies. Alright. Oh, you have Vulcans. Well, thank you, sir. It's fine. In a moment, we will have not dying to fire as attack. It'll be fine. You didn't see what the other choices were because you had paused laughing at that point. Yeah, I mean, we had double efficient manufacturing. It's been fine. We haven't even gotten to meme with our ER steel balls yet. 300 cost supports. What am I going to do? Say no? I don't want bad manners here. Yo, Zach. Welcome in. How you doing? Ready for your elite tournament? You are entering Europe, I understand? I decided I will enter the Americas. Indeed I am. Very nice. We just played through a game where opponent took anti-missile on round 2 and anti-air on round 3 for his Mustangs. It did not work. It did not. Let me rephrase that. It worked for us. It did not work for him. He said it. You tried to aggro and it was bad, and yeah, that's fair, I guess. We have mastered up against Master Chief. Master Chaff? Master Chaff? Channel point prediction is up for us against Master Chafe. Can we keep up the streak? Yes, no? Let's find out. Have we fallen to the point that it's going to stabilize? You almost got to 1200. So did I, Toast. So did I. Okay, to be fair, I was still over 14, but you know. Okay, I guess I'll play the cost control pack. I really wasn't sure. Oh, you two, there we go. Good manners. Sigh. We're going to be playing the tarantula stuff again. Okay, we're just going to hack the crack out of it, right? That's the plan. Hack the living crack out of it. So, how are we going to do that? We're going to go with vertical sledge, ahead of hacker spots. We're going to guess that you're on a side. We're going to have our anti-air slightly spread so that they're not targeting the same things the hackers do. And okay, how about a late arrival here? Oh, we are cost efficient. Yes, we are. Cost control. We have weak units. He is quick supplied. So I'm expecting like a 4 tarantula. Yeah, perfect. So I was expecting a 4 tarantula start. I managed to guess the wrong side, but we're going to get some value for the marksmans. Yes, indeed. We have corpse spec versus cute spec. That round went poorly for us. We're hoping he goes to mines on round 3. We're planning on him going mines on round 3. What are we doing? What are we doing, guys? This round hurts, for sure. And drops us to 38. Yeah, 3,800 apiece. What's the play for cost control? Just swarm. It's actually mid-game. You are strongest in the mid-game. Oh my silliness. Holy silliness. Holy silliness. Holy silliness, Batman. Sir. Sir, I have for you a delivery. Wait, hold up. Hold up. Each of them does 15,000 damage. The tarantula has 15,631. Yeah. It might be. Oh, boom. Literally. I can afford to do this all day, buddy. I can literally afford to do this all day. The melter goes with the rest of the comp, right? You know, we bait him into 4 bubbles or anti-missiles or whatever. Right? Like, it's... And then we wind up in our hacker. Where is it? There you are. Here's the missile. Why you didn't put it on your haste module one, I'm never gonna know. Oh, we know. We know the mines are coming. Way to melt that, buddy. You were a very good melter there. You are the best at melting chaff. Very good. Very good work. Keep them off, yeah. Perfect. That level. Come on, get the level. Thank you. Nice. Alright. Angry specialist. Your units. That's brilliant. Well, hello. You can't shield this one, right? Just hit it. Yep, there's the mines. That was great. Those two blew each other up. I saw that. It was great. It made me laugh, says. More text, right? Yeah, text for something. Sure. I think we might actually need more chaff clear. Opponent, gentleman, not stream sniping confirmed. Overlord's on the wrong side to protect against that fellow. This fellow, hustle, get there. Please get there faster. Kaboom's just barely in time. Let's go. A boat on top of the marksman's. So we'll throw down AA probably for the marksman's. That's why we haven't sold them, even though they're kind of contraindicated with the hackers, right? And it's good for him if it survives its damage, right? So. Oh, it was just a call-in boat? It was literally just a call-in boat. Okay. Fine. User. I think you go away. I actually feel like, are we losing on chaff clear right now? I think we are. I feel like we are losing on chaff clear right now. Let's have some chaff clear, shall we? Alright. I think we need to mech rage the tanks to probably drop something here so that mines blow each other up. Yep, there are boats now. There's real boats now. Oh, you've got head-to-head better crawlers. Fair enough. I approve of your play, sir. But I'd like all of your mines this time, if you don't mind. Ba-dum-bum. Right about now, wishing they could untech things. Be awful nice to untech mines right now, wouldn't it? Does hacking count as chaff clear? It does right now that we've multi-tacked. Surely does. Extra hit points. Ooh. Don't know. Maybe I'll take you. Can I get all 3 of you? I just have to get this grouping. I think now we sell out of that. You guys get the mech rage for chaff clear. You get all the levels. We're still hacking really quickly. With the thingy on offer, we probably want to loan for bubble, I think. You guys, I kind of wanted anti-air. I have so many needs. Sure, but I mean, I'm confused. I also wonder about this steel ball pack. I thought I moved them. I thought I put them back on the back sides. Alright, so you have sold out of one of your flanks, which is even better for us. You've gone more aggro-y on... I mean, he's close to knockout, right? Maybe I needed anti-air more than I needed shield bubble, but I think shield bubble's going to be fine. Shield bubble was what we needed. And mech rage, the chaff clear has just been so good. Now we tech AA, if there even is another round. Yep. Definite knowledge check match. Oh. I mean, we still get another round, but I don't think there's a turnaround for him right now. Right? Oh my god. Oh my god. Amazing. Such a great experience. And then he's doing the I don't even know if I care from back here, right? You can just stand out here. Lost 1 MMR. Brilliant. All right, what else do we need here? Honestly, it just gets silly. Hold up. I ran myself out of time talking to the guy. That's okay. There was probably a better play this round. Now we have the AAs, we've turned off his key units, we've even turned off his mobile beaconed units. We will probably not hack that worm very well. We have the rhino, it's just not on the right spot. Can he get... Oh, he has the rhino in front of the worm. It's clever. Oh, he got the tower too. Good work. Nice tower get. Brutal. Everything collapses during the tower get. Great. Great for him. Do we get some hacking done here? Desperately need some hacking done. Excuse me, sirs. We desperately need some good hacks. Please do some good hacks. Give me a worm. Yeah, baby. We still have one. Okay, we have everything on the ground now. We just have to kill... Oh, dear. Wait a sec. Is this game not over? Either direction? It is over. Ah! Dog. Ah. Ran myself out of time chatting with the player. I lost to the Amaroq strat. It did. Broke so many damn hacks. Believe me. I don't know if he's still even in the match, but he made the boats work. Yeah, Amaroq 1300 MMRs confirmed. Sweet O. Yeah, no, I just chatted too much on that last one. I thought I had the game. I was like, there's no way he turns this around. Nope, still 1400. There we go. Minus 23. It's just 79s. But congratulations to Master Chafe. Well played, mate. If you are just tuning in. He gets it done with the late edition of the Rhinos plus the Worms plus the Sandstorm. Just didn't see it coming, and it broke so many hacks in the middle of the hack, right? Cute Spec wins again, exactly. Dang it, cuteness Spec. Why do you have to be so cute? We are going to match up, of course. While we're doing that, we'll show ads for the few of you who have not been gifted by either Blue or Toast or Wolf Factory or Xfire, who have all gone over 10 gift subs this month. Thank you guys so much for the support. Y'all are awesome. Are we hanging out in a... Oh, you guys are running... Oh, cool. Titan and Free For All are playing some as Team Alpha. We are... Wait, we have the chance to gain some MMR. We're facing a Death Lizard. Channel point is up. Channel point predictions up. Let's I don't really want some Tarantula starts, so let's take a Storm start. Let's take Storms and Arclights. I'm going back to the... Oh wait, if we're going back to the classics, we're gonna give up on the ranged Overlord of shenanigans. Man, maybe we'll try... Maybe we'll keep trying HE. We didn't really utilize HE to good effect. So remember that doesn't take effect this game. That takes effect next game. You can always edit your stuffs. It's fine. Shoot. You're going to be the eventual running crawler. And you're going to be the... You don't have to be a late arriving crawler yet. You're going to be the... Coming from just inside the tower. Crawler. No, Jade Saturn. No, you cannot change. So you can't just sit there and edit your stuff. So I jumped out, I minimized the combat window, I went over to the thing, and it is available to me next game, not this game. So this game, if we get an Overlord, it's still going to have those long-range techs. But that prevents you from, cheesing somebody like, oh, I see you have this spec. Oh, I see you started with Stormcallers. I will change my Mustangs to now have anti-missile. You can't do that kind of thing. You're committed once you go in. But when you do get into the higher levels and you're seeing the same players, or if you're playing a best of 3 or best of 5 against somebody, taking a moment to go adjust text between matches can kind of throw them into the wrong thing. Yeah, no, exactly, Carcane. I don't remember to do it afterwards. So we're facing Cuteness Specialist again. I mean, Quick Supply Specialist. What? Close enough. And, oh, hello. Hello, Darkness, my old friend. What are we doing? Are we just Mustanging this build? We're just Mustanging this build. Okay. We will go Mustang Fort, probably. Eventually. But for right now, we have... Wait, let's just cover... And I'd like to have some late arrivings. Come straight up the middle, please. Hey, Yusa. I wanted you to go this way. Should I just drag everything into one big pocket out here? Thank you, Blood. Because quick just sounds like speed, and, but cuteness spec. Because you do cute plays, the specialist is cute. It's great. It's just perfect. It fits. Okay. Opponent has gone Typhoonage. Well, that'll be barriers later, which is less fortunate. On the other hand, you have things that don't shoot down missiles, and I have missiles. And I still have... Wait, no, I'm kiting. That's it. This must... No, we are protecting you, Mr. President. Get back. Get back, Mr. President. That's right, you can destroy these whole set of packs while they shoot us. This is perfect. Late arriving Stang. Nobody predicted the late arriving Stang. I love it. Who saw that coming? And we have literally clumped all of his stuff together. This is amazing. This is so ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. We lose this round on Splash, but if we take it, we can do cuteness too. Don't do cuteness, just do the intelligent thing. Just do the intelligent thing. But I want to do cuteness, man. Cart him over here this time, I think. Just up the damage, right? Everybody run to the same spots together. I would like you guys to have some range so you stand further back. But we're going to range the Mustangs further first. For the shaft clears. But you've leveled one of your storms. You're really committing to the storms. We've done it again. Look at this. Stay alive, Mr. President. I want this pack of Mustangs to have one survivor always. Don't die. No, hey, no, dang it. Mr. President is down. Mr. President is down. Rick Stang, exactly. It's terrible. What has happened? Obama! Obama, we miss you. Yeah. That's alright. Ooh, yeah. Get that guy. You got it. We're gonna play the Stormcallers at 1,000 Paces game. Is that where we're going here? Sir? Does your entire comp not just die? How rude would that be? I mean... we also just run this guy up the middle, right? Pain. He just punches through a whole bunch of stuff on his way. I want to see if that actually works. Does that actually work for me? I think it actually works for me. Nope, he's got an insta-lock over here. That one went down. Okay. Okay, he's paid the same price I have. He's also got these leveled storms that are going to give us giftings. We appreciate it. Still have anti-missile up. Goodness. If I ran armor on the steel ball, we're just gonna go into fort eventually. I just want him to... do I want him to answer the heavy armor? He might answer it with melter. Do I even care? Oh god, I wonder if this guy... That'll work, right? You guys go scatter. We rebuy. Stupid thing we meant to have. Like here-ish, right? We'll get them. Wait, you're trying to fight Mustang anti-missile. Okay. Alright, you're gonna fight Mustangs with Mustangs. Sir. Sir, I don't think this works as well as you wish it would work for you. Oh, go, Rhino, go. Go, buddy, go. We do run armored Rhino. This just got sillier, didn't it? You just slap armor on the Rhino and nothing bad happens to it. But then he has to go steel ball or something. He goes steel ball, right? he goes Steel Ball, right? Or Scorpion. Which one does he think of? Which one is he going? Oh goodness! You know it's even sillier. We put the problems in the wrong position. I think we can. I think we can put the answers in the wrong position. We're quick. We go fast. We do this. One of you has that. We unlock this. We go with mass recruit. We wind up with all of that. Right? We took speed. Okay, good. Go get it. We'll float 400 for knockout. You took the ER steel. You took the balls, but they're out here? Why do you have steel balls out here, sir? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Why do you have steel balls here? I guess they were to protect both towers against the... Thank you for the follow, Mark McGann. Welcome in. We are really hoping to have pulled Death Lizard into the wrong answers right now. Plan is, you're in the wrong answer. Plan is fort. Plan is 4 more levels. Right, wait. Plan is... Hold up. You, sir. You don't do very much anymore, do you? Yeah, actually, you kind of do. What about you? You don't do as much. Sure. I would like to have range and speed. I'd like the whole army to come play from over here. In you guys go. We'll get them. How are you doing, Mark McGann? Are you Master Chief? However you say that one. In game? Toast. I love toast. I really love toast. How you make me laugh so much. Yeah, GG, man. I get this. I get the, yeah, it's Master Chafe, right? I almost wanted to say Master Chaff. It was great. Such a good name. Anyways, is that you? I'm sorry. No, don't blush. Don't be sorry. It was great. I feel like it's family friendly, but like kiddo's teenager. Come on. And this one, we just, I mean... I feel bad. I kind of feel bad. It's 2 games we've won. Basically, every game we've won so far today has been because we have baited somebody into going Anti-missile. How are we baiting people into anti-missile? Why are we baiting people into anti-missile? And why? Let's run an ad real quick. And I want to grab coffee. Wait, nope. Yep, something like that. What do we got? We got 40 minutes till tournament, right? Toast. Kiddo is at Ren Fair today. Super excited. Super happy. They came in their kit, in everything they're going in, like everything they're wearing. It was great. Oh, I was like, oh yay! They also had a teenager only emergency, which was they got their mom to text me and say, I left my phone at your house. Can you bring it to me? I'm like, no, I'm actually kind of casting MAG1. Can't exactly do that. Sorry. Can't drop everything and show up to fix all the problems. I mean, I guess it's good parenting, right? Let the kid come up with the solution. As long as the solution isn't overly crazy. Oh, we get to be cuteness. Ha. Ha. It's our turn to be cute. Dun 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 dun. Oh, by the way, Toast, this is what I imagine you look like. So it's like my mental image of you. Gotta be completely wrong, but it's just like because of the cuteness thing, and it's funny. Ever meet somebody and they're like completely not who you imagined they were? Like, I had you in mind as like a tremendous, imposing figure, and you're like 5'2" and chubby, like, and just adorable. We are facing Bushio. Got a friend like that, an FBI agent of all things, who's just like completely capable of completely commanding a room, and like when she's in like FBI agent mode, she's like 6'2" Amazon, and then like you see her in out of uniform and everything, and it's like, oh no, she's like 5'2" and just the sweetest person. Like, what? This is like, it literally looks like it's like Clark Kent. You would not recognize that it's the same person. It's amazing. Yeah, it's really neat. It's like, it's one of those like, you just have that ability to go command a room. I think we want improved tarantula ever. We could slap down 3 of them, right? Thanks, Toast. That's amazing. Oh, love it. I think I just want to do this, right? If I just want to do that, it's probably you for eventually, you for now, and let's just run you two. I was having so much fun on Friday. I hope you guys could tell. Like, just I was having such a blast. Having old friends back on channel, and you just really missed it. But like doing that little round robin thing, I'm thinking I might want to do that round robin. Actually, Toast, what do you think about this? Like, because I was talking about it a little bit with Titan after stream. And, okay, so the question is, we did that little round robin-y thing where it's like you get you get 3 games with the same, or one is against the person, one is with them, and one is diagonal across from them. What if we just do that for all queue? So, like, if your turn in queue comes up, you get 3 games in a row. You'll be on stream for an hour, but you'll be part of a round robin. Because that way somebody doesn't have, like, I was in queue for 2 hours, and then I had, like, 20 minutes of screen time, and, like, I got wrecked, and it was just bad luck, or whatever. Well, I mean, we could pivot to a full Fang carry. Oh, you took Elite Mustang. Well, let's not pivot to a full Fang carry. Maybe I should have checked that before. Okay, but that's fine. We're gonna do the other possibility. Seems fine. Okay, and I think that actually provides a little bit more like intrigue to any given match, because like the third match starts to matter or feel like it matters a little bit to people, That's what I was hoping for. Okay, you've got your Typhoons now. We don't care about your Typhoons. I might want to land you on top of it. Sure. There must be. Oh, you took the fangs too. Okay. You want Elite Fang, or Elite Mustang, so we can't really do Fang carry. Actually. We clearly want to be doing some giant shenanigans, right? Your gold damage dealer. I trust that you're actually going to get a level next round. I don't think I do. So, but okay. That's just silly. That is the worst waste of that unit. But, I think this was a waste, but we'll find out. Did we pull stuff into that? The other kind of, Alright, that sort of works. We pulled decently. At least that Crawler Fang lumping on the infrared towers is pretty bad. So, hardly even worth paying attention to. We need more need a deep shaft. Swear it. That was good. How are you doing? You've leveled. You got your free level. Holy smokes. You got your free level. Crazy Arclight. Crazy Arclight gets the level. Are you kidding me? No. No, it's so... Oh my god, it's so dumb. Oh my god, guys, it's so dumb. Am I this dumb? I'm this dumb, right? You just do it. It's just stupid, but you do it. Because it's funny, and the audience will love it, whether or not it's the right play. You just do it. What tech do you run for carry arcs? I mean, we're not running actual carry arc right here, but if you were running actual carry arc, you would have charged shot instead of these two. So you'd have charged shot and EMP, or charged shot and aerial specialization. But charged shot is the key to making sure that they can delete things like giants, which they shouldn't be able to otherwise. You've got so much stuff back here too. I just want to pull it. I just want to pull. Bad person. I just want to... No, I don't really. I want to do this, right? So that this guy never gets targeted. I don't think I know anybody that runs charged shot plus armor. Okay, that's handy. We really bring those down, bubbles down quickly. Ranged, charged, and elite are mandatory. Yes, yes, yes. That's the way to say it. The last slot can be any of the three. Any of three options. But generally, you either, like, if you don't have anti-air, then the person's solution is to do something that that flies. And then you need a different unit that handles the flying, which is fine. Like, that's a legit choice. Literally just been following where this game takes me. Like, hey, we'll just... There it is, right? That's where this game took us. Just follow it, right? Right? Sure. Let's wait. Let's wait. Let's wait a second. We definitely upgraded. Are we selling out of this guy now? Or these are gold damage dealer. You're not selling out of him, Am. What are you thinking here? No. Just take the mass-produced forge that were given to you. You put them down on the same side. You just pull. You let the far side run the wrong way. You range and speed, and you're trying to finish everything out, right? So you take one crawler you have to have, which is this one. Fine, you guys are a little far. Yes, good. We have extra hit points. So we need it. Put you on thing. Oh, I did not. Okay. I did not put it on an arc. Oh, goodness. We're both in mass-produced forts. How have we both wound up in mass-produced forts? This was weird. This was a weird one. I mean, it was just very follow the heart of the cards. Go where the game took me. So we're planning a giant from early on. That's why we took the heavy armor. Yeah. Yeah, fair. All right, 1134. Half of that MMR should go to Bear-like. Yes, right. All right, we gained 16. Nobody bet again. Yeah, okay, that was, you guys completely believed in Streamer there. So what are we on? Set record is 3-4 minus 40. Win 2. We run Z this thing. We need to make lunch real quick. Actually, maybe I should run through. Whatever. Okay, we're gonna run an ad. We're gonna make the lunch. Then we're gonna queue up. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. We are, what, 3 and 4 minus 40? Something like that. And queue up. Oh, Uncle Buck. I can't remember if I like this person or if they were really rude, but not to the point of block. Odd place. I was like, I know this name. I don't remember if it's a good or bad association. streams, right? If I remember. Please tell me he's not Typhoon. Please tell me he's not Typhoon. Yes. Although Fire Badger's pretty bad too. Yeah, Uncle Buck's a streamer. Okay. And really nice, right? Okay. Cool. I think I had him in that mindset. Hello, Beer Drag. How are you? Welcome in. We are doing good. Well, I mean, put him here. We're going to lure him into the Fire Badger on the flank, right? Go ahead. You know you want to do it. No new matches? If you're planning on playing tournament, you've got a marksman. Perfect. In on those towers. Way to go, crawlers. Oh, this is so maddening when you're the other player, too. All right. Yeah, I couldn't afford to drop the drop the wraith everywhere. It's fair. I can't afford to drop 2 more. I think I need to drop one and a crawler. Go. Oop, we got a tower. No more fangs. Wait, there's 4 fangs left. Hold on a minute. Abort! Abort! Run away! There's 2 fangs. They got it. Oh, no, they don't. There we go. Sure. I think Imp core on the side that doesn't have the fire badgers. Sounds like fun to me. I don't know if it's fun for you. Upgrade the latest arriving crawlers. Oh, Toast! I to tell you, there is. So I was in the store the other day, and I just, like, always check new random whatever, and there is this Indian, like an Indian flatbread thing that sounds like a pancake, called a dosa, and I was vegetarian for the longest time, and thought that I didn't like Indian food because everything I'd had was like either too spicy or too creamy, and like intended to go kind of together. And I had a coworker who was like, like she heard me say something like, "Oh, I don't like Indian food," and she looked at me with this like, "No, honey." This is so funny, this look on her face, because and she's like, just, like, she's an Indian born, and I guess that part is important enough that I probably should have led with it, because she's like, "Okay, tell me what you like and what you don't like, and we'll figure it out." And the answer turned out to be along the lines of, "Oh, well, you just don't like Indian food from this one region, but we have like 1 billion people." This is like saying, "I don't like American food because you didn't like Cajun." All that you get in American, like, usual restaurants are, cater to this one expectation from this one region that was like one of the first British exports. And well, so she's like, "You come with me to lunch, and I will prove to you that you do like Indian food." I'm like, "Okay, great." So we go to a place, and it is literally I walk in the door with her, and I am the only white guy in the entire place. And it is packed. It's lunch hour, right? Lunch rush. It's packed. And she's like, "You're gonna try this," and it was like savory dosa, and it's so good. And so I eventually I'd moved away. I haven't talked to her in years, but I totally, completely, like, just have this vivid memory of the look on her face, right? And brilliant. Let's go. So the coda to this is, the reason I brought it up today is because I was thinking about toast, right? Is I'm in the grocery store and I see dosas, and it's from a woman in my region who has been doing a little the littlest, like, she's been doing street vendor, like, literally she's had a little stand where she makes them, and like, I've had them, they're delicious. She's like, worth finding, and she's now like, they're packaged, they're in the restaurant, or they're in in the grocery store, and I'm just like, this is impossible, no way. And they're just as good, they're so delicious. I'm like, okay, kiddo, you have to like these. I'm like, you absolutely gotta like these. We're buying them every week for weeks. Both to support her, because little small business and all that, but also because I love them. They're amazing. So savory, so delicious. Love it. Anyways, point is, it all made me think of you. I really wanted to do Typhoon Ball aggro, but instead we will do Stormcaller Cheese aggro, I guess. Don't you think you can Stormcaller Cheese me, though? That's not allowed. Alright, and you get your thing. Tell you what. Do we just want one more? I think we just want one more. Right, rest of the group is well. That's how you know it's gonna be food. It's gonna be good food. My oldest sister's married to an Indian dude. Nice. And Blue says my neighbors are Indian and I will eat anything they cook. Delicious. Yes. Yes, I was completely schooled. It was amazing. Like well, you're going for the knockouts. You get towers first? You did not get towers first. That's a little unfortunate for you, sir. We got both towers. You're going to have some overlords left, I guess. But literally dropping the storms was the right choice, and we've got one mobile beacon away. These guys are going to level, though, right? Off the storms and the towers? Yeah, they both level. Found a couple of local food trucks you frequent because it's so good. Nice, Anthem. Very nice. Hey, hold up. Hold up. No, we just do you. Hold on, wait, what? What am I doing? No way. Yes. Let's go. Totally different now. Totally different game. Let's go again. Maybe I don't want you ranged. But nice beard rag. Going out with my brother-in-law many times, been the only white guy in the place. So you know, you've like literally got the place in mind pictured. Love it. Like, yep, that would be it. What are you bringing here? You don't. Yeah, ER ball with fortified target lock is amazing, right? We're gonna add you here. How are we answering these two? Is it... Let's see if we can get there. Good, some of the wasps came back to play defense. These guys are gonna have a hard time killing a level 3 overload here. This isn't gonna go well for us, but on the other hand, he's also not getting to towers. Again. We're there. We get towers. We kill one. Oh my gosh, really? We kill the other. Oh my gosh. Tremendous. Let's go. Bork, what the wolf doing right now? It's some kind of crazy ball wraith aggro that's for some reason decided to work. In about 7 minutes we'll start casting a tournament. I mean, that seems like it ought to happen. We're going to put you way up front, right? Just let them all go down here. How far up are they? Here? Hopefully. I mean, this is definitely game territory if we can get it. Did we get everybody pinned in there? Get them! Boom! Yeah, baby! Let's go nuke! Rest of board having trouble, though. We still have the storms. Are you kidding me? That's amazing. Get tower on that side. Thank you. Get tower over here, and then go engage with this guy. We keep getting it done. We've only got about 4 minutes till turn. I'm expecting an Alpha Titan in booth, but I don't hear him yet. We're down to 1,003 hit points left. How much can we just pull out here?
Somebody say an Alpha Titan?
I did say an Alpha Titan. Hello, hello, sir. Welcome in. How are you?
I am good. I had been requested some feedback on somebody's midweek stuff, and
very nice.
It ran a little long, but I made sure to be wrapped up in time to be here for your the exciting tournament.
Appreciate it. I'm really looking forward to this one.
100%. All right. So we are Wraith Ball Gaming.
We are Wraith Ball Gaming. We have just about stabilized. There have been all sorts of shenanigans along the way. I think this is it.
See that. Okay.
Nope, 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 nope. Oh my god, no. Don't make that mistake. That's gotta be it, right?
Oh, was that a drop from this turn?
It's this round's drop, right?
Gotcha. Yeah, that would be tragic.
Yeah, we absolutely have to. We put it there, so we're pulling everything out. Yeah, perfect. So we pull it onto the Wraith. You guys can be in under the Wraith guns. Tower. Get boat. Maybe get boat. A level 4 overlord with armor on it. And fucking dirty.
Nice.
Perfect timing. Let's go.
Right.
We'll run an ad. We'll be right back, guys.
Right.
All right. Are you guys are hearing Alpha Titan on?
Hello, everyone.
Emma Boulder instead of Amaroq. Emma Boulder, Emma Pedal. For when I'm trying out strats of different strengths. Love it. All right.
The 2K version is Amma Mountain.
Amma Mountain. Boy, hope you've been having a good day, man.
I have. I mostly had a late start. I had a late end to the previous one. So I'm well rested and ready to totally plug into the Mechabellum.
Brilliant. We have 430 people signed up for this one. Should be
holy smolies.
33. Yep, let's go.
And we have some interesting news about this tournament and tournaments for today, don't we?
Indeed we do. Ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. Let's go. Sob says, I had to come here and say thanks for the donation, whomever it was. I was minding my own business and the alert scared the crap out of me. Love it. Love it. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to do this Forgotten Arbiter and Dr. Medrasin. And there's a reason.
Okay.
There's absolutely a reason. First off, it's Forgotten Arbiter. Second off, Dr. Medrasin opened the Asia tournament with an upset of the #1 seed B-Man.
Oh, wow.
What are the odds you could do it twice in a row?
Phew.
Of course, with me in the booth, you've got... Well, maybe I'll just wait till we're through the countdown for the YouTube stream eventually, in theory.
All right. So, what did he upset B-Man with? Was it an aggro defense? Was it a
We don't know. Nobody took a look at it.
I see. It just happened.
It just happened. It happened off screen. Well, yeah. I think we actually did jump into the very end of it, but it was like 5:15 in the morning for me, so I really sorry. Channel point prediction is
Bleary Eye special.
Yes, it was the Bleary Eye special. A recollection is it might have involved Overlord push of some sort, but I don't know anymore. If anybody is still around from that part of the stream, let us know if you know what that strat was. And Toast says your volume is a teensy bit on the low side, but you are audible. Perfect. We will call it good.
Indeed, indeed.
All right. 3, 2, 1, roll it. Welcome to round 1 of ELITE Tournament Europe. This is the ELITE Tournament, the end of the week, end of the month tournament. And we have Forgotten Arbiter near side blue, the #1 seed, a Typhoon specialist with Crawl and Storm. I think he's going to love this. He's going to go into a Typhoon Ball Crawl aggro, I would imagine. You can see him already lining up aggro. Dr. Medrasin is Aerial Specialist with Sledge and Arc. That's just going to be pretty slow in under the guns. We'll see. And he's not lining up. Do you not know, Forgotten Arbiter? Why are you not doing vertical sledges, sir? With me in the booth is Alpha Titan. Hello, hello. You said before the cast that we've got some interesting news about these tournaments. Do you want to share that with our audience?
I actually know that there is hype, but I don't know the details, so I'm actually just as eager as everybody else is to hear it. So why don't you enlighten us?
All right. Well, what we have learned so far is that there are different badges. So
okay.
I don't know anything further beyond that, but the badges look a little different. So the high.
So instead of just being the normal, I got first place or I got 7th place at this weekend, whatever tournament, there is something special about these elite tournaments.
Yes.
And the badges for them will show that, like, even if you can't make it every week, the end of the month tournament is the time to...
It's the one to show up for.
Right. Very cool.
Now, I do believe... I'm not sure if this got announced or not, but so hopefully I'm not breaking NDA with it, but believe Bearlike announced that there would also be a end of season tournament.
That would make sense.
Right. So you've qualified for the end of season tournament by the MMR you've made for the entirety of or you've qualified for the division that you're in by the virtue of the MMR that you've gained or lost over the course of the season. Here you are. Let's go. So
the idea behind this kind of Stormcaller aggro is that you're able to push and get tower, and then your middle storms can bombard the enemy no matter where they are during the debuff, but he didn't quite get to tower for that to work yet.
Right.
Unit drops. Arbiter being Typhoon means that the Mustang is less relevant than it might normally be.
Right. Farseer might actually work with the Typhoon aggro build.
It could.
I've certainly run it.
It's also fast, which can be very valuable in the push, being 16 meters. It also helps hedge against a possible wasp.
Yeah, this is why I like it. I like to have it right back here where the wasp... he's got it where it will defend the wasp flank. I like to put it a little further back where it'll defend the wasp call-in as well. But he's going to do that. I think he will probably do that by move beacon shenanigans, etc. I'm just not that facile with all of them to know for sure, to have workshopped them. Like, this is where... This is exactly where my unit has to be to make sure I'm not leaving an angle. So they both took the Farseer, and you can see it's made a difference to the push for Arbiter. It comes down to Farseer versus Farseer. Did those missiles collide in the air? That was amazing. I literally saw it.
Cool.
No, I saw it happen, I think. Quick, somebody clip it. I think there were two missiles that collided with each other on that side.
Curious.
They went head to head, and down they went. 2v2 tourney would go so hard.
I would be so there for that.
You and I both. I couldn't cast it.
Right.
I would be there for it. Yeah.
Right.
I'll come...
Fly early. That's very, very confident of you to take supply when something like Laser Sight and Redeploy are both on offer, as they are incredibly good value in terms of being able to, like, change the board. Whereas supply is a little bit greedy.
Yeah.
So if you think you can hang out,
I was going to say, Laser Sight is less useful to the defender against a push if he's recognized that he's being pushed, right? It's not super aggro.
Right, but when you have units that are over on your other side tower that aren't helping, Redeploy is one of the most valuable defender tools to make sure that your round 1-2 deploys are where you want them on rounds 4, 5, 6.
Right, and Arbiter also passed up on it, so he's not committing to not doing shenanigans. Instead, he went for a Laser Sight Farseer, so he's going to win the head-to-head with this one by virtue of having the range war advantage. And
I wouldn't be surprised if that Farseer is temporary, and so that's just the best home for now for that Laser Sight.
Could be. But he's also added Phoenix, which would have also been a natural home for it. And, rather running the Typhoon at 100 meters, these guys at 120 meters, and this guy's up to 145. So. But what you said about Dr. Medrassin being confident, I mean, he is coming off of a round 1 upset against the number 1 seed in Asia. He beat B-Man and has 5,000 hit points. So it's not like he's under tempo pressure. We know that this will, he's down 150 on round 3, he's down 100 on round 4, he's down 50 on round 5. But at 5,000 hit points, he's not thinking this game ends in 6 rounds.
Yes, but you also know that your opponent is aggro with Typhoon Specialist coming into round 3.
I know.
Is going to be their swing turn, and boy did Arbiter say hello.
Exactly what I'm trying to say. You're not correcting me, you're amplifying. He didn't think he was under pressure, and yeah, all of a sudden he's gone from 5,000 to 3,500, and it's no longer looking like this game is guaranteed to go to a round 7, and that thing's going to come out at an advantage. And oh, by the way, even if it goes to round 7, +5, +50, then I might rather have the 150 this round, or last round.
Immediate range in the headbutt or in the aggro defense is interesting. Typhoons, I'm seeing a distinct chaff clear problem for Dr. Medras.
Right, there's no chaff clear. There's
blue Arclight and a sledge.
He is going to come in with a ranged Phoenix flank, bottom right corner.
Okay. Level 1, so it will take a few shots, but it will get the job done, assuming
level 2, you mean?
Enough. Is it
level 1 is
Phoenix?
level 1 Phoenix. I thought you meant level 1 tower. Got it. It will take a couple shots to get through level 2 tower. Yeah.
Right. And that's, of course, whether or not this main fight is still going on at that time.
Right.
Looks like it'll be a good timing.
I mean, it could have been much better timing.
Yes, but they were just about to shoot that tower, so it could have been worse.
Yes. And having gotten the tower, it is enough to win round 4. Not by any means stabilized, but he drops Forgotten Arbiter down to 3180. With Dr. Medras in at 3526. We go to a round 5. Supply enhancement again.
My goodness. That's just a mistake, I think, at this point.
I mean,
that's not going to pay off for 4 rounds.
I think it was a mistake on round 3. He's proving me wrong a little bit, but yeesh.
Now, forwards are incredibly good here. It's going to be good into the Typhoons. He presumably wants to take anti-air for the birds. Although, notably, Arbiter has not attacked the birds, and if you can force your opponent into forts and anti-air, then your own forts will have a dramatic advantage for the rest of the game because of paying the tech. So, getting some missiles down to clear chaff for early locks so that you can hopefully push to tower. Did put some chaff back there, but ironically didn't even put upshoot. So he put crawlers that would not even successfully distract the bird. Mm-hmm. So a little bit of a calling Dr. Medras on the bluff of you're not going to leave them there. Okay, so he does have the Farseer.
Yeah, he's covering that. We would kite them away, and if you mobile beacon them, they still shoot those guys while getting shot by Farseer.
Typhoon Bubble is the reason that it is the aggro chaff clear of choice, so that they can protect your own chaff on the line.
Right. And having 2 different bubbles so it gets targeted 2 different ways is so valuable against lasers. You burn through one of those 2 shields while you're on a crawler that it's underneath the shield, and then the crawler comes out of it. All of a sudden the other shield is fine. And thump, thump, thump. Our hero of the moment is the level 2 Farseer with laser sights on it, which is definitely looking like a permanent addition to Forgotten Arbiter's army. It's the silver damage dealer so far. And Dr. Midrassen is down to 2172. He has reached break even on the first of the 2 supply specialists.
Right. And early money, as we know, is more valuable than late money in the sense that you can compound it. Oh my goodness, double tap? That had to be an accident. There's literally nothing here that even...
Is it double tap on the forts?
Yes.
It's not an accident. He thinks that if that's targeting a Typhoon and Typhoon bubble, it'll bring down both the Typhoon and the bubble. Which it won't. But the shield bubble at 8,000 hit points, the double shot on the forts, will ensure that it goes down in a single shot rather than 2 shots. And here's going to be the punishment for it. The War Factory with range will just sit back here and delete the forts. Not that Forgotten Arbiter knew that the forts were being double tapped, I'm saying. Right. Also, you were...
the rate of fire penalty is going to really hurt against the crawlers.
Hmm.
Go ahead.
And crawler replicate isn't going to help a ton. I don't think they're doing much killing.
Yeah.
He did sell out of that Typhoon now that he's showing that this corner is blocked. Moved the laser sights to the Phoenix, so he hasn't had to tech them, but can have a range advantage there, which is... yeah, that's pretty powerful.
Yes. And yeah, teching replicate is incredibly ambitious when your opponent has 3 Typhoons that are consistently pushing on the line. I don't even know that the crawlers got a kill.
Yeah, the crawlers are not getting kills, and that's important to know, right? Because of the way that the Typhoon is doing, 90 odd damage per shot, it's guaranteeing that your crawler isn't the one that gets the kill. And since your crawler is dead, but the other guy's crawler dies, it isn't. It doesn't get replicate. So Dr. Medrassen is now ahead on one of the 2 supplies, behind on the other one. But the okay, Quack Attack, done deal. He says, 7 hours ago, I'm the Australian guy. Asked you to become a vampire and change your streaming schedule. I'm now awake, so I expect the stream to continue for another 8+ hours. There you go. That's the plan for the day, right?
Interestingly enough, Arbiter is not running this War Factory on the line like he would have used to, and I believe that is in direct reaction to the prevalence of fortified target lock being possible as a safety adaptation, because normally this would have been it tucked in the corner, a patch or 2 ago, and
right,
so
would have been right here, and this is but the fact that it's only 20 meters off is also not tremendous. Like, it's still fortified target lockable, but what it does do is guarantee that if you wanted to do the fortified target lock tricks, you have to be way up front, and that's going to put you in range of the War Factory, and that's going to get you deleted by the War Factory, the Phoenix, etc., before you have time to get all the way through the factory. So that's what
with these Typhoons.
That's what Titan's trying to say there.
The Typhoons and each chaff that you put would die almost instantly, and then 2 packs of Phoenix and a War Factory is going to delete the balls before they have a chance to ramp up, even if they get insta-locks.
Right. They are level 2. They're doing their best, but they are doing their best against crawlers.
Right.
Well, Dr. Medrassen had lightning in a bottle in Asia. Does not have it twice.
Yeah. I really think that he meant to click anti-air on the fortresses.
Yeah. No, I think that was intentional to counter the Typhoons. I don't assume players are misclicking frequently, unless there's a obvious error. And I understand that you feel like that was an obvious error, but I think there's a line that he could have been thinking about. So, don't know that it was a obvious error in the way that I would instantly assume a mistake. Give people the benefit of the doubt. Assume that they're making an intellectual mistake rather than a... I guess you're saying it's the other way around.
I'm giving him credit that he couldn't have meant to do that, because I don't think that the logic is there.
Right, but if the logic was there, that's actually more insulting to hear, right?
I guess that's true too.
Honestly, let's just stay out of assuming misclick, please. Godia's Prime against Esperline. Looks like it's going to be long. Wait, Salt Monkey is Zach said... Wait, Woot who? What did you just do, Zach? What? Do you need to come in here and tell us about that match a little bit? Yeah, baby. Egatai says, wait, this got awkward. Well, I'm sorry, guys. I just, I disagree, and I'm trying to defend what I think is... I think there was a line there. I think there was I think we should be giving the players credit for attempting unique lines, and not just assuming that there's a obvious right or wrong play in any given board. I don't really agree that there is. If the game were so simple that there was a obvious right or wrong play, then we wouldn't be all engrossed by it.
Woot woot woot.
Woot woot woot. Woot who? Welcome in, mate.
I just had it's such a crazy game. I will redeem a replay on it.
Fair enough. So, of course, you guys are hearing the voice of Salt Monkey is Zach, Salt Monkey in-game, who is one of the OG sponsors, one of the OG mods of the channel, and just had a game against Woot that he wants to tell us about.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I decided to, it was Woot, so I'm like, well, I'm not going to play standard versus him. I'm just going to try and be aggressive and see what happens.
Nice.
He was being aggressive with.
Shocking.
We didn't butt heads. We set up different sides, but I had balls and he had sledgehammers, and that meant that I was getting on his tower a bit quicker. But
nice.
Yeah, it was such a weird game and so tactical.
Yes.
I think I just need you and Alpha to break it down at some point and go, yeah, you did some good stuff there, and I see what he was trying to do there, but half the time I honestly didn't feel I was in control. So there we go.
I mean, honestly, if you were facing Woot, I think it was a bit egotistical if you felt like you were in control. It's not necessarily somebody that you're always going to be able to dictate to.
A rotational headbutt is always going to feel chaotic because literally any mobile beacon or any moment the game could pivot on a tower timing, and so chaos is at its most extreme when everybody is kind of swirling in that kind of circular opposite side asymmetrical aggro v aggro.
And I was lucky. I had balls and I got the extra range.
Oh, nice.
Oh, boy. Yep.
And by the way, I was elite as well. So it was like, yeah, I'll put down some of those extra balls.
So then you have the tempo advantage on stats on board, which can then snowball. And
for steel
if you're
balls
fighting
especially.
If you're fighting under debuff, then you also can leverage those stats to get incredibly quick kills.
Yeah.
So
anyway, it was good. I'll redeem it at some point.
I'd love that. I mean, that sounds brilliant.
I thought you guys were playing the European, not switched it around.
We switched it around, yeah. We just decided it was a likely to be better match. That we'd be able to find better matches here. Not that was true last week. The Americas had fantastic matches to cast.
That was an amazing tournament. Oh my gosh, that really was. Fair.
But and then figured we had a better shot in the Americas. Also, not necessarily true, but
This is a great game we're looking at here briefly on screen. One player went heavy into Farseer, the other player went into Arclight, and while the Farseers do have range to an EMP, potentially, the Arclights just consistently cleared chaff better, and was able to use that to kind of bully the board. A really interesting snapshot for this one.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, they are both in Farseer, and Esper Lion has taken the scanning radar tech. So his Farseers have slightly more range. He's got all the Arclights. He's giving the Arclights the extra 10-meter range. And
Also had a bunch of late blue. Oh my gosh, he was elite, and he still had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 late fangs coming in after the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 crawlers. So even as elite, it's expensive. But he just said, "I need chaff, and I'm going to win the range war, elite or no elite."
Right. He's literally bought 11 what I would call quality units, and the rest of it is chaff. Just committed to a great chaff board. That's good. That's really nicely played. Well done, Esperlion. Gets the win over Godius Prime. Dawson says, I really wanted Farseer to be good, but they're just a niche unit that can't carry. Kind of agrees.
They just don't have any techs that make them better at killing.
Right.
And as a result, they don't scale.
Right.
They're actually relatively efficient, but they don't have any scaling potential, and that means they can't really carry.
Right.
As a backbone.
Yep. All right. Our groups: Dachshund beat Dai, Onlyfangs beat Dorgon, Steelsane over Azeel, HT Susauer loses to Repmaster 7, Rooster and Forgotten Harbinger got the wins, Dagosu upsets Blood, Lepaco upsets Kebab Sniffer, so there have been a couple of good upsets here. Rakagest, Harvey the Llama, Philomatico all getting wins. Whooped beats Play Archer, nicely done. Jeremiah Felix,
wow.
Bear-like over Lord Clankariat. Nicely done, Bear-like. The dev himself playing. Dionys, Bare Hands. So, to be clear, Bare Hands is not Bear-like. We now know those are not the same player. Void Insanity beats Cursed. We just saw Esperlion beat Godius Prime. ICD, KM Peck, Mondkind, Vibe, a Loose Crawler player. This sounds like a hive mind player. Like, we're going to just test Loose Crawler. Any one of you that wants it, go play it. Yeah, all getting the wins. Blue Hair with the win over Odds. Here is your headline upset. Salt Monkey over Woot. Prince Boji goes down. Jay shoots to gets the win, and Krog, who is the third place finisher last week, is through as well. Elsewhere, Mamaro, Gray Matter, Phoenix Flight, Life Path all getting wins. Eagle beat Sajsuto, Fist of the North Star wins. LMCV, Skip to Skip, RTG, Omeni, Smelly all getting wins. Fedez, Black Sheep, Ooga Booga, Jacko, Lazy King Thonix, Professor Chaos, D-Unit beat Sob. No, Sob's return to tournament action spoiled. The Held, Mix, Hertz, Mr. Prepper, Wumbo Drebin, Noggin, Shrug, Schizo Family TV, and Stanheiser, all with the wins. So we've got 112 participants. We should be down to 56 unbeaten, assuming nobody dropped. Looks like we have no abandons, so that's solid. Looking for matches that add up to 57. I mean, we could follow Salt Monkey if he's on a tear at the moment.
If he's got a fancy big name opponent, then I definitely could see that being fun.
Up against Life Path. There are no matches that are two big name opponents for this one.
That's fair. Yeah, round two is usually a bunch of filler. So sure, let's pay homage to a quite impressive upset and see what Zach's cooking under the belt.
Exactly. That's kind of what I'm thinking there. Other interesting one would have been Eagle against Bear-like to me.
Sure.
Could have been interesting.
Bear-like's always super interesting to watch because as a dev, he just has unique ideas about, you make something, you think it'll work a certain way, a community interpretation may be somewhat different, but you're like, y'all are sleeping on this.
Right.
Bear-like's no pushover, so it's always really cool to see the dev perspective.
We did get a somebody abandoned somewhere because the 57th seed is through, but I think we will take Life Path against Salt Monkey. Good luck round 2, everybody.
And Life Path is actually in the CDE.
Alpha Bear has a good question. Is it a 1 loss and you're out? No, it's 3 losses before you're eliminated. So you can conceivably lose round 1, win the rest of your matches, and end up in 2nd place. Abandoners after round 1 do make me wonder what the deal is as well. It's not somebody who would be guaranteed a victory. So a Life Path from the CDE, as I think Alpha Titan was going to say, is the French Guild. The French equivalent to the Macabellum Guild. The Salt Monkey, of course, needs to ready up. Zach, quick, ready up. I feel so horrible if he doesn't. On screen. There we go. Okay. Thank you. Don't scare me like that, brother. And channel point prediction is up for your round 2 match. Life Path versus Salt Monkey. Oh, Phoenix Flight asked, any idea what the deal is with the new Elite Tournament is? I think we had the answer that there's a... I think the answer was that there's different badges. So, that's what I understood from the morning.
Right. Once a month, there's going to be a more prestigious weekend tournament.
That's my thing.
Being the Elite.
Yep.
Zach, of course, a great player, loves to play both a mix of aggro and standard, keeps you guessing, and very much kind of depends either on the opponent, as in Woot's case previously, or his own packs. So very interesting to see how that unfolds and which way he'll play.
Of course, we know he loves his Vulcans, so you can kind of expect.
Also true.
You can kind of expect a Vulcan. Well, welcome to round 2 of a weekend tournament European. Elite Tournament European, number 1, I think. October of 2024. Life Path, near side blue. Salt Monkey coming off the round 1 win over Woot. Far side red. Takes the supply specialist with Arclight and Sledgehammer. You like any of these paths for Life Path?
So the Saber and the Marksman are both really good if you want to go standard. Particularly the Saber would be great as an aggro defense because Saber is just such a great body on board.
Right, you get such a tanky unit and it drops on round 2, so it's kind of perfect timing to stop somebody's aggro push. Here's my heavy body.
Zach has the Just Say No to Chaff opener, which is the Arclight Sledge. Fortunate that there isn't Marksman. I wouldn't be surprised to see Life Path add some because Marksman gets so much value here, but since he has fangs, he has nothing to kill potential crawlers, so I think he's forced to take Arclights himself, or his own crawlers potentially. But either way, it would mean that Marksman would be a hard add, which is a good sign for the pack that Zach has, because you never want to have sledges into Marksman.
Right. Life Path has foregone the round 1 Marksman, goes for crawlers instead.
A little surprising to me that he goes crawlers, specifically because all of the units on the other side of the board kill crawlers. I think Arclight would have made more sense here. But you're never wrong adding crawlers, ultimately, in the sense that there's going to be... Crawlers are just great to have.
He's not building for round 1, he's building his chaff board.
Another thing, by building all of his units in a line, it makes it very hard to get a staggered splash on them by the storms, and so the storms kind of shot in directions, and a lot of these units made it all the way to tower, even though there were storm callers. So I'm not sure if that explicitly was intentional, but that's a really good way to take advantage of an opponent's storm opening.
Right, that's a really insightful choice, and something that a lot of players do struggle with is the round one into storms. Especially, traditionally you would look at this and say, well, with Zach's storms into sledges and arcs that move so slowly, you're gonna pin them in place and have something, have the storms kill them. LifePath probably could have created that sort of dynamic by putting his fangs up front to kind of force units to stop a little earlier.
His LifePath has a very greedy long-term setup where he wants to be as far back as possible.
What do you think about this inverted T? I don't even know what to call it.
I was looking at that. I mean, it is just a hyper greed. I mean, basically, you know how there's normally things in front of the tower and then crawlers behind them. This is basically pulling that backwards.
So what you're thinking is, these are the fangs that are normally in front of tower. They're just hiding behind.
Right. I think that's how this works, because what you want is the crawlers to be the first thing to reach the enemy, and that will still be true with this setup. It will just be even further back. So I think this is the hyper-greed version of that, but it also means that your chaff is exceptionally easy to pull,
right,
and that your towers are extremely vulnerable. So if Zach had gone aggro, I think this would be incredibly dangerous.
Right.
But very interesting, and of course we do see storm callers added by Zach, and standard that's a given, and it's really good into Saber, because you're not going to have the DPS to kill it otherwise. And Saber bullies sledgehammers and arc lights pretty badly. Fortunate that is on the same side.
Yeah, he's a bit lucky that that's on the same side for sure. Although if it were on the other side, I think he'd be pushing through to the tower there, so potentially.
And he'd be adding one again next round as well. Yeah. So it's a one-turn thing, but it's nice to be able to shut that down and protect your sledges. And depending on timing, that sledge does survive, which means you get an easy splash for the win.
So Zach on 4600, fresh off the win against Woot. Life path down to 4020. We go to round 3. Unit drop round with Tarantulas on offer. Typhoon, Farseer, and Fort, the other offers. Fort from standard, of course, we know is pretty tough. Typhoon doesn't have enough range, but that is Zach's choice. Farseer for life path seems a little bit better in this.
I agree.
In this matchup. You've got Zach picking up the storms immediately, and as well a running crawler. And both players last round took the heavy armor, which LifePath had on the board last round on this level 1 Saber, and Zach saved it for round 2, puts it on the Typhoon.
Interesting pickup on the Typhoon. It's a great answer into potentially getting pushed by Wasps, and it's a great crawler clear. But Typhoon in standard, as you mentioned, lacks range and can really be punished by a lot of the long-range nature of that combat.
It is one of the canonical answers to Loose Crawler, though, so he may have checked Loose Crawler before taking it. That's fair. Opponent is running it. And he may just maybe planning on selling out of that, right? This might be the temporary home for the heavy armor, exactly the way that you called out the laser sight being a temporary home for the Farseer on that first game.
It's also worth noting, I'm a little reluctant to take Typhoons specifically into Sabertooth, because you have now given a really juicy target for Sabertooth to potentially engage on, which is something that I do think about specifically in this kind of unit map.
Interesting note on life paths left. He's leveled those storms up to level 2. They are still looking at chaff crawlers, but they were level 2. That's just going to feed XP to the Typhoon when the Zach wins this round. That is not really what you wanted to see, I'm sure. And now the Saber is stuck under the guns. Only hope left would be the Farseer. It does not look likely.
So leveling storms can be great when you know you have a target that you want to kill, and you know that your storm is splashing that target. But preemptively doing so, particularly when sledges are making it all the way to your tower line, is likely inefficient for your spending and potentially feeding experience by tripling its value.
Right, that's the concern that I have with leveling a storm. If I know I'm going to win the round, fine. I'm pretty confident that I'm winning rounds, or that the units getting into them are not scaling, not hyperscaling. But in this case, I don't think you knew that. So Zach takes additional deployment, so does Life Path. Talking with Time for Miracle this morning, he said this is, at the highest level, this is almost an auto pick on round 3 and round 4. You're just going to have so many deploys. If the game is short, because you took it and your opponent didn't, great. You may come out behind on value, but even if you need it, if you are going to do any of those shenanigans like the leveling up a unit for free and selling it, you're going to want the extra deploy and the ability to drop, hey, I got a drop of something, I'm going to buy 4 more of it at some point in the round.
You can create absolutely game-ending swings off of it. And on the flip side, in the late game, you can also just mega spam chaff on the turns that you want to take techs. Mm-hmm. And there's so many use cases for it. I think in standard especially, where it tends to be a little later, and you tend to have more money and sometimes not good ways to use it. More bodies on board is just an excellent value.
You really think there's rounds where you don't have good ways to use your money? I almost never feel that. My feeling is like I'm always 200 to 400 short of what I really, really wish I had.
Typically, if you haven't gotten into a giant yet by round 6, and it's been a Typhoon style, Saber style, standard game, there are definitely times where I'd much rather pay another 150 for a deploy.
Right.
But yes, obviously, this game just teaches you, like, there's always something to buy. And
something. I almost always have a 2-round shopping list, and it's prioritization.
Right. Those are just bullying this board. Although the Sabers on the other side are pushing in, but this is where the level storms could potentially be in for Zach, where he's got a bunch of 3,000 HP units that they might benefit from splashing on.
Right. Oh, gosh. Life Path gets the round win. Has leveled a second pack of storms. And Zach's down to 4250. We've got Nano Repair. That is so good for both of them. And note skipping the supply enhancement. It's around 5. We're not taking supply enhancement here.
So Nano Repair, I think, is one of the most busted items in the game, because passive healing forces very, very, very specific answers out of your opponent. And one of the best ways is EMP, but you cannot EMP an item. So that item specifically can force them into something that is a unlock and possibly a tech to answer, and then you can just sell the unit. And now you have forced them into a direction that you can then punish.
Right.
So Nano Repair is one of the most forcing units items in the game, and it is so good. There's a reason why there's no giant that has a healing tech, and Nano Repair says one of them can.
Right, and you've got the problem with that, of course, is it's hit point percentage based. So your level 3 giant with 100 some odd thousand hit points is suddenly healing 4,500 a second, and it's like, just how are you going to get that kind of DPS with anything other than a melter?
Yeah. And then, God forbid, there's a tower debuff and you almost kill it, and then it heals back to full, and it
during the debuff, yes, it's doing extra damage.
So
yep. Absorption module is similar in terms of your high damage output unit getting to heal itself. making it all the harder to take it down. But not
the big difference there is that if that giant is shooting chaff, though, it doesn't heal because it's not getting that value. But yes, absolutely true. The absorption module also comes with a bunch of bonus hit points to boot, so it actually adds upfront tankiness.
Toast points out it's even scarier if it's on a unit that has lifesteal. And, you know, that is on the bar for Zach here. So that might be the question, if this winds up being a full healing, self-healing melter over there. Obviously, its initial buy is just to kill the level 2 heavy armor Sabertooth, which it accomplished. It's leveled, it'll be level 2, and if you're, you know, even if you don't normally level your giant, you definitely want to level your nano repair giant. Steel balls.
So, Sandworm, by the way, is one of the most powerful units for the nano in the entire game because it will duck underground to benefit from that healing as it moves around the board. And it has so much health with even a small armor investment that it instantaneously has about 150,000 hit points.
Right, you can make it very powerful for healing. Both players took the steel balls, and it looks like they're going to be pretty close to opposite each other. Life Path's obviously going to put one opposite the Typhoon and the other opposite the Melter. So those are the targets for his steel balls. Zach more putting them just off in the corners, and I imagine he's thinking there might be a worm out there. That's one of the things he has to protect against from this drop, where Life Path has obvious targets already on the board.
Right. And of course, for Life Path, taking the immediate range of the steel balls. That said, this has been such a range battle. I fear that those steel balls may not connect or get their chance to. There's been a lot of chaff in the middle. And if those steel balls are in the thick of that, then I think that the Melter's going to be able to just kind of pop one by one, particularly with the range.
Zach is addressing the chaff issues by going with HE on Storms and adding a Typhoon next to the Melter. You've got a whole bunch of ranged choices for Life Path, which, I mean, if you are in this kind of range war, you pretty much want to be taking range on all your items, all your units, which he's done. It's range on the arcs, range on the sabers, and range on the steel balls. But as Titan was saying, the steel balls have not gotten anywhere close to target yet, and they are mostly spending their time on even the late arriving chaff right now. Only thing is, the splash storms aren't doing enough damage, and I think Zach might have really cost himself with that choice, because he's no longer dealing the big damage to our sabers. On the other hand, maybe just ranging them and keeping them out of splash zone was all that was needed, and it was going to go that way either way. Hard to tell.
Range makes a big difference, and I will say on the far left, the steel balls deleted the Typhoons, and the Typhoons were shooting the steel balls ineffectually, which meant that they couldn't even clear the chaff. That was then blocking the steel balls from Zach to get the reverse locks. So the steel balls just absolutely farmed that left side for Life Path.
Extended range sledges for Salt Monkey. Life Path is taking the photon coating and putting it on the level 1 saber on the left. Okay. I wasn't predicting that one.
Level 4 steel ball would have been a more natural home.
Me too. But we shall see. Maybe there's a thought there, a specific plan. It is going to be a missile interceptor, so he may be worried about EMP on storms, or potentially EMP from the melters. Zach took 3 melting points and goes multi-melt energy diffraction.
So multi-melt is incredibly strong as a general tech. It helps you clear chaff. It's a great way to answer wasps. Eventually it will kill even big targets as long as it gets locks first. The range penalty is by far and away your biggest sacrifice. And ultimately, since there are not melters showing from opponent, Zach is basically acknowledging, if you go melters, I will be at a disadvantage, but I have 4 on the board and you have none. And you've invested into Sabertooth. So I'm ahead. Catch me if you can. Multi-melt is also one of the best ways Melter can counter Steel Ball.
Yeah, that's...
Because of the multiple targets.
Right. You get the four Steel Balls out in front, but, you know, we're still having a chaff clear issue.
Yes.
Now he's locked onto one of the level 4 Steel Balls. Finally gets a couple more of them.
Almost gets them all. One of them does manage to survive on the outside, but the melters are putting in work. And in particular, this nano melter level 2 in the middle has almost died, I think, twice in terms of the amount of healing it took before it eventually went down.
It's reached leveling, and it looks terrifying if he gets lifesteal on it, but there should be some sources of EMP, including the Stormcallers and Farseer, or Esperlion to prevent that. He's got to read that play coming. Has to read that play coming.
Yes, and EMP is the best answer to multi-melt because it shuts it down, it disables. It's really, really strong.
It used to be a lot stronger when the resulting beam was only 1/6 strength. It is fixed now. The resulting beam, if you disable energy diffraction, the resulting beam is back up to 100 strength. So you disabled the energy diffraction, you have removed the range penalty and changed it from shooting 5 things to shooting 1. So it is possible to shoot yourself in the foot if you were relying on that, because you had, for example, you had giants of your own that leading the charge, or in this case, the Sabertooth leading the charge.
Yep. And of course, there is the absorb on the melter, and we do see the melter levels come down, and we see Farseer EMP as the answer on the other side of the board.
Yeah, Life Path does read it coming, takes range and EMP on the Farseer. Really good choice from him. Zach protecting those melters, at least early on, with some shields. And that's not so much protecting the melters as it is ensuring that there's a little bit more time for him to clear chaff before key units are getting engaged. And yeah, there were spells.
Notably, Zach did not loan, so even though he has been losing, he did not decide that this round he needed that 200.
If you don't have something specific you are buying, it's always better to pass on the loan. Here, he's got pretty good locks, and aside from the left side going down hard, looked like he was doing pretty well. But I think, honestly, the anti-missile on Saber is doing a ton of work. Did a lot of work last round for us, for Life Path. Doing a lot of work this round as well. And
Zach is exclusively relying on storms for chaff clear with Splash, and now they're not landing.
And that is GG's. The, Zach says, he definitely needed the 2000, or the 200 even. Yeah, I think the last round of this, it's a couple of anti-missile of your own help, because you're getting, obviously because you're getting missiles from both the Farseer and the Storm, so it might even have been a spot to take the anti-missile devices. Potentially, I was debating between energy absorption seemed like the obvious play you were going to, but I was also thinking about whether EMP barrage would have been better, because if that ever lands, it disables the anti-missile and the range as well. So
this also goes back to Zach chose Typhoon, Life Path chose Farseer, and the range advantage of having a Farseer and the cheap availability of EMP on the Farseer have more long-term value in the standard matchup.
Yeah, we actually did talk about that right at that choice too. That the the Farseer was probably the better suited in this range war. So Arceer was so good here. Yeah, and he is running the scanning radar, which is, if you run all of the aggro sorts of builds, you probably don't ever need to tech it. And the spots where you want it are niche mirrors, like your facing a melting point versus melting point mirror, or a, marksman versus marksman mirror, that sort of thing. Here, it really didn't apply, so he didn't take it. But at least having it on the bar available is really helpful. So I like that Life Path is thinking that. It makes me think he's a pretty frequent standard player. Play for standard. HD Susauer has upset Krog, so our number 1 seed going into round 2 is down. We cast the wrong number 1 seed match. Jay Shoots, Blue Hair, Loose Crawler Player, Amondkind, and Rakagast all get W's, along with Harvey the Llama, Bare Hands, Black Sheep, the first player to get the upset with the win over Dionis. Bear Lake beats Smelly, RTG beats Void, LMCV over Lepico, Eagle beats Vibe, Repmaster over Phoenix Flight, Mamaro gets to 2-0 with a win over Grey Matter, Life Path we just saw beat Salt Monkey, Dagosu beats Fist of the North Star, Skip wins over Filomatico, Whooped, Flicks, Jeremiah, and Esperlion, favorites all with wins. And at the top end of the group, you get your upset. The Helg upsets KM Peck, ICD, Dachshund, Onlyfangs, Steel Sane, and Rooster getting the W's. We'll take a brief moment, and is that an upset? According to MMR, it is. The Helg 47th, and KM Peck 10th. In theory, we should be seeing the right-hand side. This is what I'm looking at, is the right-hand side should be in white, the up to about the midpoint. And from the other half, the left-hand side should be in white. Otherwise, there was an upset. So, you get to the point of the top end of the group. Rooster's final score was 5,200 to negative 2,074. That is pretty decisive. All right, here is our table at the moment. Forgotten Arbiter went 1-0, beat Dr. Medrassen, and abandoned. So we literally, the number 1 seed gets his win, gets his moment on camera, and abandons. I love it. So we knocked him out, right? Rest of the group, Steel Sane is now the number 1, Blue Hair number 2, Dachshund number 3, Mondkind, Esperlion, Bare Hands, Bear Like, Repmaster, Life Path, and RTG, the top 10. Also dropped from the top slots, I guess, by virtue of their first round opponent not winning. In round 2, you've got Rooster, Jay Shoots, Onlyfangs, Loose Crawler Player, and there is the Helg at 27th. HD Susauer remains in the spoiler role after spoiling Craig, so he'll be up against Steel Sane, and that could be a fantastic match. So earlier somebody asked if there was if you were eliminated after 1 loss, and somebody, I think it was Phoenix Flight, answered that there's a way to come in second. It's actually pretty rare to come in second if you lost your opening round match, because you need minor points to claim second place. HD Susauer is drawing the players who have not lost. As long as he keeps drawing the players who have not lost, he's going to keep accruing more minor points than the other players with 1 loss. So this is one of the ways to do that. Just lose round 1 as the top, one of the top seeds, and then go do really, really well. So that's why you often see, at the end of these tournaments, you'll often see a player, how to describe this, the player who loses the final often comes in third, because there has been a way for a player to accumulate far more minor points through this path. Looking at all of this, I think I kind of want to show Steel Saint and HD Susauer. I think that's going to be the best match. So we'll jump into that one.
I 100% agree.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So, of course, Sweet and Sour versus the cat.
Nice that we were able to get in on the Arbiter game.
Yes, right? Like, hey, that's cool. We can include that for posterity's sake. 1-0 and out. Retires undefeated. Of course, Forgotten Arbiter is playing in the MAG1 tournament. He's does very, very well there. So 501 are the number one finisher, and now that group play is done, they're on into the finals with the advantages, whatever advantages they've accrued for being first. They are the favorites with the 201 and 601 still alive. Here, welcome to round 3 of Elite Tournament European, October 2024. You've got Steel Saint near side, right now the number 1 seed in the tournament. HDG Susauer, far side red, in the spoiler role.
Interesting. Steel Saint, of course, much more of a standard player. Not the best standard packs. I guess Giant would be my pick if I was him. But it was not a great set.
Yeah. Where's the reroll button? But
yeah, no kidding.
Sledge, Fang, I can see that one. And Typhoon that you can sell for 300 on round 3 is reasonable. HD Susauer came 4th in this tournament last week. And you can see the respect between the players. Love that. Love the sportsmanship. Just in general of the community. So HD Susauer, a quick supply specialist, cuteness specialist, as it were, places the arc lights in the back corner, so already protecting against any kind of flank shenanigans. And Steel Saint with a pair of marksmen, so he's committing. He's got the classic long range techs, elite range enhancement, aerial specialization in case he gets pinned into a defensive position, and EMP. So
I was wondering if this is what was going to happen. A no chaff, massive chaff clear forward line.
There we go. 4 sledges for HD Susauer. And Steel Saint, I'm very glad he took the single target. This is why you do want a marksman for this pack when you see the quick supply, sledgehammer, and arclight open. You're going to be hurting if this is the play and you did not buy marksman. Same thing if it's a quick supply tarantula, right? You can roll the dice and maybe you get lucky they didn't go for the more of their tanky unit. But you can see on the right where he had the 1 extra chaff. Steel Saint actually gets the round win on the strength of the marksman. On the other side, where he did not have the extra chaff, that is going to go to HD Susauer. And eventually, there are enough tanks left. I think there will be enough tanks left.
To use your entire quick supply on round 1 and to only win by a differential of 3 sledges and feeding a level into one of your opponent's marksmen is kind of the worst case scenario for HD Susauer.
Right, that was pretty bad because Steel Saint, of course, just wants to absorb a few hit points of damage from the quick supply specialist, let that specialist be wasted because he's going to come out ahead once he's sold the Typhoon specialist, assuming he was going to unlock field recovery anyways. So he's willing to absorb a few, and Steel Saint's builds tend to be hyper-scaling late-game builds that come good from round 10, round 11. the man won 7 weekend tournaments in the Vanguard season. So 2 Asia.
Was that all?
2 Asia, 3 European, and 2 Americas, just to be able to say he'd done all 3 of them.
I know for a long time he had not been able to win in the Americas, and that had been a long-standing goal of his. So apparently I'm glad that he was able to make good on that before the end of the Vanguard season.
He did. To be fair, he was only entering Asia and Europe because the European time slot was run so late for him that he would be asleep when the Americas happened. So he switched. After winning the European 3 times, winning the Asia, he was like, I've set his mind to, I'm going to win the Americas, and actually started going to bed earlier. So I'm going to bed, I'm going to skip the European and try to win the Americas. It did take him a couple of tries, of course. Different styles, of course there's so many more 501 players with all the aggro approaches. Yes. It's very tough to... And that speaks to why that tournament is difficult. Usually the field is stronger in the European, because it's the time zones. It winds up suiting players from Asia, from Europe, from the 501s, but it is tricky to win the Americas because you're going to come up against so many different tricksy style builds and aggro builds, and if you get a little unlucky, if you guessed wrong, if somebody played the right flank on the turn that you didn't cover it, or got the right spell that counters what you were doing, or just got the right drop at the right time, tempoed you out of whatever you're doing. It's really tough to consecutive, win the 7 matches in that tournament. Not that it's not hard to do in any of the others, but at least if you're used to playing the standard v standard, it feels a little less tricky to win the
We're saying the EU is the European, the America is the Americas.
Yes. Yes,
Mr.
that's correct. Mr. Quackamus wanted to know. So I'm talking about there's 3 different tournaments. Oh, I can't return to the list because I'm here. Yes, I can actually do that. So there's the Asian region tournament, the European region tournament, the Americas region tournament, and they are going to be about I think it's 7 hours between the Asian and European region, and then 6 hours between the European region and the Americas region. So it is technically possible to enter all of them, but it's a 16-hour day, right? It's
right. What madman would participate in all 3 tournaments at Amaroq?
I really don't know. I mean, especially, it would probably be really dumb to try and cast all 3 of them or enter one of them, and also cast 1 or 2 other tournaments on the same day. That would just be utterly bonkers. Do not recommend. That would be
insanity.
Exactly.
Well, so even though the sledges are outnumbered dramatically, they, with the marksman firing support, are able to just carry Steel Sane through.
And now you've got our... It sounds like the activity of a maniac, but a maniac with a soothing voice. There you are. Farseer for HD Susauer, and we just talked about this in the last game. That is, your choices in this matchup are pretty much these 2. Tarantula, too short-ranged. Steel Sane proving me wrong, and takes the Wraith. So he's going for Wraiths in deep flank support on the round that HD Susauer is dropping a flanking sledge. So 1 crawler on the flank, and that is enough for Steel Sane to take range on the marksman, and the Wraiths to cover the crawler spots down here. He hasn't put his backline crawler yet, so here we go. Okay, you want to do this. I'm going to have the Wraith for some crawler clear down here. If you happen to do it on the other side as well, I'll have that covered. And, oh, by the way, it's going to turn out very, very well for him because of the presence of the sledges. That,
it's also really interesting because the, Steel Sane has the marksman. So there's no way for Susauer to take the Wraith, which means unless Susauer specifically took the Farseers, the Wraith are a free win. in and of themselves. So it's very much a playing to a forcing position against your opponent. Right. Of them, and if the Farseers are taken but also die, then the Wraith can still win.
Right.
Like right now.
Now, HD Susauer did buy a marksman. It is getting some work done on the right side, but that was a new ad this round that Steel Sane wouldn't have been seeing last round as he prepped for it. He made the choice to pick up the Wraiths, and that marksman turns out critical for HD Susauer. Wins the round and drops Steel Sane to 3440. 4140 to 3400. Incendiary and armor, the pickups. Armor on your level 4 sledge. Those beasts now have 25,000 hit points each, so they are tougher than a Wraith, and you can't take anti-air to improve your strength against them. Steel Sane is going to answer them by destroying the chaff. HD Susauer, oh, I love it. We are sledge gaming, guys. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we saw this in one of the Asia tournaments that we cast, one of the Asia matches that we cast this morning, where players kind of committed to the sledge aggro or sledge line positions, and they didn't add these two on the sides. These two on the sides handle the flanking and allow the main units to get involved more frequently. They're also going to be, because they have to keep driving, they're going to be out here protecting higher value sledges from all the stuff that he's pulled out to the corner. See what I mean? They're just doing so well out there. These guys, they are dying, but their job is to keep these guys alive. So, of course, the fire up the middle helped Steel Sane a ton. And
yes, that chaff clear was really big here, and kind of important because those sledges are scaling, and notably, they don't have mech rage yet.
Right.
Sledges with mech rage are transformatively strong. The speed and the rate of fire increase is a big difference. Steel Sane is going to need some kind of proper answer because these have enough levels. You're going to have a hard time clearing these if they just keep popping off.
We've got our drop. None of those do seem like a proper answer to a heavy sledge line build. There is the mech rage taken for HD Susauer. So you've got that already teched.
I love the melter pickup because Fort is a common I have to answer this, and Forts in Standard are super hard countered by melters. So having that is especially nice to be able to punish a pivot. The key to playing sledge carry, I think, is being able and ready to pivot to the punish for whatever counter comes down.
Wow, did HD Susauer buy? He sold the melter, so he's got it available and unlocked for free, and used the sell value to fund the armor-piercing bullets. So these things went from single tech range to triple tech carry, just from round 5 to round 6, using the drop to fund it, while getting an unlock that he's going to find valuable.
I will say, I think I'd have liked to have seen EMP as opposed to AP, just because there's nothing on the ground that needs damage yet, and the rate of fire drop is going to hurt your chaff clear. So that's one of those I would want to see, ideally, force your opponent into a target that has health before you go AP, but these triple tech sledges are absolutely going to be monsters.
And, speaking to that one, that there were 3 drops available, including the Vulcan and other level 2 large unit like the Melter. So they might be thinking, I want to make sure I'm doing giant quality damage, and less worried about them being teched, because they're not going to be able to EMP a whole bunch of sledges. Just counting on having the DPS is my guess. I obviously can't speak for what HD Susauer is thinking. Yeah, it's the logic. Whether you agree with the liner is up to you, but I'm going to say it worked, barely. I actually expected that round to be a much larger tempo swing. I imagine HD Susauer did too. So we go to round 7, 3,000 hit points apiece. Laser sights for Steel Sane and Susauer. Of course, if you're in a range war, and you need to make sure your melter or sledge or arc flight or marksman latches on first. You want to have the laser sight. You really don't want to be caught with your pants down because your opponent has the laser sight and you don't. Of course, Steel Sane is ignoring me on that again, puts it on the Wraith in the corner. And so
Steel Sane is in dangerous territory here. Doesn't have anything that can really kill these sledges effectively yet. The marksmen, they're scaling, but they shoot one at a time. And these sledges are fast, and once they have the EMP, they'll be really important. Now, Fang Shield sounds good on paper, but since sledges tend to volley overkill, Fang Shield actually does not do very well in the sledge carry, specifically, because the sledges are shooting the same thing more than once anyway because of projectile travel time.
So you're saying
it's one of those...
Two sledges are shooting at the same Fang, so you're not buying quite as much time as you would have.
Arbiter ran the math on it and found that it was less than 10% increase in time to kill, even though in theory it should be doubled. Which I thought was really surprising, but makes a lot of sense if you think about it.
Yeah, it does make some sense. I do wonder how much that's impacted by the armor piercing, and if the AP was something that Steel Sane was thinking about when he took it. But, obviously, you are right. This is pretty strong for the sledge line. My gosh. Not much left out there. The Farseers are just enough to handle the Wraiths. Everything else is covered. And exactly as Titan said, Steel Sane was in a lot of danger. And he goes from 3,000 hit points to 1156. Nice job reading that board that way at that point. That was, I don't think that was easy to see coming. So nicely done.
Thank you. Obviously, the Scorpions are a must pick here.
Yeah, this is what he wanted last drop, not this drop. So it's a bit late, but we'll sell something. We will tech these guys for sure. They need to be kept back where they can be kept alive.
I think the sledge ad was a big mistake, and teching the sledge is a big mistake. You're so far behind, and with armor piercing, HD's tanks are one-tapping yours, which means that they are just bad chaff. They're not really getting the contribution that you would want out of them, I think.
There's no other chaff clear on his board. He doesn't even have storms. It's them
Therein
or
lies.
Yeah, it is them or the Wraiths off the back line.
And these Warcrime Vulcans are going to absolutely torch the chaff, and honestly, all the level 1 sledges are going to die as well, and there's some low-level marksmen that are going to die. This looks really over.
Yeah, this is a good combination, by the way. He's taking the, in addition to the War Crimes Vulcan, he's dropping underground or subterranean crawlers. So they have a shot at running under the fire. They're not likely to, but among other things, they were going to stop a whole bunch of things, clump them up into the fire. They get there quicker. It does look like Steel Sane has stabilized the ranged Scorpions, doing a ton of work.
Get the job done. Okay.
And for as bad as last round was for Steel Sane,
wow,
this round is even worse for HD Susauer, from 2,900
nailed out by the Scorpions.
2,900 to down and out. Does leave me with a little bit of, why did we wait for the drop? Like, I know people don't want to unlock Scorpion, but this was a case where take the Scorpion last round, please. Just buy them yourself.
Or 2 ago, yeah.
Yeah. Just buy them yourself when you see things starting to get out of control. But he takes them, gets them done, gets the job done with it. Also, interesting in that last round, HD Susauer loaned and took speed, didn't take range. And
what?
Steel Sane did, took lone and range. That gives his sledges a 15-meter range advantage. That gave his scorpions a 20-meter range advantage. And I can't help but wonder if we saved this and ran it back.
Oh my goodness.
If temp range off the tower would have made the difference for HD Sour this round instead of Subterranean Blitz or other choices. It wasn't like crawlers made it through fire on that last round, so.
That's wild to me that he didn't take range.
Exactly. That's why I called it out. All right, that is we have 4 groups in this tournament. We had 112 in each group. You've got a few matches left to go. I'm going to run down the list real quick. Steel Sane beating HD Sour. Dachshund over Skip to Skip. Esper Lion beat Eagle. Bear Like the Dev 4-0 after beating Dakosu. Life Path, who we saw earlier, gets the win over Flix. Harvey the Llama beats Black Sheep. Rakagast beats J Shoots. Loose Crawler Player over OnlyFangs. Rooster gets to 3-0. Jeremiah. Repmaster beats Whooped. Mamaro over Bare Hands. Mamaro's had a bunch of strong tournaments recently. Mondekind over LMCV, and unsurprisingly, Blue Hair 3-0. We'll have our next round coming up in a moment. As I am planning a 16-hour stream, so I'm not actually going to try to entertain you by casting the tag end of one of these. Titan, if you wanted to, I'd pick one. I will put it on for you. I'm going to rest and take care of myself for a minute. You have one you want to see?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry.
That's okay.
Let's just go ahead and add the
43, 44.
Let's add Ezel.
Oh, Azil?
Yeah, let's see what they're up to. It's an interesting one. Odds and Ezel.
Finished, apparently.
Okay. Then let's add the one with the best HPs left.
Hinata and a die. 43, 44.
Sounds like a plan.
You, sir, have the con? I know you don't have the mouse to show what you're thinking, but...
All right. Oh, it's a Typhoon boat defense against a Tarantula bush with Phoenix. Oh my gosh, Giga Phoenix range launcher charge shot. So these level 4 Phoenix are shooting 30,000 damage shots every 1.6 seconds. That is ridiculous DPS. Oh my gosh. So it's just a matter of will the chaff be gone? Because if those Phoenix are shooting crawlers, they are the deadest crawlers you've ever seen. But if they're shooting boats, they will be the deadest boats you've ever seen. There's also apparently been a massive level 4 Wraith drop, which will honestly be locking down this back corner with a lot of what is probably meant to be chaff clear for the front line. There's another really powerful Phoenix back here on the other corner flank, and this is really going to come down to the chaff and whether or not the Typhoons are locking on to the armored tarantulas or not. If they do, then the birds, I think, will absolutely bully this. If they don't, then the birds are going to get locked on chaff and the boats will be able to pick them off. And it looks like so far the birds are shooting chaff, starting to get through. Healing tarantulas are trying to tank, but there are boat ground cannon that are able to take care of them. And it doesn't matter how much damage your phoenixes do, they can't shoot what matters. It's close. And this level 4 healing Wraith in the back is absolutely a menace. This tower timing could be problematic, especially with the healing. There's enough. that was all about the chaff war because both sides had more than enough carry units to win. But these are the most in-your-face murder phoenix that you will ever see. Just absolutely insane. Really interesting match. Very high intensity finishing moment. All right.
Alrighty, we've got about 3 minutes till the start of our next match. We'll figure out what we've got going.
Whenever I see a spider push like that, also whenever you see rhinos being added to it, my go-to recently has been hackers, and I think hackers are the best hard counter to spiders in the game at the moment. Spider mines are incredibly high value. Hacking them can turn that around. And if you hack a spider mine as it pops out, it will oftentimes detonate on the spider itself and do a bunch of immediate damage. Also, hacking a short-range tanky chaff clear unit means that once you hack them, they turn around, they help you win the chaff war, and can kill the friendly marksmen that are nearby or other soft targets. It's a really good matchup. The way you combat that is going air to punish the hacker. But
well,
that has been my go. Very successful.
Very nice. I like it. I don't like to cast the same player back to back, but Bear-like against Steel Sane. How does Bear-like handle the most standard of standard boards? What craziness will he come up with? That is going to be our match. I think it has to be.
Sounds like a plan. We have yet to cast Bear-like, and Bear-like is fun to cast.
Exactly. Round 4. Bear-like the Dev versus Steel Sane the Russian Master. Of course, we do have all those Bear-like emojis for you guys. If you're a subscriber, there are a couple of different Amaroq Bear. Praise, there's Denied, and there's Bear-like. So, I hope you guys are enjoying those. That has been the work
They're a lot of fun.
Thank you. That has been the work of Corpse Girl, which I really appreciate her being part of the channel, being the artist. Channel point predictions are up if you enjoy your Gamba.
I do have to say, I think Steel Sane, with the stability of his standard boards, is the favorite, but Bear-like is one of those people who can catch you by surprise with anything. So it is, even if you're the favorite, he's like the last person you want to draw. It's like drawing a Void or a Diana. It's like, I'm confident I may be the better player, but they could get you on any day with one of their high risk but potentially high reward moves, even if it's not as reliable. You never want to be the Cinderella story victim.
And of course, Bear-like is capable of making it all the way to the finals. I believe we have seen this as a final before, Bear-like versus Steel Sane.
Have we? Okay. Has Bear-like ever won a final?
I do not remember Bear-like winning tournament. Miasim won the Asia this morning, so.
Oh, nice.
The devs do enter and are competitive in these tournaments. If you're new to the scene, so.
What a story then! If Bear-like wins the European, that would be hilarious.
Oh, that would be amazing. Welcome to round 4, where we have the Dev, the founder of Game River, the studio that produced Mechabellum. Near side, blue, Steel Sane on the far side, red. Did have a good conversation with Bearlike and asked if he would consider setting things up so that blue hair is automatically cast as blue and red hair is automatically cast as red. But apparently that is more work than it would be worth for the small amount of joke that would be.
That would be funny. You know what I want? I want to see them play each other and be the opposite. Where blue hair is red and red hair is blue, and just the tongue twister of a cast. That would be hilarious.
Mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, that should not be possible. Not ever. Don't ever put me in that situation.
All right. Well, shocker. We see Steel Sane coming out with your classic standard build. Cost not great in aggro, not great aggro defense, but when you're in standard as a range war, you can make a lot of value out of the extra money, and the stat margins are usually less impactful.
And he's using that 300 to open with the 50-point unlock, 200-point buy of a Wasp. So he's actually forgoing a deploy. You can see how many squads he has available here. But if he gets the predicted blue crawlers, and he's looking at a chaffless board, right? So if he gets crawlers, and then he has an automatic round win. So no tempo.
And playing Elite with no chaff as an opener is largely considered to be like one of the worst packs that you can try to play with. So Bearlike coming out to show us how it's done. And the other thing is blue crawlers. They are lots of experience. So
that is why
these Wasps very much could farm a level off this board, very realistically.
Yeah, I'm almost guaranteed that those Wasps will level off of this. But what I was thinking when I saw that he'd taken Elite was a very aggro positioning with crawlers on the line and Arclights. Now he might still be set up for that with the crawlers. These being his chaff screening crawlers, you notice that they were vertical behind tower but not unpullable. So they are perfectly pullable because they're straight behind the towers. And that might be intentional if he's planning to transition to an aggro. But I would have expected the storms to be positioned a little further forward. On the other hand, maybe we're selling out of them. Would you like 2 level 3 fangs and just transition to some crazy fang gaming? No. No, he would not.
The canonical marksman answer on round 2.
Mm-hmm. This is the tempo answer, right? Take your 3 deploys. And for Steel Sane, this is almost a... we talked about he gave up a deploy. But at this point, if you just imagine that he bought 2 marksmen last round and had a level 2 Wasp drop this round, he's fine, right? He's right back out ahead.
Right.
And he's adding some... Look at those. Those are some HD Susauer-esque outside sledges.
Really interesting to note. I think these drops were actually really, really rough for Bearlike because one of the advantages of playing Elite is paying 150 for blue marksman is a huge advantage. What you want is to get units off the drop that are level 1 that you can't buy, that would be hard to afford, that you don't care about levels on, but marksmen care about levels.
Right.
It's still probably correct, but this absolutely plays to the cost control advantage as opposed to the Elite advantage.
Right. He would much rather have, or as an Elite player, he would much rather have the, is it a double level 2 that drops on round 3? Or is it double level 2 also drops here? I think the double level 2 is also at this round, right? It's round 3. It's gotta be round 3. Maybe it's triple on round 3, double on round 2. Be that as it may, his marksmen were the correct answer to Wasps. You heard it here first. That's the canonical counter. Got it done. We have it from the dev himself. And subsidized crawler, if you'd like them to keep leveling, oh my goodness. If you want to just level all your crawlers all day long, he has one that leveled already.
So we saw this last game where Steel Stain did not add arc lights and kind of was behind on chaff clear until he teched out and got a bunch of sledges rolling. Very interesting that Steel Stain is just saying, because right now arc lights are considered by many to be very strong, and he is basically saying, I'm going to run sledges as my chaff clear.
Mm-hmm. This is where I learned that from, by the way. I know it's frustrated you a bunch in our 2v2 partnership, but it's especially painful in the 2v2 because if I'm allowing the chaff to survive my side and then it comes over and causes problems on his side, and then my side outskills me in a way that it wouldn't have in a 1v1. So and
if I got to farm experience off those carries that were on your side's board, then that'd be one thing.
Then it's a win. Yeah.
Farming chaff. Yes.
Yep.
And these blue crawlers are a menace. They are able to get worn down for now. Still looks like a round win for Bear, like.
As long as he has a marksman survive this. There it is.
So, those storms were absolutely trolled by the one pair of sledges that refused to die.
Yeah, but the flame skin made it. The flame skin made it all worthwhile.
I see. Yes. Rule of cool. During the day. We had a really interesting opportunity here. The S10 range for 400 was offered, which on round 4 is enormously expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Probably something they both would have wanted, but laser sight just being too much value relative to cost.
Right.
And it wasn't worth it. Oh, and we have assault mode marksman.
That's what I was waiting for. Bear Lake with assault mode marksman in standard. Let's go. It's on now. Now we are getting.
Look just amazing.
Look, this is why we chose to cast Bear Lake's games. You're always going to see him. You're always going to see something that is different, unique, and it's being played by a 2000 MMR player who knows the game inside and out. And yes, he's busy running a company now, but this is still. He's a gamer first and a developer second, if that makes sense. Honestly, if you were one of those people who you sit at home and anytime you're playing a game, you are seeing little balance things, little UI things that you'd like to fix, tiny little elements that you might want to change, you might actually be a game developer. Just so you know.
Sometimes not so tiny. Like you're staring at a game or something, and you're like,
"Oh, yeah, this had so much potential, and it is."
Yes. Okay, so we've got bird. Gilsane is adding birds to his marksman board. These people. So the birds on Steel Stain's on Barrel Packs would actually ironically make some sense because you kind of turned your marksman into tanky shotguns, so there's less overlap in the redundancy. But talk about a carry arc board.
Okay, so now he's got assault mode marksman tanking for carry arcs with Phoenix as the anti-air long-range sniper. But soon, the Phoenix are going to be outranged by the arc lights if they aren't already. So yeah, they already are, right? All across the board. So it's the marks tank for the Phoenix tank for the arcs. That's certainly how everybody else draws it up at home.
However, there's something really important here, which is Phoenix are able to engage on the arc lights really efficiently because there is a lack of chaff on the elite side at the moment. And you'll notice that Steel Saint cleans up this round because of it. And the speed of those Phoenix was actually really key in being able to make that happen.
Yeah, I know you were surprised to see the Phoenix from Steel, but I know part of what he's thinking is he didn't have single target DPS that was going to chew through level 2.
Leveled.
There were level 2 marksmen over here. He's only got level 1. It's going to take so many shots to kill him. You know, it's like 30 seconds for a marksman to kill an equal level marksman on the other side. So he goes for something that it's still outranging them. I do a heck of a lot more damage per pack. 6,000 per shot from the Phoenix. I can get through those assault mode marksmen a lot quicker. And you can see, seeing that, Bearlike has already sold out of one of them. The one that was over here on the right. No, wait, it's got the marksman. I just leveled up to level 3. Never mind. It's not sold. It doesn't unlock stuff. My bad. He's going for wasps. Is this aerial spec?
So we're basically in some weird, almost pseudo mirror, except one player has sledges and more chaff because they're not elite. It's basically a carry arc line versus a sledge line.
Carry arc does win that late game.
Yes. Although a line of Phoenix might have something to say about that.
Right. The Phoenix are a different story. Just head to head, the Arclight versus the Sledgeline is all I'm talking about.
Yes.
What you're
the Wasps are doing good work.
And the shotgun marksmen do pretty good against those wasps as well.
I was saying Bearlike's Wasps.
Yeah, Bearlike's Wasps did well.
Steel Saints, Phoenix, although not enough.
Not enough. I think.
And
Steel Saints
tempoing down bubbles.
Steel Saints laser sight wasps, and the fact that all the chaff was slowed down in the oil that wasn't, not much of it landed, but a whole bunch of the chaff did get slowed down. So Bearlike very weak on chaff and punished for that with this tiny little. I mean, that is not much, but it is right where those crawlers need to be.
Yeah, I almost think that a center bubble would have been more valuable. That way you're bubbling where your chaff is. So that you're protecting those as opposed to the 4 bubbles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. A bubble in front of each of my 3 chaff.
It might be time to add some more chaff. Ooh, and the loose crawlers. Now the Arclight clear rate is going to be cut by like a third of the normal speed.
And
these Phoenixes are going to have infinite time to just their targets.
Right, and the marksman similarly problematic against the loose crawler.
Right, because they're assault mode, so they're actually going to be That's true, because normally marksmen don't care about loose because it's one tapping, but the splash from the assault mode absolutely will be slowed down on top of it.
And at this point, those Phoenix that initially might have looked like a mistake are now your level 3 carry unit and top deep damage dealers. And these sledges, they might get outscaled, but they're by the Arclights if we let this game go on infinitely. But
worth noting, I don't actually think that the Phoenix were a mistake.
No,
I just thought it was very strange and out of character.
It's a surprising choice.
Player like Steel.
Yeah.
Yes, it made sense, and it's a good choice, and it was because his marksman didn't have levels.
Right.
The Fire's going to put in work this round, but
against the loose
I don't even know
crawlers
if
in
Airline
particular.
wins this round. And if you can't win with Fire, that's a bad sign.
I can't win with unshielded fire. It will be a big red flag that this game is over.
Yes. Or if you win by like 2 birds.
If you win by 2 birds, I'm not convinced the game's over yet. But it is a bad sign.
Right.
See,
okay.
There you go. 4 birds, 2 storms, and an arc. Got this in your pocket. Steel Saints at 3230, Bearlike at 2200.
Well, oh, Airlike has some tough choices because in standard, the Typhoon range that we've talked about in a couple of games now, not great, but it does have an 8 splash and it has 6 bodies. So if you can put Fangs in front of them, for example, you're being bum rushed, and the range may be less of an issue because of the speed of the crawlers. It may be the chaff he needs.
Here's the angle I think he goes for. I think it's Typhoon with homing missile. Scales with levels, so elite recruiting them helps. No, he goes for Vulcan.
I think Typhoon. The missiles would be terrible because they're each going to be shooting one crawler for 90% of the match. I think. But the Vulcan is definitely going to set the ground on fire.
Replicate crawlers.
Okay, that's another really good answer, actually.
Yeah,
because the boost formation has much less health.
Right, he's lowered the hit
every
points.
Every crawler you hit is going to spawn one of your own.
Right, he's lowered his hit points. He hasn't taken mech rage on the sledges. A sledge shooting a crawler, you don't care that it got EMP'd. It wasn't going to replicate anymore. It's dead.
Right.
And, of course, the Phoenix and Marksman are both single target, so it's going to, again, kind of work on punishing the lack of chaff clear on Steel's board.
And Steel Thing does not have mech rage, so these sledges are firing slowly, and every crawler that dies is going to flip and respawn, and that's going to be a lot of chaff. I almost wonder if selling the Vulcan and getting something that would have been more proactive would have been a good call there, because chaff war was won by the crawlers, and the Vulcan just kind of sat there. Once the chaff is gone for both sides, birds just clean up.
Steel Sane wins the round. Bearlike down to 680 hit points.
And how do we turn this around if you're Bearlike? I really think you need to turn the... Oh, and he teched the Vulcan too. That makes selling it even worse. But I think the Vulcan needs to be a paycheck. I think your crawlers won the chaff war. I think you don't have enough anti-air. Is it Blue Mustangs with range? Sell the Vulcan?
I mean,
get 3 of them?
We've got the ability to do range AA Wasp, and that was what I was expecting to see from them when they first came out. Will be ranged shielded Wasps and the Wasp call-in. So I'll have a Wasp call-in on the back line, where it's going to be, targeting or eating shots from Phoenix. We've ranged the Vulcan, which was pretty useless last round. It did 8,000 damage and 42 kills.
Right. I would really like to see mech rage from Steel Sane, although it may not be necessary. Where did the money go this round for Steel Sane?
Is it the Elite Marksman on Phoenix?
If that was new, then that would certainly be 800 of it, so probably. Or sorry, 600 of it.
And levels on sledges. A couple of them.
Yeah.
Oh, and some storms and HE ammo.
Curious.
To try and splash.
Blue colors.
Yeah, splash
the blue. The right way, I'm thinking.
Okay,
there's a lot more crawlers too.
So this was a decent play on Bearlike's part with the front line of crawlers formed a pull that pulls Steel Sane's units towards it, which allowed them to be in under the Vulcan which now has the laser sights. It's got 170 meters. And because he's done that, his own crawlers are heading that direction as well. And I think that got more value for both the HE, the Vulcan, and his own storms and arc lights than he might have had otherwise. But the shielded wasps were exactly what the doctor ordered for Bearlike. Stabilizes the round, drops Steel Sane to 1385.
right. Well, that's definitely around now. That Colin did a lot of work. So we'll have to do it again. And Steel Sane has oil.
Steel Sane's oil is up. Amp core for Steel Sane as well. The photon emission for Bear-like, trying to keep units in this area alive as long as he can. Obviously, it doesn't protect them from being slowed down by oil, but it will keep them from getting EMP'd by the sledges for quite a while.
That Vulcan has been consistently EMP'd in the mid-fight.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll definitely help. Although this oil catching the wave of chaff here is going to be painful, and that shield just misses the center line of the oil.
Would like to see one right up here where you know nothing's going to hit it at first. Just shields need to be closer to the line for a lot of people. A lot of people put them so much further back than they need to be, and obviously Bear-like doing that on, he knows the game really well. He may know that if he puts them much further forward, Steel Sane can drop them in and slow the crawlers down at the back. But I think that is much less painful to you than chancing having them lit on fire up front. Don't mind if my chaff arrives a little later. It's okay.
Yeah.
You want to create some drip chaff from? Go right ahead.
It is worth noting that if your opponent chooses to put the oil closer to the line, then they have a chance of breaking into their own oil or fire once it's lit.
Mm-hmm.
This oil lands, but it doesn't get lit on fire. At least not yet. Wow. Oh. That fire just sailing over the oil is a huge...
I mean, this Vulcan... And that's not accidental, by the way. It's 170 meter range. It's targeting things at extreme range. All around long. He's placed it in the middle, so there is no cheeky, like, I'm going to drop a crawler in an oil and get you to light your own oil on fire. He's placed that really, really well.
That is not game, but it is sure close.
10 rounds in, 680 hit points for the Dev, 185 hit points for the Russian champion. We go to round 11. A Wasp Swarm for Bear-like, since he's already got those shielded Wasps. That is the call he would love to see. Extended ranged Sledgehammer this late for Steel Sane. There is a godsend. Praise Bear-like. Bear-like has given Steel Sane... Wait, the unit he needed... The tech he needed to beat Bear-like. I'm confused.
Also, he did take Mech Rage this turn.
Yes,
like I kind of wanted to see.
Yeah, as soon as he had the extended range Sledgehammer, he took the Mech Rage. It could have been decisive earlier. We will never know.
I think that pushes it over, although he definitely needs to shield this fire, or it's gonna hurt. But it's Steel Sane. He knows the power of spells. He plays with the 201.
He plays 201 all the time. He's technically 401, but yes, he plays versus the 201 all the time.
Yes, he heads up against them, and that meta is dominated by spells. Even the
what do you think of this? What do you think of Steel Sane's crawler call-in placement right into the replicate crawlers on the back line?
He wants to get the initial engage with all the crawlers being late, and a few more crawlers is less relevant.
And turn it around so that the Vulcan may light this oil on fire, potentially. Because if it's turned around and fought back here and then turns around to come back forward, it might be different engagements. That's what I'm guessing. I think it works that way.
I would have used one deploy if I was Steel Sane on the oil to make sure it lights, but he does get in because the rest of that shaft is made.
Mm-hmm.
And the Mech Rage is going to make a big difference on these sledges. And the range is going to mean that the EMP can be landed further back. And of course, any of the arc lights hit are going to go from being monsters to just moderately scary and too much health.
Right. I mean, we talked earlier about Sledge will get outscaled by... Carry Sledge gets outscaled by Carry Arc late game, round 11. On the other hand, Extended Range Sledgehammer outscales Carry Arc. And there you go.
Correct.
Steel Sane, a winner over Bear-like. 2,000 MMR to, I guess, Bear Lake's at just under 1,900 right now. 11-round epic. Dev Miasim wins in Asia, but wins the Asia Elite Tournament, but the Dev Bear Lake will not win the European.
Unfortunate. And honestly, I kind of feel like he might have been robbed. Like, that little last round ER Sledge card is brutal.
I agree. That
so
ER
I guess
card
you'll say
is
be praised. They're like
exactly denied. Rip Bear Lake. There you go, Toast. Perfect. So around the group, Life Path beat Amaroq to get to 4-0. Blue Hair over Hardy Llama. Rakagast, we saw wins over Mondkind. Steel Sane beat Bear Lake. Dachshund over Esperlion, who's had a great tournament to get this deep. Rep Master beats Loose Crawler Player. And Rooster over Jeremiah. That gives us 7 unbeaten, with Mondkind in the spoiler role. Mondkind will be facing Life Path. He'll have Steel Sane against Rep Master. Rakagast versus Blue Hair. And oh my goodness, Dachshund versus Rooster. Let's go.
Oh yes. Hog versus Bird. Also, I'd like to point out, we picked the longest of all of the matches.
Thank you. We do tend to be decent at that, partly from knowing players' styles.
Right.
But, and sometimes that's not necessarily a good thing, because you're going to wind up seeing something that it's a little closer to what you've seen before. This one obviously was not.
Thankfully, Bear Lake made sure that didn't happen.
Exactly. We knew that was not going to be the case with Bear Lake, but you do sometimes get these.
Right. Steel Sane can sometimes have a very similar vibe from game to game.
Right. He's not, playing intentionally to engage a streaming audience. He's playing intentionally to optimize his play from standard and defense. So it can feel very similar. It's a lot of the same positions, etc. But even that, at this point, you've seen even my aggro games where, I'm a lot of times I'm making it up on the fly. A lot of times there is some pretty standard positioning. I'm measuring things out to get the spot that I wanted because I've tested this in a lab, and it's how I want it to go. Had the experience of having one of my formations just pop off exactly the way it was designed to this morning. It was like, oh, that's exactly the defense I set this up to beat. That was great.
Nice.
Welcome to the quarterfinals of Elite Tournament European number 1, or number 77 if we're counting them as the weeklies. Dachshund, Sabertooth Specialist, near side blue. We have the Dog versus the Bird, Supply Specialist, far side, with Fang and Storm. So right off the rip, this looks like a very classic standard v standard. We'll just line up deep and agree to shoot each other as politely as possible.
Right. Standard v standard. Rooster playing standard is not something you see all that often these days.
I mean, he did get given a classic pack for it.
That's true. Also, Dachshund with a switch up of Fangs behind tower in crawler formation and crawlers vertical behind that.
Interesting. Wish I could ask him what he was thinking about for that one.
There's been some dare to be different going on in the chat positionings. And we have a Storm Crawler Fang versus a Storm Crawler Fang.
Alright. Which individual Fang do you think is going to be Neo this game? I think it might be... I'll take that one.
Oh, that one.
Neo! Oh, I got it wrong. I was close.
If the answer is none of the above.
Well, I mean, the one guy dodged the whole first pack. That's true. The whole first volley, really.
Wow, those are some really bad sword shots from both of them. We just kind of shot the ground in front of each other.
I mean, sometimes you don't fuel the rockets all the way. It saves a little bit of money. The bean counters back at headquarters really care about that sort of thing. So,
right. I'd much rather use another rocket than use like another ounce of fuel to get it all the way there.
Exactly.
We have a Sabertooth for Doxson.
Right.
Just a very good early unit, bully the board kind of thing. DPS check.
Right. Both of them.
Storms can be that DPS check.
Yeah, both of them skipped, so plus 50. And Doxson adds a third Stormcaller. Fourth Crawler. We know he likes to put his vertical crawler in the corner. Unlike a lot of people who leave the Rhinos, he does tend to put them right on the line, but his version of leaving the space for the Rhino, I guess? Nope. He's all the way further back down in the corner now.
Interesting, because that's become... It's very, very common to leave that 3-tile gap.
I know you and I talked about this last night, but for this, I'll recap. Some of my thinking, because I still do put it on the corner, where it is that I can stop that one pack of Crawler can destroy a pack of Fire Badgers on the round that it summons in. Yeah, they're useless the next round. They are hard countered by the unit that's just summoned in front of them. But, so, I stopped the flank from killing me this round. It's fine.
Right, it's a how do I handle the immediate spawn in turn versus all of the following turns that the chaff is now
right
on the line versus have the gap. Booster is adding more storms, Doxson is adding more storms, and you know what, we're running standard beasters along.
Nope, I found Neo. No! Dang it.
Yep.
Didn't we?
Oh, Doxson takes 100 damage. Next round, Rooster takes 50.
Didn't we end with that last round? No, it was 2 storms last round, right?
Right.
Very decisive. This game's tipped decisively on that round, I'm pretty sure.
Indeed. Of course, the natural home for this is the Sabertooth for now.
Yeah.
The Sabertooth is useful. It gets the most health out of this. Most likely will be sold once a proper giant comes on board. I could see that being a Vulcan. I could see that being Melters at this point.
In our classic range war, the marksman and storms are key. So Doxson goes for that. Rooster goes for range on his arc lights early, and looks like he's banking this improved firepower control for a later round. And he has a unit that he wants it on more.
Yes. These arc lights being ranged means that any crawlers that advance will stop them from walking forward, which will keep them out of the marksman range. And the question will be who wins the chaff war in terms of who gets to shoot whose carry units after. Just very simple development.
Yeah, for round 3, that advantage goes to Rooster because he's ranged the arcs, right?
The marksmen do technically outrange those.
Yeah,
so
I specifically was talking to the chaff player. The chaff war.
Yes, 100%. But that missile definitely helps.
That missile helped a ton. And locking on those arc lights early is going to help. Well, you deleted the one on the far right.
And that happened because the missile cleared some of the chaff that would have run forward
to
screen for it.
Now, some of the things I've found interesting to watch for in Standard v Standard is some of the economic plays, like exactly how are you getting your econ value? How are we going to kill this saber with an amp core? And can Doxson force a larger response out of it? Obviously the range on the arc lights does not tip the board very much, We
had
goodness.
one surviving storm last round. We've had one surviving storm this round. Another dominant round victory. Rooster goes straight to the Phoenix. He does not have the marksman, so he'll take the single target that has better damage, better DPS output. Presumably he's going to put both of those on the same side as the Amp Core Saber and force it to be sold. He does not. He just goes for a range and one each on the outsides of the tower. And Dachshund took the Wraith. So did Steel Saint. That's interesting. We're seeing Wraiths from Standards twice in a row. Also goes to a pair of Vulcans. There you go. Now we are in Vulcan Marksman.
I would not be surprised to see the Sabertooth get sold soon, and that or go onto one of the Vulcans.
Yeah, that's what I would have expected. But at this point, it could go to the Vulcan, it could go to the Phoenix. Note that Dachshund had the same thought I did about where the Phoenix might be if they were taken. So he put both the Vulcans on the other side, where if Rooster had done what I suggested, where he might have put the two Phoenix on the same side to target the Saber, these two Vulcans would have had clear run on the tower. But Rooster is KG to that possibility. Puts one Phoenix on each side. And the question is that going to get the job done with a Wraith out front to tank? Did put the improved firepower control on those guys, so they're going to do some very high damage when they target something that's not chaff. Bonk. Bonk. Goodbye. So it took him 2 shots. Well, one from each.
Blue Phoenix are no joke when it comes to DPS.
Blue Phoenix with an item is really good. So the turn Dachshund adds 2 Giants is a big swing for Rooster. That's how that went on the drawing board for Dachshund. You can see from the fact that he has the Amp Core and laser sights that he's taken here, he's already sold out of the now countered Sabertooth. Insta-sell. And he's going to have items for his Giants. Rooster debating. Do you want the long-term value? Do you want the Ion? He takes the Ion that he knows. We can kind of predict where the sell might be coming. So he's going to drop that, presumably on the other side where he knows the 2 Giants are. And Dachshund could mess that Ion Beam up a bit with these range on the Vulcans and laser sights. It does really depend where people were engaging. He's also taken speed, high mobility, so he's going to force his units to move out of that spot a little bit. So for example, this might have been perfectly aimed at that Vulcan last round, but if the Vulcan gets out of the Ion Beam, it would have been fine. It didn't because we've taken range.
Oh,
nope.
no.
No, it does. It gets out just in time. And again, we had speed, and both Vulcans dodge.
Very rare you'll see someone of Rooster's caliber whiff that hard.
He didn't.
When you see Ion, the speed makes a humongous difference.
Yeah, he didn't whiff, right? This was played around correctly.
Well, I understand. Yes, Dachshund's counterplay is why the Ion Beam did not make its mark.
Right, exactly. This was well played, therefore we have the miss result. But even with the Ion Beam basically missing, Rooster still wins round 6, or round 5. We go to round 6 with our second unit drop. Dachshund takes the Sandworm, and so does Rooster. So time for Miracle. Are you watching? You wanted to know how we kept winding up with Sandworms in Standard. Here you go. This is the game for you.
Worm is such a strong punish to Vulcan greed, because Vulcan player just doesn't have worm killing damage.
It doesn't have the DPS.
Unless you can shoot at it from range, and the worm doesn't let you do that. So you might have, 10,000 damage marks, which we don't. Even if we did, once your 40, 50,000 health worm is right in front of us, it wouldn't have mattered anyway.
And to reiterate one of the points you made before, because I know we have Void in the audience, there are a whole bunch of items that go very, very strong on worms because of their high hit points. So Worm as a Giant has 48,000 hit points. This is with the tower not taken, and with the tower taken, the Vulcan only has 41,000. Without the tower taken, it would be down in like 3,700. So these things are way beefier. Anything that is percentage-based healing is heals based on absorb, gives you extra hit points. They are all more valuable on your worm than elsewhere.
Yes. That's also a lot of baby worms to go with big voids.
We've got the Void style. It's straight Void style, instantly into replicate. And interesting, Doxin does not run acid on a crawler. So he can't just slap down the acid tech that way.
And we do get through those worms, though. But if those worms had armor, it would have absolutely demolished the Vulcans. I think armor was definitely the round one play instead of replicate there. Vulcans all have splash of 15 meters. And I think in this particular instance, being able to mitigate that damage from the Vulcan, which is a 96 down to 36,
right,
would have been a reduction of 60% damage on top of the 50% bonus health.
So Doxin has taken the Acid Blast to try and catch the worms in the acid. If they were left unmobile beaconed, that would be working. It does not appear to be the case. The mobile beacon going about 2/3 of the way around the acid. Some of them will get caught. Rooster takes strike second, and chat has corrected me that Void actually takes strike first and replicate second. We did have a match yesterday where we encountered the bit where strike does cause them to emerge from the ground faster, but it also means they are targetable faster. So if they are arriving all by themselves with no kind of other screens or distractions, they are a bit vulnerable to being the jump scare worm. They show up real quick and die real quick. And Doxin adjusts the acid just a little bit, so he's got more than 50% coverage on the mobile beacon. The orbital javelin takes out the Amp Core Vulcan. We're gonna play worm versus worm in the acid, it looks like, but a bunch of them have gotten through. They are no longer in the acid. The rest of them will get through while we're focusing on these guys. And somebody in chat wanted to know if the worms have Ignite. They do have Ignite on the bar, but that was not taken this round for Doxin.
I mean, the Vulcans have Ignite.
The Vulcans. Yes, I'm sorry. The Vulcans have Ignite. Did I say the worms have Ignite?
You did.
That's my bad. My bad. Rooster gets the round win, dominant there, and now knows where that acid is to avoid. They both take the orbital bombardment, and Rooster is going to put it deep right. Okay, they put it on the same side. It's all good. Nope, we'll go opposite sides. Does that mean Rooster is...
would be hilarious.
Is Rooster coming through the... Yeah, he is. Okay. So, I think this is pretty handy. For Doxin, it's lucky, right? Because he's going to stop a bunch of units. They're going to be stuck in the orbital. He's placed it really nicely. Other thing is, it's going to leave these sandworms coming through by themselves. So all the chaff that was supporting them and distracting some of the early shots is going to be up here. Eventually, that's going to get lit by one of the Vulcans. Rooster's doing about the same thing on the other side. Doxin adds a level 2. Did you elite recruit a war factory, sir? And gets it in... Go ahead.
You've got to take launcher overload here, right? Because their worms are going to be up close and personal.
That's what I'm thinking. And there it is.
And you're going to just... He's going to have absolute... Now, there is a risk here. Notice what side of the board the War Factory is going to be on relative to the worms, and when they meet in the middle, both of them are going to be in the acid.
Either could be in the acid. Yes. Does depend on
that acid is hilariously like the centerpiece of the map.
Yes.
And it's like bring around the death trap.
This is the sort of map we should get. We should just get maps where it's like there's this little impassable water in the middle, but your subterranean crawlers can go through it. Or, you know, there's acid.
Actually,
like, I love that.
Acidity, I don't know, but a status effect like acid would be fascinating because you can go through it if you want to, and you know, if that have low health don't care about acid percentile effects.
Right.
But it means that if you want to win a side, if you win your side too fast and walk through it, there would be enormous strategic implications with absolutely minimal coding requirement.
Exactly. Like, just give us some cool maps.
That would be a cool map. Although this War Factory is doing the Rosie, you know, ringing around, trying to avoid.
It is going straight on tower at the moment. Does it stop outside? No, it does not.
Oh, everything dies.
No. One hero Vulcan. Love this close up. You can see the helipad on the top, and the fact that the command center of a Vulcan is 2 stories tall, 2 stories worth of windows. So like, these giants are huge things. You know, with
there's a helipad
crew.
on these Vulcans.
Yeah, there's a full crew there working. The Vulcan almost died to acid too. That would have been amazing. There is actually a second or two after the last unit has died, where the any projectiles in motion will get time to land. They're allowed to land, right? And I have seen that where the last unit living died in that moment because of fire or acid or a projectile landing. Always think that's pretty funny. Rooster takes the melting point. These worms have leveled. Almost all of them leveled off of that round. 2, 2, 2. These 2 already were level 2. These 3 leveled. He adds a arranged melter right in front of where he thinks a war factory is. And ion beam is up again. Doxin, as he did previously, takes the high mobility and enhanced range sold out of the war factory from the left, puts it over to the right middle, where if these worms came on a similar path, they would encounter the war factory defensively. He's dodging the ion beam with this to get in behind the war factory and protect it from chaff, etc. Shield over the war factory to make sure it can't get EMP'd. Rooster added a pair of wasps last round. I missed that. I don't even know what killed them particularly. It's probably these farseers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the farseers.
So when I saw the mobile beacon on the worms, at first I thought that maybe Rooster was calling the fact that the war factory had moved and he was going to go to the empty side.
Right.
But when he added the melter, it was clear that he had planned on killing it instead.
Yeah, we're going straight after that war factory. Now he might. He just did kill that war factory. So those worms, that was even before the worms got the tower debuff.
The birds just did honest damage.
This looks really grim. Note the mobile beaconing. I almost wonder, I'd love to play this round again, this round 9, where I wonder if mobile beaconing out of there changed the chaff clear equation in a way that exposed the war factory in a way it hadn't been exposed before.
Right, the Vulcan wasn't in front to pull the chaff and then clear the chaff, so the war factory was shooting chaff.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is there was a big pull difference there.
Although if it stays and it dies to the ion beam, it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. So that just means it was a good ion beam from Rooster, redeeming the counterplay of the last.
I mean, to be fair, Doxin did dodge it twice with his Vulcans.
Right.
This one just didn't work for him. Yes.
And that's actually really interesting because in a lot of games, zoning, the ability to control the position of units, is a form of CC that can be more valuable than even killing things sometimes.
Right.
Because if you control the order of operations for unit arrival, then you can control
Well, that is
who shoots what.
Yeah, that is what Cast is doing with some of those rotation plays, mobile beacons that he does.
Yeah. And it's fascinating because, like, you know, a Vulcan and a Melter make great partners until a Vulcan is shooting a 20,000 HP unit, and the Melter is trying to zap crawlers.
Right. You've got the.
You flip which ones they're shooting, and you're gonna clear in 5 seconds.
Right.
Versus 25. That's a board.
Looks like Typhoon Aggro from Mondkin. Life Path in I am getting Orbital Jabbed on top of one of my... These are triple teched Phoenix with range, Elite Marksman, and Charged Shot. So those are the Shield Break. They're also the Sabertooth Answers. Really not sure in what world that level 1 Rhino made sense on the left. It has died so quickly.
That smoke is brutal, but the birds don't care.
Nice flanking Phoenix play from Life Path. It's going to buy a whole bunch of exchange here. In fact, that's going to let him win on the right. And still has...
That's going to win the game, yeah.
Still has worms left, right?
The reason that worked is because Elite Marksman put the bird out of missile targeting range. Without it, the missile clears the bird.
Right. Very nice. That is a really slick play from Life Path. So that what he's talking about, what he's explaining there is this Phoenix with the 155 meters, just enough. It's level 1. The 5-meter increase in range from Elite is what made the difference in being able to hit that right before it got shot, versus being stuck in close because of range and charge shot reducing range by 25 meters. From the match that we saw previously, Doxson says, "Woof, I tried to get cute with the acid and threw. Should have just War Factoried that turn. I feel like anytime I play off meta, I need to be hit with a newspaper." But we have a good Doxson. So, GG's. GG puppies. It's okay. Blue Hair and Steel Stain have both won their matches, so it'll be a Life Path, who we saw in round 2, against... who is the... It's going to be Blue Hair against Rooster, Life Path against Steel Stain. I think we have to take Blue Hair and Rooster. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Blue Hair and Rooster is going to be fun.
Mm-hmm. All right, we are through. Let's, well, we know what we're taking. We're taking Blue Hair and Rooster, so I'm going to put that prediction up now. So any of you who are in the tournament that want to, you can get your thing in now and then mute us or whatever it is you do to focus on your match. There you go. That's up. That's up.
Life Path has been playing great.
Yeah, Life Path's on a tear. I'm glad we did cast their win over Zach.
In fact, they are not only winning, but they were seed 1 and beat their upset. And sometimes when you are a surprise seed 1, the upset can be like the best of the people that lost,
right? Which
is usually an S tier name. So sometimes drawing the spoiler can be harder than one of the unbeatens because you're getting typically the best of the people who lost the first round.
You might be facing the lucky unbeaten, or you might be facing the dominant who just got unlucky.
Mm-hmm. Like poor whoever played spoiler had to face oh my goodness, B-Man in the Asia tournament, for example.
Asia tournament, exactly.
And it's like 92nd and not for So. So, have you seen any recent Blue Hair games? Because I know Blue Hair likes to pick a flavor and then runs some take on it.
I have not.
What they're running these days.
I have not actually, and one of the things I thought is kind of neat about casting a Blue Hair game is that a lot of times they will pick something, craft it, make it work for a while, and then show up and win tournaments with it. But they've like been honing it off, off
Right.
hours, off, so it's kind of a surprise to the meta.
Mm-hmm.
So I never know what Blue Hair is going to be running on a given thing. If I'd watched him earlier today, usually when he shows up, he'll run the same thing in all 3 tournaments, so you could kind of get a little bit of an idea. But here I have no clue.
One of my favorite Blue Hair builds was when they did the Wasp anti-missile war factory when Fort AA was so popular, and they just took the tourney by storm.
Yeah, just wrecked that.
Playing Wasp carry in the Mustangs off rip, and just absolutely no cares given.
Yup.
It was really cool to watch.
All right, chat is currently 10-1 in favor of Blue Hair. You've only got about a minute and a half left to get your rocks in for this one. You're not gonna have time to see the initial positionings, etc.
Not much as far as not big spenders. We have 10 rock points and 100 rock points. So.
I was trying to drum up some interest, man. Don't sigh.
Now's your chance to get
No, it's like if you dropped 1,000 on the it's free peanuts, exactly.
There we go.
Now somebody's in.
Rooster got an increase of 5,000%.
Isn't it only 500% from 10 to 500?
No, that would be 50. 10 to 50 would be a 500%.
Oh, yeah, okay, so 5,000, you're right.
So when by percentile margin, it was astronomical.
Got it.
Somebody put 92 on Blue Hair. Is that a special number? Or maybe somebody
probably somebody is all in. They're like, well, I've been watching for like 40 minutes, I might as well.
They're like, oh, this is a cool game, I'll bet.
I mean, you might as well, right? Like, what do you have to lose? Like 82 rocks, you get those back in 4 minutes, right? Oh, I'm sad. And you're paid out 3-1 if you win. This is how people get those big numbers to be able to redeem some of the cool things. Welcome to our semifinal. We've got Blue Hair against Rooster. Blue Hair near side, luckily for me, in blue is Aerial Specialist with Steel Ball Arclight opening. Air Steel Ball. Sounds like aggro to me. What do you...
Oh, yes.
Sir, you missed your cue, sir. That was sounds like aggro to... No, I did not mean move it over to the right. Fine, just play your Blue Hair. You just play your game. I know you do well. Rooster on the far side, our 5th place finisher in this tournament last week, now into the semifinals this week, is an Elite Specialist with Crawler and Tarantula, and is starting out aggro. Okay.
Makes sense.
Does make sense.
And Rooster has been loving Elite spec, so that makes sense as well. And you get your Crawlers as part of the starting pack, which is nice, so you're ahead in terms of that. You don't have to buy a bunch of blue Crawlers out of the gate. And I love the 1 blue Marksman because it's a great way to deal with the steel balls. You can 2-tap them. And with Tarantulas, you do fast damage, which means usually the steel ball is damaged enough that the Marksman can just get a kill. One shot, 1 kill.
Blue Crawlers do get in on tower. It took them most of the round, but they got there. Both Tarantulas still up, the blue Marksman still up, and yeah, this is a little lopsided for those poor Arclights.
Wow. That Marksman was just popping off. I think it got 7 of the 8 balls and both of the Arclight kills.
It is a solid round for a marksman indeed. Got Wasp Swarm, Nano Repair, Advanced Shield, and mass-produced Melter. What would you... Do you ever think about, like, taking a mass-produced when you're elite to get it down to a reasonably affordable? Or do you just hate conceding the XP?
The double stats is what you get, and so nerfed double stats is really painful, and the discount doesn't really scale well with levels, so it's tough. That said, getting a level 2 giant on the board or not can make a big difference. So I'm not a good elite player, so I'm actually probably not in a great position to like make a call on that. But personally, I'm too much of a stickler for value.
Yep. The Arclight that you called out, you actually called out exactly all 8 of his kills. So I just wanted to point that out. Titan was paying a little bit of attention to that and nailed it precisely for you guys. And also the gold damage dealer. But, you know, it's a lot of times it's not about how much damage you dealt, but what damage you dealt. And that last round, those were some pretty critical pieces of damage. I was going to say about the level 2 melter. In that case, it would have been a mass-produced melter, would have cost 500. So it costs 125% of a normal melter and does 140% of the stats. So you are marginally ahead, but nowhere near the value of conceding the level 3 or the 3x XP. And yeah, mass-produced Wasp, Rhino, Sledge, you know, your half price, well, you're back at 100% price for 140% of the value, so it's a much more efficient use of it.
All right. Got the triple level 1 chaff clear, so these are the drops that you pray for when you are elite spec. Because you get 9 bodies, level 1, 3 deploys, very money efficient. Just a really great pack. And it also gives you good targets for apparently a bluebird. So apparently, you know, I actually heard Sacco comment on this before, that he will add a marksman round 1, even though he plans on going Phoenix anyway because he wants the damage. But a round 1 marksman is worth the tempo of a round 1 marksman.
Interesting. I probably need to add that to my repertoire, because I usually think of it as a wasted unlock, a wasted unit. But
you do that, you buy 1, you put it where you need it, and if you are right,
this round,
it's worth it.
Right. This is where I'm going to need it this round to support the chaff clear units. You know where that is. You know, I've got my chaff clear here. I know where it's going to be clear. You know, in Rooster's case, it was I have the 2 tarantulas. I've got 1 marksman between them. There's never going to be a chaff between the 2 of them.
Right. And it's also interesting because if you were correct and you put your marksman correctly in the spot, no text and just leveling it can be high value.
Right.
You can sell it if you need the money, but you're honestly not even a wasted deploy as long as it's doing. I mean, it's still gold damage, and it was blue this round.
And it's leveling up again, or it could level up to level 3 if he wants it to. But we're solid. You know, up until he techs the Phoenix, like up until he would need to tech the marksman to keep it relevant, I guess. It's value on the board. Causing problems.
Oh my, the damage item on blue Phoenix. So that's 10,000 damage a shot. That bird can 1-tap a boat.
Yeah, 1 shot. Well, it's 1 shot from each bird, but 1 volley from the group is what he means. So it literally can just delete this Overlord. For a long time I was playing so much Phoenix that Overlord didn't scare me at all until we wound up with the shielded Wasp production meta. And it was like, okay, wait, now I actually have a problem.
Right.
Now I'm not shooting the Overlords
Splash on the boat's first tech.
Now that is fascinating.
And it deleted the Fire Badgers.
Ka-chunk. The level 1s go down real quick. The level 2s do a bit better.
A little, yeah. But the splash is working.
splash. So, we've got 4 missiles, I think it is, that each do 3,000 damage. So you're dealing 12,000 damage. I mean, you lose 30% of that. What's 7 times, or 0.7 times 12?
Basically 85.
Yep. 8,400 damage.
Now, the big thing about Splash Boat is that it loses the bow mirror. That's one of the biggest places that Splash hurts.
Yes. That is presumably the correct counter to it.
But if your opponent's already in birds and is utilizing them as boat clear, then you're not missing that damage margin, and the splash can actually help you pick up additional birds if they clump.
Right. Solid.
So Blue Hair is experimenting with Splash Boat.
I'm going to confess I had actually heard this. I didn't want to spoil for the audience. I've been trying to make this work. I was trying to make those 3 plus Chin Gun instead of Launcher Overload work, and was not able to. This morning, I'd heard Blue Hair was running the high explosive, but what I didn't do was tech HE first like this. So maybe I need to go back to revisit that consideration again this afternoon.
Right. These birds are looking scary, though. And birds are a great answer to boats.
They certainly are. That is why he's got the wasps on the board, on the bar for those. Interesting that he's not leveled this guy, even though it is gold damage dealer last round and game overall. But keeps the haste module on it. It's just like, this is effectively a level 1 and 1.4. Need to get it up to level beyond that. It's already killing everything I need it to. There we go. That whole pack of level 2s goes down. We leveled this one, which was not the itemized one, so that it would delete a pack of level 2s really quickly. Tower timing. Rough for Blue Hair. Gets the Phoenix on the left. Even during tower debuff? Wow, the last missile from this dude. Oh, and then we get it down. Rooster getting round win. And Blue Hair, we're through 5 rounds. Blue Hair will be down to 3376. Void says, with high explosive, boats are essentially a flying scorpion, almost the same splash, similar damage, different, less targetable, slightly more expensive. He adds range to them. Now they're up to 150 meters. So, and picks up 1 more. There's the launcher overload. So they're back down to 130 meters, but they are buff.
These things are DPS machines now.
Yeah, that is scary.
And now they fire twice as fast as a scorpion.
Right.
From the air.
Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, he was talking specifically about the HE. I mean, to be fair, you can get the Scorpion to shoot to the double shots. It's going to work through something chunky if you do it quickly. But that is a bit different than doing this kind of chaff clear. This is legit. I am going to work through any size cluster of your chaff or medium-sized units. Maybe that's the thing, since I did take the launcher overload off it. So watching Blue Hair run this, it's definitely different from the way I was approaching it. It's really fascinating.
And the rate of fire, I mean, the reason Scorpions are bad at chaff clear is not because they can't kill and not because they don't have to splash. It's because their rate of fire is not chaff worthy.
Right. It's you overwhelm them with chaff is the correct solution to Scorpions. They're your big bane.
Right.
Overwhelm them with it. At least force the guy into a different chaff clear solution. Here. Goodness.
Of course, the boats have a huge advantage by being in the air, so they're much harder to target and counter to traditional Scorpion answers. And now that they have double the rate of fire, this is just dangerous.
They are board clearing rather than chaff clearing at this point, because they target air. Mm-hmm. They are flying. They are much more damage on the bar. The 350 per unit surviving is just lethal. You see how much damage it did to Rooster. He's down to 1830. Here's some ranged napalm on the ground for Blue Hair, just trying to ensure that they are targeting the units that matter and not the chaff. So he had been running previously. He'd been running Fang and ranged napalm Fire Badger with Phoenix. This is the changed approach to how he's dealing medium damage units. But one of the neat things he was doing with that was range the Fangs, so they kind of hang out behind the Fire Badgers. The Fire Badgers tank a little bit for them. You have like semi-carry Fang, so that might be the next tech if he doesn't win this round, say, because of the oil. He's got the orbital coming. The tech that Rooster is running, instead of EMP on his Phoenix, he runs Shield. That is because of the prevalence of spells at the highest level, especially the vulnerability of Phoenix to a spell. You are kind of swingy if you're able to be spelled out. With the flames on the ground, the shield protecting the Phoenix from the orbital, Rooster's going to get the left side tower. Once he's got that, the right side tower collapses. Rooster wins round 7. 2477 to 1830. We go to round 8. Two of the greats from early access head-to-head in the semis. Nuke, Battle of Answer Boats. Specifically, this is a really good answer to super hyper clumped boats. If somebody is running your big thing and they don't have jump drive, or think they're unlikely to buy jump drive for some reason.
We have a nuke, and nuke is one of the best ways to punish air because you can't shield it. You can try to dodge it.
I mean, technically, energy shield on Phoenix or Wasp does shield it.
I guess that's true.
Overlord can't shield it. And that is why it was such a quick pickup for Rooster. This could be decisive. I don't know if he has enough damage surviving on the board.
Interestingly enough, it also means that the birds took shield. So
they took it last.
If Rooster does not win this round, I think Blue Hair is in a really good position. But I could see a nuke being enough.
Rooster took the shield on those last round to protect against the wolf.
Oh, he did? Okay. Then I missed that.
He's not defending against the shield with it, or against the nuke with it.
Right.
Right. Where is the... You could conceivably have mobile beaconed away from this nuke, but there is no mobile beacon for Blue Hair. Now we are hanging out with two boats. I think this one is outside barely. Two boats in there, and once that nuke hits, this guy has a straight line on the tower. Tower goes down, hidden underneath that, but that was shot by these two Phoenix. That was a really nice play, and then he mobile beaconed the other Phoenix because it wasn't necessary. He mobile beaconed this Phoenix over to tower. A thump from 2477, Blue Hair down to 1077. That's not lethal. Rooster is staying alive on the spell rounds. Here you have a War Factory for both. Was that an instant sell for Blue Hair? I think it was. We've got 2250 showing and no War Factories. For Rooster, I mean, let's take some War Factories and put Launcher Overload, or not Launcher Overload, I would imagine Missile Interceptor to try and prevent these guys from landing their shots. And that is... It is not where we're at yet. We've taken our loan. We have not yet sold. So he's debating what to sell, I think, to fund the Missile Interceptor.
I think you're right.
And Blue Hair not playing to the War Factory. Now, I know you've heard some of the 501 players, especially Sacco, talk about eventually Launcher Overload will overload the War Factory. Here is the answer. The only anti-air really is the Phoenix. If you've got Phoenix and War Factory, I'm going to make a whole bunch of Wasps. They are shielded Wasps. So here it is, the full Vortect Overlord from Standard, the War Factory, Phoenix, and anything else you can throw at them? Or is it enough of 6 4-teched Overlords? The everything Rooster can throw. Rooster gets tower. Their fangs are dead on the left for Rooster. There's only a couple of fangs left on the ground on the right. We've still got Wasps tanking the Phoenix. We still have Wasp taking the Phoenix. All 6 Overlords are still up. Down goes one War Factory. Down goes the second War Factory. There's the finish.
Wow.
And that is how Blue Hair does it this week. What'll he show up with next week? We have no idea. The man is creative. Love
Tune
it.
in next time to find out.
Love it. Just such a good build. My problem was trying to run this without having seen it. I wasn't trying to run this, but like, okay, let me think this through from basic principles.
Right.
And like, nope. Blue Hair has thought it through from basic principles a heck of a lot better than you are going to right now, Amaroq. Good luck.
So I'm actually running...
Order of text was wrong, and ground clearance was wrong for me.
I'm also running Splash, Range, and Launcher. I'm running Boton as my filler instead of Wasp. Although I don't typically run Carry Boat specifically, so that's usually when I need Boat, it's for Boton. But I was actually thinking about this, particularly with improved Boat on the possibility.
On the possibility, yes, exactly. And I told you this. I was working on the Boat from Standard on Wednesday, and you were like, "What are you talking about?"
Right.
I'm not seeing it working. It does not look like it's working. And to be clear, guys, like sometimes if I've been a little snappy sometimes, and like I've been on a losing streak and all that, part of that has been like, I know that that's the right answer. Like you guys, for example, chat will come up with this. Somebody in chat trying to be helpful, right? Like, what about Hacker? What about Hacker? It's like, yeah, I know Hacker is a good answer to the spider mines. I want to know if this is also a good answer to the spider mines. So I'm going to lose this. It's fine. We're going to hemorrhage the 400 MMR. What are we down to, anyways? What are we down to? No idea where I finished the day. Oh no, I got back up to 1460 today. Okay, yay! But door's tipping right on 1400 for a little while.
Oof.
Yep. Which.
Well, and I mean, you were what, like 1800 a week and a half ago?
Exactly. MMR comes and MMR goes. Void says, wait. That was back up? What? Exactly.
Yeah.
And Toast says I'm running.
Had a funny comment about.
Toast says I'm running Boton mostly because I'm also running Asvian. And obviously, this is one of the things. Like, if you just find somebody who's got like a video that claims to give you the perfect. Here are the ideal techs. I mean, I know Titan's heard this and we've talked about it. Anybody who tells you that is wrong. If they claim they know the best 4 techs for a unit, they are wrong. Just flat out. I don't care who they are.
There are some units that have some techs that you do need to make that unit work, but the vast majority of techs are how you use it and situational. And they are not bad techs. It's when can you afford to use the good tech. Because it's all an opportunity cost.
Right. And Void, I'm not talking about this is how to run this one specific unit for this way. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the videos that are, here's the tech for all of the units across the board. And the reason is exactly what Toast said, where if you are running X to make X work, you need Y. If I'm running Assault Mode Marksman, I need a different set of techs on my Phoenix. Right? Because now the Phoenix have to take in some of the marksman role. If I'm running the super jump drive hyper aggro Phoenix and Wasp, for example, that like us Rat runs, I need a different set of techs to support them, or from some of the other supporting units. So.
Right. Support platform forts versus battle forts.
Exactly.
There's so many different categorically different implications for what you can do and what you may decide to build with those units.
Right, exactly. So congratulations to the 70% that picked Blue Hair. Absolutely well done. The man is brilliant. It's good fun to watch. Steel Sane has beaten Life Path, so that sets up a epic and classic. These two have met before many a time. Blue Hair against Steel Sane. We have seen them meet at just about any level in a tournament. In fact, if these two match up and I don't cast it, somebody send a wellness check. That's an indication that I might not be doing so well that tournament.
Get your eyes checked.
Exactly. What did I miss? Zemp says 401, 401, 401. So, got our 401. There be the cat. And of course, for subscribers, we do have some cat emojis as well. So
we do.
If you really need, here you go. You can.
I'm actually conflicted. I don't know a ton of the players outside of 5.0. I know actually a decent number of European, and I know a decent number of the American. But if I had to say, I think my favorite two players, my favorite 201 player and my favorite 401 player are Blue Hair and Steel Sane. So I am deeply conflicted for who to root for here.
Well, I did think you were a huge Zemp fan as well. So
that's true. Yes.
Yeah. So from the 401.
Zemp 401.
Zemp is 401. No, Zemp is captain of the 401. So
I did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I am actually a huge fan of Zemp's style as well. You're right about that.
I knew that was an oversight or mistake, not a that was a misclick. That was a misclick.
Okay.
Misclick from Sorry. Didn't mean to bring it back up. I just couldn't resist.
That's okay. I think awkwardness aside, that's going to be one of those no, that's a misclick.
Okay. I do.
It's going to become a thing.
We do. I don't want it to be a thing, but oh my god, we do need the player to show up and be like, no, that actually was a misclick, Amaroq. You're just wrong. No. That would be brilliant. Close the cat.
I'm going to see if I can find them and ask. Maybe.
Mm-hmm. We had an on-air discussion. This is the interview. Tell us about yourself. No, we have this on-air argument we issued a result 18 weeks ago. The second round of this one tournament. Wait, what? What are you talking about, guys? I don't remember that game.
Round 6 when you click the fort tech.
Armor piercing. He means AP Wasp.
Oh. Anti-armor, I think of as a counter to the armor tech.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to AP, which is armor piercing. I do know that armor piercing... Actually, it's funny. You remember I mentioned that I was going over text with somebody before I joined you for casting? They were running AP on their Wasps, and I literally was like, that's the one tech that, Wasps have a gazillion options for damage, and all of them just fill so many roles more efficiently, it feels like.
Look, Here's the ultimate damage dealing Wasp. It doesn't have range.
That's pure.
It doesn't have range, but it's, at level 1, it's plus 165 damage against air. It's plus 265 or 275 against ground. It's amazing. Okay, please do not let me run this. No, get out of there.
Don't accidentally save.
Yeah, save this, right?
Oh, you're not running shield on your Wasps?
Shh. Don't let everybody know I'm entering a tournament today. Don't point that out.
You're the one who brought it up.
You're the one that talked about it. All right.
I'm observant. You know this.
I know. That's why you're a great co-caster, dang it. Just don't use it against me. Quit it.
I'm busy counting the steel balls that a marksman kills on round 1. Okay. Thank you for sharing, Doxson. I'm glad you're enjoying your prep.
Doxson is trying to change the topic here. Actually, yes, the armor piercing tech reducing the damage armor blocks would be interesting, or increasing the minimum damage that they can do through armor would be an interesting piece. But just reducing the damage that armor blocks. Like, I mean, again, if I were designing this game from the ground up, I would probably have done armor in a different mechanic, and then armor piercing would be reducing that mechanic in a different way. But that's
honestly
fine.
Armor piercing is usually kind of meh for most units that have it. I think it would not be bad to just let it ignore half of armor block as just part of what it gives.
This is part of what it gives.
Because then Mustang armor piercing would actually be armor piercing.
Right.
And it would be really interesting. Maybe it would be too strong. Maybe it would need to be more expensive or some other effect. But for units that do small arms damage, real armor piercing would actually be very interesting.
Right. Yeah, really.
I've actually thought that would be fun.
Yep.
Because the name is a bit misleading.
Yeah.
You know, Void said anti-armor, and armor piercing really isn't anti-armor per se.
Yeah, it's not at all, right?
And so
you can
that's
be running.
Why I wasn't sure what he meant by it.
Yeah, you can. A level 1 Mustang with armor piercing does 1 hit point of damage through armor. In what way is that armor piercing? Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. No, because it's level 1 Mustang, and therefore it always does 1, no matter what. It doesn't matter what level.
I guess in theory you could be giga blocked by the armor. You're right.
Right.
A level 1 Mustang will never penetrate armor.
Exactly.
I do want. Well, I guess in hypotheticals, the items and or anti-air could tickle a Wraith, but it's not going to do a very good job.
Yeah. But I mean, I was specifically talking about the AP.
Yes. AP is not going to get you there. 100%.
AP as a tech, it was not piercing the armor at all. That's all I was saying. Yes, there's mathematical ways to get that to happen, but they're not armor piercing. Therefore, that's misnamed.
And also excruciatingly expensive.
Well, yes, that too. All right, we'll get the channel point predictions up for you. We've got our final coming right up, about 2.5 minutes. We will not run that. We've already run one this break. So we've got channel point predictions up. If you're in the tournament, you've got about a minute to finish grabbing your glass of water or whatever to get back for your match. And you can also, or you can use that time to get your channel point predictions in. Bet your rocks. Everybody needs more rocks. On Blue Hair versus Steel Sane. Blue Hair's path to the final is through Odds, Noggin, the Helg, Harvey the L, the Llama, Rakagast, and Rooster. Steel Sane's path has been through Azil, Shrug, HD Susauer, Bearlike, Rep Master, and Life Path. Steel Sane, why does it feel like your path was harder in the middle of the tournament? Right. Hello, Sparty. Welcome in.
Ooh. Yes, welcome. Also, Doxson playing Bearlike. Very cool.
I do see a Doxson versus Bearlike. That could be a fun match. But of course, we only have one thing in mind.
Best of luck to everyone.
Good luck wagering your rocks. Literally, you put 10 rocks on this match. You can afford more than that. I'm pretty sure you could have done like 12 or 15. Sigh. Of course, I don't get anything for you guys doing that. That's just between you guys. I'm not even allowed to participate. I can't even put a stake up on one side or the other for you guys to bet against.
Oh my!
Oh, that changed the. Now you've got about 6-1 in favor of Blue Hair, and some real stakes on the line.
There you go.
All right, popcorn time.
Oh my goodness. We haven't had a match bet this high in a long time.
No, we have not. Quack attacks is I bet everything I have on blue hair. If they lose, I cry. Well, you are all in, and they aren't on the blue side, so, maybe. Do you think he did? Make blue hair always blue?
I mean, that would be nice.
I don't think so.
But,
I really don't think so.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Wow. It would be interesting to have channel statistics for like the highest participated polls, because we got 70,000 rocks bet here.
Well, yes, we do. Yikes! So many ducks.
All right.
Welcome to the final of the first Elite Tournament European Nearside Blue Hair. The 201 won all 3 weekend tournaments last week. Miasim won the Elite Tournament this morning. Blue Hair looking for an opportunity to stamp his name as an elite, not an elite specialist, but an Elite Tournament winner. Steelsane, winner of 7 weekend tournaments during the Vanguard tournament, the Vanguard season, looking to claim his first, of course, Elite Tournament. Steelsane, near side, your Rhino specialist with Tarantula and Fang. We've just seen him run the Overlords from Deep. I am fully expecting this to transition into that. I'm not sure how. I'm going to watch and take notes. Steelsane, of course, loves to play from Deep. He has got pretty much the canonical pack he would like, I think, except for the fact that he's down on 3,700 hit points. But Crawler and Sledge, we've seen him start with this positioning before. So, Supply Specialist, he adds a pair of Marksmen. The Marksmen will be the single target. The Sledges, while they take a little while, are the chaff clear.
Very interesting. I would think that the splash boats would actually be strong, and your Tarantula pack gives you a good aggro base to try and build that out of. So I very much expected this to be a splash boat push. I do think splash boat will decimate a sledgehammer line.
That's what I'm thinking. Sure.
If we can get that to be protected by the single target AA that Steelsane is famous for. So both players definitely have a clear path to victory. The question will be who is able to connect their carries onto the appropriate units.
Blue Hair wins round 1. Gets the connection. We saw he ran Fire Badger last time out against Rooster. He's got Fire Badger again. Played those pretty much at the line that a lot of people would play Storms. Steelsane is still planning a anti-ground game on the ground. It takes the level 2 Storm right in the middle of the board, unlocks some Fangs. You'd kind of expect those to either be out there, or with what he's got, it might even be pull. Okay, now, if he's not going to deploy that one Storm center, he's not going to do a Fang pull either. But it could be Fang to pull onto Storms.
Right.
So 2 Storms.
Symmetrical on the Storms first, but yeah.
2 Storms, Fangs behind tower. Of course, this is one of the reasons you're running Fangs behind tower, is a anti-Wasp play. Early Wasp action at level 1 Wasps, untacked Wasp can get pretty hard countered by Fang with range enhancement.
Yes.
Blue Hair adds a Sledge in front of right side to tower, ensuring that there's no tower cheese off of a drop here. And puts a 1 Fang on the outside. It'll tank this early Marksman shot that would have been on the Sledge and had been on the Arclight last round. On the other side, this Arclight is not going to one-tap this Marksman is not going to one-tap level 2 Fire Badgers, so he didn't need to protect it the same way. Obviously, the Storms on top of the Tarantulas are great value for Steelsane this round. It's why they were the choice. And the question is this legit a baiting? Let me bait out the Storms that are going to be useless against my carry unit.
You got to be a little careful though, because you can accidentally bait somebody into smashing your ground before you get in the air.
Exactly.
And just lose.
Exactly. That was what was happening to me when I was trying to run this. So we'll see what Blue Hair's plan is. How quickly can he pivot? Or does he pivot to something else entirely? Orbital offered. That is
Improved Wasp. Wow, these are some options. Both players thinking.
Improved Wasp is 100% what Blue Hair was going to take there. The Orbital tempted, I think, because of the positionings. He'd be able to win one side, drop that over, or drop that over double Stormcaller. But Improved Wasp for his long-term play. We know where he wants to go with this.
Well, not taking fire
yes.
or Orbital. Painful.
Yeah, it hurts, but here we're seeing Steel Sane is 2 shields and a Incendiary into winning this round. Blue Hair has built this for next round. He's already sold 1 Tarantula. He's sitting on 350. He's not going to tech anything on the board. He hasn't clicked end yet. I don't know for sure, but I think he's not going to tech anything. He's just going to save that for monies in the bank when he goes to his... his Overlord answer. No, he'll unlock a 3rd squad. So we've added the Fang in front of this tower. We've added a sledge. 2nd sledge will survive the Incendiary or the Orbital a little bit better. So he does add a 2nd sledge. 2 sledges and a Fang instead. He does not float all the monies.
Now, Steel Sane spent $350 on temporary value this round.
Right.
Between the bubbles and the fire. That said, I bet you these bubbles survive.
Oh, these bubbles are
going to crack that.
Yeah, they're fine. But Blue Hair gets the Rhino next round. He's already unlocked Sell with the Tarantula, so he'll be able to just sell that Rhino for 300. I suspect it will be throw down the Rhino somewhere, let the Rhino be a problem for a round while selling the 2nd Tarantula.
Right. I do think a blue Rhino could be really valuable, though. There's not great burst damage, and it's fast, and you potentially have the heavy armor to go with it.
You throw a heavy armor on it, you then transition that to one of the... Yeah, he's already sold the Tarantula, already put the armor on the Rhino, and eventually we sell the Rhino armor once it's countered. You know, if we've baited a Rhino counter. So we'd have Overlord on the left, Rhino with armor on the right. Once we sell this, we'll put the armor on a leveled Overlord, I would presume. We've down to 50 credits. That is his buy. For Steel Sane, 2 more Storms. Just playing the standard build. Standard from standard with 3 Marksmen. So we knew this was coming.
And he's already got 2 of them leveled up to 2 and close to level 3 for one of them.
So we knew this pivot was coming. The question is where and how does Steel answer this? Does he have an efficient answer, or does Blue Hair take over and win this?
Marksman already being well established definitely helps. Marksmen on the right do go down where there is more sledgehammer.
Right. 2nd sledge versus the level 2 Fire Badger over here. That Fire Badger had fed the level that you're pointing out on this Marksman on the left. And obviously we're going to be able to take aerial specialization. But if you are counting on a single target AA, as you said, he's going to be baited into those. He knows the Wasps are there. He knows they're improved. So where are you going? Now he does have efficient light unit manufacturing, so he'll be able to get cheap Mustangs out. Can take the Amp Core, so I would expect that is going to go onto a Mustang. But okay, Steel, that's all good. You just put it on the sled. I don't think the ground game is your problem here. We have moved the Rhino, sold the Rhino, put the heavy armor on the Fire Badger, and take the Overlord with Amp Core for Blue Hair. He's taken a 4th sledge. Mass Recruit. or a
more
crawler.
marksman and range on them now. So Steel Sane really has his anti-air line kind of built. He now just wants to scale.
I wonder if
and hopefully him down on tempo.
Yeah, I wonder if the sledges were betting a bet, I should say, that Steel was going to go with anti-air on the marksman.
Maybe, but there's basically everything on the board for Blue Hair is marksmanable, so I really think that range makes sense, and I think Blue Hair should expect range. I don't think it should be a surprise.
Right. Here it is. We've got the HE unlocked. One of those overlords up to level 2. No loan taken for it. It was elite. Sorry, the elite was the sledge, right?
The splash is going to get through that sledge line like we talked about. The question is whether we'll get to the marksman line.
That volley was really unfortunate for the storms. Here's an interesting bit. You've got the marksman and overlord, or marksman and storms have the same range, so we're hitting them together. Unfortunately, Steel's positioning, this isn't unfortunate, this is skill. Steel's positioning leaves him with the newest marksman outside and back just a little bit, so that it was not tied in. They both take the additional deployment.
Wow. Steel Sane having the efficient junior manufacturing, and that means that he can just spam out chaff for days.
Right.
And these boats are going to struggle so hard.
Now, 500 would be a second tech.
You've got to get range as your next tech, I think. I think marksman is just going to end up getting eaten up. And there's the late things that we expect.
Yeah, here's the super late Vangs. And as soon as he takes the wasps, Steel is going to be presumably taking range and possibly even range and mech rage if it becomes dire. But
and he levels the Fang too, which I think I really like.
Yeah, a lot of people would leave that as, this is my chaff, I'm not leveling it, but this thing is going to wind up fighting wasps eventually. Steel Sane knows that. Now, note one of the kind of cool things, Steel Sane has stayed this healthy that despite starting with just 3,700 hit points. So he survived the Rhino round, he survived the surprise round that 2 overlords come out on round 4, and does not concede any hit points here.
I really think that Blue Hair probably should have come out aggro. I think being aggro would have given Steel Sane far less luxury to play the sledge marksman line that we all know Steel Sane likes to play.
Right. This whole formation from just closer to the line might be dominant for
exactly
for Blue Hair, but he's trying to play it from standard. And he's the part of the reason, I think, is that it baits some of the standard answers, and we've seen how effective that was on other boards. It is clearly not going to be effective on this one this round, since we've got marksmen locked onto boats.
This may just be game. I think this is just game.
2, 4, 6, 8, 1,500, 1,700. 1,900. GG's. Steel Sane beats Blue Hair, rebuffs the boats, rebuffs the Overlord with HE and range from deep. Although, to be fair, these are Overlords with HE. They are not Overlords with HE and range yet. But
right.
Steel Sane rebuffs them in 6 rounds flat. Over and done with. The Rhino Specialist and Improved Wasp never really given a chance to shine for Blue Hair, and Steel Sane making great use of efficient light unit manufacturing and an additional deployment slot, as well as his Supply Specialist, which only 300 supply, but that was the same as the Rhino, right? So he's at least on par. Plays it from deep, gets the job done. Steel Sane is your elite European Tournament champion. Congratulations, Cat.
Yep.
Quackattack says, I lost all my points. I will never play Mechabellum again. No, man. That's not how this goes. You just bounce back. Congrats to the 1 player in 3 out there. We had 3 bet for Steel Sands, 6 bet for Blue Hair, and you guys somehow managed to make both the number of players and the total wager match up. So, there we go. Dachshund v. Bearlake, they're still at 3,000 hit points apiece, so this tournament isn't over. We know who the champion will be. We know who the champion will not be, but let's step in on the dog and the bear.
Yes, and there's a lot left.
There is a lot left. Dog and chainmail,
All right.
near side blue marksman specialist with advanced power system and subsidized crawlers. On the far side, the bear, quick supply specialist with quick teleport and advanced power systems. So both sides are fast. This will close quickly. Closing speeds are higher than you might be used to. And if you don't know that, that changes what units are good against what other units. Closing speed matters.
It helps to mitigate range, and it maximizes tankiness, and melee units thrive in high-speed environments, particularly things like crawlers, because there's less time for the chaffer to actually clear the chaff.
Oh, and another subtle point is units that have a longer reload period. You're closing with them more quickly, and of course yours are moving and have had their reload period happen while they were moving, so yours are ready to go.
Wow, these Typhoons have super heavy armor and have 125,000 hit points per body. But they still went down to steel balls. Both players took advanced speed as well.
Dachshund is making making ranged steel balls work, but he doesn't run the critical tech. Has anyone told the dog about fortified target lock?
Yes. Alright, so another super heavy, I think it was. Yep, on an armored sledge, no less. This armored sledge is taking no damage on the left. This level 4 one with 40,000 hit points sledge. Just a casual 120,000 attack.
Yikes.
No, 110,000.
Hey, now, to be fair, there's a whole lot of missiles coming. A bunch of level 2 storms,
yes,
some
true.
Phoenix. There will be some damage dealt to that thing. But, yeah, the Typhoons aren't going to be doing much. This Typhoon over here, though, is a legit level 2 giant. Super heavy armor, 123,000 hit points, triple teched, so it's got a 40,000 hit point barrier for each of the 2 Vulcans, dealing, a casual 4,000 DPS plus its missiles, and the missiles scale by level. So they're like leveraging levels to for techs, right? The barrier and homing missile both scale with tech or scale with level, or the Typhoon, making it one of the hyper-scaling units, even though it does not have elite marksman on it.
Right, I kind of the inverse of a Farseer, the base stats of a Farseer. The Farseer doesn't have any. And wow, something changed the engagement.
We got this right side tower. We punched through. I think that was in part because of the homing missiles. The homing missiles were stuck. Even though the units themselves got stuck on oil, they still had somebody target the tower. Once the tower went down, everything else went down, and that will be round 8 for Bearlake.
Also, under normal circumstances, it's not really fun to win with a unit spam or lose with a unit spam, in my opinion, but Typhoons are just fun, and they're actually the kind of unit I don't mind losing to when spammed either. It's a bit strange, but they're just such a cool unit. gotta be the Scorpions, right? I mean, Doxson took them and took the double shot.
Right. That's definitely it.
Scorpion makes sense for both players, right?
I think so. Steel Sane showed up in chat to say, "I wanted to play until I lose." I mean, you have to actually play poorly, Steel. If you're gonna, oh, never mind. You can't just like go around beating blue hair in 6 rounds if you want to lose. I mean, that or you're gonna be up all night, one or the other. We do have subscriber icons. The cat, because of the cat v-dog rivalry, there is Angry Cat, Happy Cat, and Sad Cat, and there's, or Bowed Cat, I think, and then we have the Angry Dog, Happy Dog, Tail Wag Dog, and our bowing to Bear-like Dog. Bear-like Cut, Bear-liked again.
He did. Love it. Getting scorped like this is really sad.
It's twice in this tournament he's had the drop. Just hate him. The super extended range. It was the
Scorpion drop on both times.
You're right. Although, Steel Sane, the match of yours that we watched way earlier was the one where you got the extended range sledge after you had something like 6 sledges on the board and you hadn't yet mech raged them, and we were just sitting here going, "Why have you? They're your shaft leader. Why haven't you mech raged them?" And you're like, "Okay, fine. If it's gonna give me, gonna give me extended range sledge, and I already had range on them, I guess I might as well give them mech rage, if you insist." Of course, mech rage plus ER. I know. But it was like round 10 or 11 when that happened. I was just lying, laughing. Doxson has a Bear-like to Bear-like with the Scorpions. It's twice we've seen that happen to Bear-like this tournament, with the ER sledges for Steel Sane earlier, and
Champion too, who might not have been able to pull that game out.
And the range enhancement double shot for Doxson. So Bear-like getting Bear-liked twice. Unfortunate for you, sir. You know, when players complain about the game being random, this is what they're talking about. They want a little bit more predictability, where if you've leveraged this kind of board, just some of the highest level players, right? So, yes, no, this is not a Scorpion hotfix nerve, I don't think. This was a very solid, nicely done, Doxson. Well, that gives us our official. This tournament is over. Oh, never mind. I'm just off. Honestly, I've been up since 4:45 or whatever. So, I saw self-destruct Rhino was coming. Bear-like. Hello. Welcome in. So you've got Bear-like and Doxson both here. You've got Steel Sane, your champion, here. Really appreciate you all joining us for a tremendous day. Bear-like, do you want to tell us what it means that a tournament is the ELITE Tournament for the
yes, please.
For the region, if you don't mind? We have been very curious. Steel, did you get something cool? Or we don't know yet because we haven't seen the final screen. Yes, is it a different medal? Is there something? I mean, is it? What is it?
$1 million sponsorship?
I don't suspect that that's coming. Perhaps we'll get a angry cat. There we go. Perhaps we'll get an angry cat avatar built into the game. It's probably a 1-game ban. That's it. It comes with 100 store credits. No, I think it's a little bit better than that. The tournament at the end of the month is the ELITE Tournament and has special badges. Indeed. Thank you so much. Appreciate you taking the time to answer the question. And we will see that in a moment. Excited for it. I think you think it's dumb and angry, Cat. Well, I mean, I do think of you as being not dumb, but a very stubborn and angry cat. Like
Your avatar picture does not exude friendliness.
It exudes exactly what I imagine breaking down a Steel Sane defense is supposed to be. Oh,
Right.
there is a bug today, and the badge is not showing. I see. That's why we couldn't figure it out for sure this morning. Okay, I thought I had understood that this was the case. I just wanted to make sure I was clarifying for the audience properly without making me promise you weren't going to be able to follow up. There is our tournament complete. Congratulations. Top 10, including Bear Like the Dev, who's here in chat as Play Mechabellum. If you don't know, please do give them a follow. He's often on Twitch playing the game at the highest level. You saw how creative he gets, and he's happy to answer questions like he just did. Philomatico, Rakagast, Onlyfangs, and Docs in the top 10. Loose Crawler Player in 5th. Rooster in 4th. Life Path, congratulations, all the way up in 3rd. Very nice. Second place, Blue Hair. So Life Path 3rd. Second place goes to Blue Hair. Your champion, Steel Sane, who beat Life Path. I mean, this is a path to the final, right? Beat HD Susauer, who was in the spoiler role. Beat Bearlike, who finishes in the top 10. Beats Repmaster, who was having a great tournament and abandoned but would have been in the top 10. Life Path, who came 3rd, and Blue Hair, who came 2nd. That is how to claim an elite title in in style. Well done, Steel. Very, very nice. Toast gave a follow to Bearlike. Appreciate that. Life Path, well played, mate. From Salt Monkey is Zach. Zach, you were one of Life Path's. I'm very glad we did get to show that match with Life Path. Life Path is playing very, very well. So it's 1650 MMR. You said winds up in the top 3, ahead of a whole lot of famous names. I bet you are not 1650 MMR anymore, sir. Further on down, we have here's the 11 through 20. We'll show you all the way down to 50th for an elite tournament. And I am, while you guys know this, I love to cast these tournaments, but I have decided because it is an elite tournament, I am going to enter the Americas instead of cast it, and we are going to play Mecha until I'm knocked out of that tournament. If I get 3 losses, and then we're switching over to casting it. If I am 2 losses and no longer in the top 10, I might cast the final. Like if I'm 4-2 or something, and I might cast the final, but I might just finish out and try to get that badge because I think they're pretty darn cool. So there we go. That is our tournament complete. Tournament is the fastest way to fix your MMR. I don't know, Zach. I've only got 2.5 hours to perfect my Blue Hair Overlord from Deep. On the other hand, did you beat Overlords? You beat Woot. I see. Yes, please send me that replay. No, you did not beat. Wait. You did not. You beat Woot. I know. First round game. I know.
I think y'all are talking to each other in like staggered conversation.
Yes. I know.
I'm curious to see how this went too, because I've successfully defended against Woot before, but I've never aggroed Woot.
Because, we're staggering.
Yes. Got it. The cast is a little bit behind. It happens. Cast and chat are a little bit behind each other. Welcome in. The voice you guys are hearing now is Zach, and Salt Monkey is Zach. Ooh, Doxson with a good question. If Bearlike is still here, what is the number on the player card down here? Bottom left, 895. And we do see a bar that fills up. What is that? People have been wondering what that is. I think it's the advanced level. And I think...
Yes, that's your progress towards the next level.
But this is clearly not progress towards the next level, the bar. Because it's showing... It's fairly full, so it almost looks like it's progress total number of levels or something.
I thought it was uncapped.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Is it research level? Is that? I mean, we don't know. That's why we're asking. Okay, Zach, did you put that in the Discord? If you get that uploaded to the Discord, I'll download it.
If you just go to the
wait, that's
and go
right.
to me, it should show, shouldn't it?
Hold up, this is the feature, right? You can just
really easy.
Pick anybody, click. So hypothetically, right? You want to figure out how is Blue Hair running this Overlord game? Just click on him, download his games, download those replays. Maybe I should do that since we're trying to do it. So we'll download Prince Boji versus Salt Monkey. There we go. Salt Monkey versus Prince Boji. Perfect. We get to see it from Blue's perspective. Bonus.
You can just press play from there.
But I don't think I even have to. I think it just auto plays. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Press play from as soon as it presses.
Oh, you can actually just press it from the tournament page instead of going to the.
Really handy.
Got it. I don't do that often, I guess, since as you are seeing. Right. Bonus coverage of a round 1. And joining me in the booth for this is Salt Monkey as Zach, near side Blue. Far side is Prince Boji as a red Woot. The, well, what is he, number 6 seed something in this tournament? Number 6 overall, I think. So Fang and Sledge for Woot with a Typhoon Specialist. Zach takes Elite Specialist with Crawler and Steel Ball.
Very interesting.
Nice.
Yeah. Chat already says, that is the God Elite pack. That's certainly from somebody who runs a ton of aggro. That is handy. Now, we know that Woot has a strong tendency to line up aggro on this side. He always picks his left, your right. He wants to lure you into overfighting this side, undercommitting to the far side. And I love what Zach has done here on round 1. If I know I'm against a player who does this, not even if I know which side, I'm just looking at a fast pack, or I know it's a player who does offset aggro. I don't care whether they're flipping coin or what. I am likely to come out with a fast unit attacking both towers. And this is a good way to get started. And of course, he has added to his steel balls, he's added arc lights on both sides for chaff clear, level 2 arc lights. Good start. They can develop into carry arc lights. They certainly threaten carry arc light. This one on the right is feasting. But the key part here is that those fast steel balls on the left went into tower. Now they're coming left to right across the board with some chaff in front of them. So they aren't going to get, even if there was a marksman here for Woot, those steel balls wouldn't be insta-targeted.
And of course, this also means that the one-sided player typically wants to level their tower. The other side, with a steel ball threat, doesn't care about a level 2 or even a level 3.
In particular, yeah. Yeah, you are only buying a reduction in the debuff time. You are no longer buying a real reduction in time to kill. I mean, there is one. I'm not saying there isn't, but the steel ball ramp up is so quick that honestly, the difference between killing a level 1 tower and a level 2 tower is pretty minimal to the overall course of the battle. Obviously, a level 4 can take a while, especially against a level 1 steel ball or something, but higher level steel balls chew through them in a pretty quick amount of time. Zach takes the 2 crawlers you would expect. One out here to protect this guy against a missile, one over here to protect him against a missile. So, obviously one of the things you can do to a steel ball is drop sentry missile. Now, I'm a little surprised it's not out here on this steel ball. You're welcome,
I think
Zach.
I'll probably move it.
You are welcome. You are, of course, watching this on about a 10-second delay, so you did move it, in fact. I just managed to get the awards out right before it appeared on screen. So, with the level 2 crawlers to tank the non-existent, in this case, sentry missile that some players would have tried there. And Woot is more likely, we know he wants to run this Overlord strat, his own version of the Overlord strat. We saw Blue Hair running a very different one today, but Zach gets in on tower twice. Obviously, Woot has taken a pair of air units. There's no, Zach can't have a good answer on round 2, but, right, could have bought that one marksman we talked about earlier in the game, or earlier in the tournament cast. The round 1 or round 2, 1 marksman could conceivably get this done, even if you're planning on going into Phoenix or something else later. Just to have this covered and have any other big single target items covered that are. Round 3, we get a Farseer. That'll answer those, won't it? We also get the Wraith.
It sure will.
Those are both good choices for what Zach is running. And especially with, he took the, I mean, I think this is a little bit greedy. You're already elite, but we've taken the intensive training, so we can get something up to level 3. Woot, giving it a lot of thought, has Farseer, Badger, Worm, or Wraith available. Took the Badger. We're going to light the ground on fire and prevent the crawlers from being dominant. He's also got his Typhoons showing up. So he's picked up 2 different chaff clears, 3 different chaff clears, 4 if you count the sledges. So we have 2 arc lights, a Fire Badger, a Typhoon. You know, just hodgepodge.
Quite a hodgepodge of units.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. Brilliant. Love it. He's also gone for the crawler outside. This is specifically to pull this unit. We've seen it, and in particular, that Rat Surrey video previously. It's talking a lot about mobile beacons. You would expect the pull here to be next round, possibly a mobile beacon down and over. These guys are going to be stuck on it, and if there's not like a Mustang down here, this just stays alive almost forever, and brings the steel ball to the over here where it winds up fighting under debuff. So we'll see what Zach does to counter that next round. This round he doesn't know it's there, but he does have the arc light. Remember we talked about how important that arc light was, and there is no mobile beacon yet, so that arc light gets in, gets things done. Zach also flanked the top right. Woot bought a second Typhoon along with that crawler over there. This Typhoon took a while before locking on these guys. And those level 2s got the tower. Our Farseer back here is tanking everything because we keep getting tower debuffs. Now, if you don't know, tower debuff is super, super powerful in this game. It reduces your opponent's movement speed by 80%, reduces their attacks by 90%, and their units take 50% of additional damage. So that's not a change to your ATK, that's a change to your damage dealt.
I was really lucky with tower timings.
Yep.
Just as one ran out, the other one hit. Like, oh, that's so good.
Yeah, it was amazing. So we do still lose a round, but
Ooh, and there's the ball card. There's the ball card.
I gotta tell you, I was praying to Bear-like at this point. I really was. And it came up and I'm like, yes!
Brilliant. Welcome in, Raiders. Huge raid from Rooster. Thank you very much. Congratulations on the top 5 finish. If you had not heard, we've had Play Mechabellum Bear-like show up to talk about the badges. There's a slight bug with the appearance of those. They are going to appear. They're going to have that fixed on Monday. And we are currently showing a round 1. Salt Monkey is Zach, who finished 12th in tournament against Woot, Prince Boji. We know Woot loves to run those overlords, but Zach is running a extended range steel ball with fortified target lock. Let's go.
This beacon is really important to make sure that the crawlers don't distract the pole.
Yeah. Yeah, this crawler, yeah, nicely done. And I wanted to point out also this, you forced him to sell and rebuy this by placing these guys 10 meters off the line instead of right up. Really nicely done. He had actually placed this pack of Typhoons back there to cover that crawler last round, and failed to do because you had really nice placement there. Really subtle thing, that 10 meters off the line. The crawlers dodge the tower. They're not even... We don't need to touch the tower. Why would we need to touch the tower? And the steel balls will handle it.
Yeah, the drive-by balls are awesome.
Yeah, the drive-by balls, it's really good. Now, this is another really subtle thing to do. So, if Zach changes this mobile beacon just a little bit so that the tower is in the beacon, those steel balls get stuck. They stop when there is something in the beacon. So he stopped the beacon just short of the tower, which is why the crawlers took the right-hand turn and didn't actually attack the crawler. And the steel balls, of course, with extra range from the ER steel ball card and the fortified tower lock, they were going to lock onto that even if there was like a pack of fangs or something there. Still, a round goes to Woot. Zach is down to 1900. Woot's at 3800. Looks in complete control. Doesn't get overlords, but has marksman, melter, rhino, scorpion.
Part of the cards. The scorpion for the massively clumped ground game.
That's
Yep.
And
no shame, just yes.
And in case you were considering, not like trying to move or anything, we'll just make sure you don't for the next 2 rounds. Sorry, not sorry. For Woot, it's a pair of level 2 rhinos down in the corner. Those will get steel-balled eventually. This round, maybe not, but I mean, with the scorpions. And Zach also taking his time, giving it some thought, right? Hasn't placed that mobile beacon. Really
Odd move, wasn't it?
Really thinks this through. But yeah, this double rhino down there. Yeah, mobile beacon, sure, like it. But we're going to pay 10 seconds of summoning in time. We're redeploying this crawler back behind them, so it'll just be out in front. Zach, you're running out of time, man. Click your buttons. Mobile beacon. Uh-oh. Put the oil back. Put the oil back. Oh no. Oh no. No. All right. Yes, you don't want to shield your own oil. That is sensible. I get it. So here's the cool thing about fortified target lock. Even with these crawlers, they're not going to lock onto those crawlers. They're going to lock the rhinos. So, good boom. Now, amazingly, without the mobile beacon from last round, which I'm sure Woot was assuming you were going to do, your steel balls came back and defended. And
and got the tower.
And turn around, and they're going to... I'm sorry, we are not giving you triple threat tricksters points for this. You have not actually gotten the towers. I mean, to be fair, you have actually won the round, and he's down 900 hit points and all of that. You just don't get the triple threat tricksters tournament points. Improved wasp.
Airdrop looks really good here.
For
this
Zach,
game is way
especially.
Too fast to turn into a giant spam, I think, for that to pay off.
All right, mirrored improved wasps. Let's go.
My instinct would be to give Woot the edge in a improved wasp off because of the typhoons in the headbutt position.
Yeah, but my thinking was the typhoons don't get anywhere near the wasp because of the balls.
Right.
Because the range is so huge on them.
These things are up to 125 meter range, as long as the wasps are in behind. And if Zach winds up taking aerial specialization, he'll actually have a solid solution to... We know Woot wants to run that Overlord game. So
it is worth noting
we're elite, so these are level 2 instead of level 1.
That's going to be a big help.
And of course, we've got mobile beacons driving right past each other. Whose missile is that? Is that Woot's? That's going to hurt.
That does look like Woot's missile. Woot takes jump drive before he even moves. That's my prediction when it comes to the way Woot plays.
Yeah, the way that Woot plays, he did.
Mm-hmm. Because it's all about getting the time in. If you want, it's very hard to get a tower to buff in time for the headbutt.
Right.
Yeah.
But here, this is one way to do it. Absolutely. Yes. This is a nice play. Oh, Dachshund. Poor dog. He says, oh, my dog. I just replayed my Rooster game. I was so far ahead. All I had to do was click Elite on my marksman and best partner for Vulcans, and I win. The War Factory counter was a trap. No. Sad. Very sad. Sorry. But, again, this is one of those things you guys can do now with, with tournaments, with replays. Save your replay when you've lost and figure out where you could have changed it. Right, we talked about that a little earlier in the tournament, earlier in the cast today. You can save your games, you can save other people's games, you can look at community challenges. Zach is down to 400 hit points after Woot gets towers on both sides. Woot, here comes the lightning storm, and Woot skips it?
I am befuddled. I mean, this was the perfect drop for Salt Monkey again, with all the Phoenix on the other side of the board, where you can't shield them even if you want to. And he's got the Scorpions for the ground game.
Right. He jump drives.
Parity with the lightning. That's true.
He jump drives. He jump drives out of this, right? This is the why Woot runs jump drive on every single air unit. It's exactly why he runs jump drive on all of them.
Unless he expects you to expect it. And leaves them there, and not to be like, that whole fake out, but
this is what I thought was coming for Zach. This is what I thought you were thinking, Zach, when you took the wasps, is that if he took them also, and we know he likes to go into the overlords, we take aerial specialization, and we've got range and extra damage. He has, however, farmed a level for his wasps. He takes the aerial spec on the wasps because he can't get the and the fact that he takes the aerial spec means he can't afford the jump drive.
Yeah. Yeah, I think even if he'd have jump drive out, my wasp would have dealt with it, because then he wouldn't have been able to get the aerial on his wasp. So I think my wasp would have dealt with his Phoenix as well. So I think either way he did it, he wouldn't have been able to do it. I think he actually makes a good move there, but then I get the tower timing.
Tower timing is brilliant. You switched back to running that mobile beacon to get in and thump from a comfortable 3,000 hit points, Woot down to 1044. The spell obviously huge and not reproducible this round, so we still need to have a good answer. We've got attack, we've got acid, we've got a mass-produced melters, and Rhino Assault. Zach takes the Rhino Assault. Chat, River suggests here, I think you should just make more Farseers. You can cover those angles, but I think because we've taken the improved Wasp, right? I think more Farseers is the canonical answer if we are not already in Wasps and
there's also a really interesting dynamic where one Farseer beats one Wasp pack. But when you get 3 or 4 Wasp packs, they will actually shred Farseers because the Farseers tend to clump the same spot, whereas Wasps are faster and do faster damage.
Right.
So it's a bit of a numbers game where the relationship inverts.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of units that are weird like that in terms of... Well, there's an interesting set where Woot is counting on dropping this barrier so quickly that both acid and oil land right here. And Zach has the potential, it doesn't look like he's done, but has the potential to drop a crawler right here or something to keep any initial volleys off of that, just to take the initial targeting. Wait, now he jump drives. Now he jump drives out of the...
Well, now he doesn't have shield break.
The Phoenix were the unit that brought that down, right? And he redeploys his own unit over there, which happens to be... He redeployed into the Rhino drop with his level... With his level 2. Oh my goodness. He was in a
that means it's one
commanding position until he moved the Phoenix, because they were going to one-shot that barrier. Essentially, bring it down all of this lands. Oh, Woot. Kicking himself for that one. Play Archer with the raid to make sure his viewers get to see Woot losing to Salt Monkey QQ.
Yeah.
And
to be fair, I went on Woot's channel afterwards, and he must have replayed this last round about 10 times.
Oh, yeah. He abandoned.
He should have done.
He abandoned, but again, we talked about the study and paying attention. So nicely done, Zach.
Yeah.
Good decisions.
Anyway.
Good decisions made, man. And of course, ER Steel Ball helping a ton. The decision to take Improved Wasp, I think, also helped a ton. The decision to go into Aerial Spec for it, also really good. And then, obviously taking the Scorpions when they were offered, taking the Farseer when it was offered, and really played that well, man. Skating by.
I think all of us that get balls early on, we all pray for that card to come up on round 4, don't we?
Oh, true. Especially those of us that run Fortified Target Lock. Let's go.
And then the free Scorpions and the Lightning Storm and the Improved Wasp.
Yeah.
This game.
The funny thing is, it feels like that's what it takes me to be a 2,100 player. Like, I have to have everything in a row to do that. I'm not good enough to just regularly beat somebody like him, but
of course,
if I get enough cards, I might just do it.
Well, and that's actually that's part of the reason that we play that Heart of the Cards game on Friday, right? It's not, oh hey, we're doing this because it's funny and silly and it makes you run all sorts of crazy stuff. It's because there are things that cards that people are passing up at certain MMRs, right? That you might not be seeing an angle that actually exists for something. Maybe there's an ER Arclight that is an angle that's just tremendous or something like that, or heavy fortified Arclight, I guess is the name for it now. Angle that's completely different from the way you would normally play it. So
there's so many unit cards that change the way the game plays out in a very meaningful alteration.
Right.
Which, if you know when that can be good, then the cards are actually 4 options to choose from.
Right.
As opposed to, for a lot of people, we have our favorites, or we have things that are canonically, classically good, like, Amaroq.
Right.
And we don't even see the cards that we don't think about on the basis as even existing.
I don't play this regularly.
Limiting our options.
Yeah, blinding
almost
ourselves.
Passively and artificially.
Yep.
Blinding is a perfect way to put it.
Yep.
Yeah, totally agree. It's like you're absolutely right. Forcing ourselves to pick those cards that we would never pick, or those, is.
Yeah, and it forces us to learn it. It's good.
It's so much fun, but it's also you can learn something from
you
it
really
too.
do learn something from it. Exactly.
It can also screw you over when you don't have the power of choice. That bears mentioning.
Right. Now, just to set the context there, Zach, Woot was the runner-up in Asia, with Miasim, the champion, winning over Pansuman in the final. In your European group, of course, you guys just saw, you guys have been watching, I think, Rooster, a bunch of you, come in fourth, Life Path third, Life Path beating Zach, who comes 12th after beating Woot in the first round. Blue Hair, runner-up, Steel Sane beating Blue Hair in the final. Fantastic. I did want to recap our intermediate group. Congrats to Lekkerlosh, intermediate group 1 champion, and your elite rookie groups are going to go to Mbwati and DGC. There you go. know a whole bunch of you are here for some mecha, so we are going to queue up. I do have some welcomes to pass out. First time Raider chats from Drunk Style and Revolutio. Welcome in. And thank you for the follows to Dully and Nalds Lena. Appreciate you guys here. We are planning to get all the way through the Americas tournament this evening. It just starts in about 2 hours. But I've been trying to make the And thank you, Lethis. Appreciate the follow. I've been trying to make the HE ammo Overlord from standard work the way that Blue Hair was making it work. Obviously, we've seen it lose out to Steel Sane in the finals. So I wanted to, but I'd been trying to, like, a different variation of it where I was thinking I would take Overlord Artillery for that or that. So I'm going to try it kind of the way that he ran it with HE ammo first, and just see if that's getting things done for me on ladder. With me in the booth has been Alpha Titan and Zach. You guys are welcome to hang out and just kibitz, coach over the back seat if you like, or head on out and play your own matches. Whatever's up to you guys. You're welcome either way. I know, Alpha, you're planning to play for Americas, so if you wanted to get some warm-ups in, that's all good too. And here we are. We've got Akarya. Where are we? What's our record for the day? We are...
I will dip for now, but I'll check back in at some point. Good luck to you on ladder.
Thank you. We are actually 4-4 at a 3-game winning streak. That last match came in just before the tournament started, so I didn't put it down. So we'll get you guys channel points with the actual stats for the day. But I think it was something like minus 23. What do we want here? Well, let's try quick. We're trying this bit from deep. So now we've got some single target. We'll run our single target. We'll run a chaff clear option. We're going to look like a standard Andy. That's the plan. Yeah, don't know me. I'm just a standard Andy. Let's go. We're up against a Akarya, who's a fortified specialist with sledge and marks. We'll take our... Well, if you've got marks, probably want a Fang in front. So let's do a pair of this, and we'll just float our... I guess he's running him pretty darn deep, isn't he? Really was running them like way out here. Maybe that's why these guys are so deep. Can't get pulled. You do go forwards. We've got the angles covered. Let's call that good enough. And we'll check in on our combat record real quick. So the last match was against Uncle Bug. So we're on a 3-game winning streak, 4-1 streak overall with minus 21. Let's send out a greetings. And you've got 5 minutes to get your channel point predictions in. If you aren't used to the channel, that's one of the things we do. You can bet rocks to collect more rocks. You can use rocks to redeem replays, like Zach did. So for that one, that was bonus. That was bonus coverage for anybody that has favorites or anti-favorites in that particular match. So we're not charging him. We didn't charge him a redeem for that one. But you guys, if you've saved up or bet up to 50k rocks, you can always redeem one of your replays for on-air coaching with me, Titan, any of the other mods who are in at any point. We win our round 1 from the left to the right. Those are all kind of bait for what we're trying to do. We just want to float our money into around 4 double HE everythings, right? So this round is probably effectively triple crawler off the back line, maybe? $25k for a 1v1 is a bargain. Thank you. I mean, you know, people like that, but it's got to be a little bit lower than replays, because replays, a lot of times I'll come into the game, into the day with a theme, like today's my day, I have to go out on ladder, and if replays are too cheap, then I don't get any ladder time, and my MMR suffers. If replays are more expensive, then they're a little bit better. And then the 1v1s, we actually do a open queuing on Fridays. So we do a queue up. We actually just decided today in today's cast that we're going to change that up just a little bit yesterday. I had a ton of fun with a couple of old friends, Drewski and Saban, joining Alpha Titan and Zach and I. So we had just a blast doing... When I first started doing 2v2s, you couldn't do 2v2s on ladder. You kind of had to arrange something with your friends, your buddies, whatever. You know, you just like get in, you'd join prediction, you'd bet one on yourself, that sort of thing, right? We used to do what we called a round robin, which was for a group of 4 players, A, B, C, and D. A is partners with B for the first match, opposite C for the second match, partners with B, opposite C for the first match, partners with C, opposite D for the second match, and then partners with D, opposite B for the third match. So you've played as the partner of, as the direct opponent of, and as the catty corner opponent of all 3 players for 1 match each. So either somebody is 3-0 and very happy with their outcomes, or somebody is not 3-0, somebody is 0-3 and very disappointed, and we just don't mention that part. But it's a lot of fun. So we are going to do that for the, exactly. Not that we necessarily took that from anywhere in particular, but do we need range already on you guys? Kind of feeling like we do, and also we probably need you out here. We're going to have our... It's going to cost 200 for the tech, 200 to unlock, 800 for the buy. So I need 1200. I'm going to get 800. I know there's no drop. That means I can float 400. Float 200 because I have you. All right. I think we lose this round, right? But we're not in any danger of getting tempoed. We're at 3,700. He's at 3,900. These guys are just out there to slow things down, to blow up the chaff. Here we go. Now you're looking at... we have a tech problem, which Titan pointed out. Anyways, so what I'm thinking about, this Fun Friday, instead of doing what we had been doing, where you're just queuing up and you get in and you win and you stay on, you lose and you're out, we're going to set it up so people have, you're queued up, 3 people will come in and play at the same time. Oh my goodness, we get exactly what we want here, right? Building 6 of them. We just build 6 of them, right? We sell you. We take you. We take you. We take levels. Right. Good luck. Good luck, boats. Go win the game for me. I was not getting them out this early, and I wasn't taking HE either. So at any rate, that's why the 1v1 is a little bit more of a bargain, because, you can always just show up on a Friday, type bang queue, exclamation mark is bang, bang queue, and get yourself into the queue to come play some 2v2s. And yeah, obviously 1v1's a little different, but whatever. 2v2's fun. Did want to point out we've got a special this week. I normally don't always get to stream on a Tuesday, should be streaming on Tuesday this week. We'll have a two for Tuesday sort of thing, where Alpha Titan and I are planning on going out on ladder and playing 2v2s for a while. So if you wanted to queue into us, that'll be a pretty good time for it. And if you enjoy 2v2s, that'll be a fun thing to watch. If you've never done 2v2s, you have no idea what 2v2 is like, and that could also be fun to watch. Do you guys mind killing the big thing and leveling yourselves up? Is that too much to ask? It's too much to ask. Well, sir. Now, what are we doing? How's this work from here? I feel like we just don't have enough chat, but okay. It just feels so naked. Are we dying? Are we dead this round? Not dead this round, right? Don't even panic. Don't panic or anything. Just we'll run this guy as the outside, so he's working his way in from outside in. We need one more chaff up front, so you guys will do the please stop dying. I almost feel like we needed a chaff position about here. So we'll just keep building our chaff board from here, I think. Is it ever Badger range? I think it is. He does take Badger range. So maybe we should have taken Badger range. These guys, because they were getting one shot really early, and these guys have range, it was problematic for them. So I may be doing techs in the wrong order. Maybe it was one Overlord and tech the Badger. Maybe it's stop those guys in the... Stop those folks in their tracks where we can. I think next round might be two chaff in our range. 2 chaff and techs, right? We have a next round, right? We've got them 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So he's gonna leave us at about 700. It's fine. No, Vicky. No sweat. Don't lose your cool. Don't click the scroll lock while you're moving the keyboard. Oh, it's fine. Perfect. Did I say I wanted to tech some things? We can certainly afford to sell a Rhino to tech something. That would be... Look at that. You too. Doesn't actually have an answer to this, but I think said tech range. We're gonna take you. We're gonna take the pair of crawlers here and here. Go for it, team. Is this good enough? Alright, you expected oil to get lit on fire. No, I only wanted to slow it all down. That's all. It's fine. Ranged shaft there was exactly what we needed, Dr. Bois. You were spot on. Oh, now that hurts. The oil gets lit on fire anyways. Oh man, when the guy spent 300s to try and prevent it from happening, he should have anti-air on these guys. Has he done enough? Has he done enough? Not quite. Stay alive. Staying alive. Let's go, baby. No. Maybe? No. Maybe? 800 is 1400. Sorry, 900. So I'll have 500 left alone, and I take 2 more. I have to range. I think I have to range these. Maybe not. We just trust the process, Amaroq. You got this, buddy. Let's go. 500. You know, it's silly. Yeah. Oh, we certainly don't take the wasps this round, right? Let's take the range. We know we're going to need the range. What do we got here? I think it's going to be you, back corner. Yeah, well, okay, we're going to run on taking our loan and not spending it. That was great use of time. You know what is going to be devastating, though, is going to be dropping napalm in front of those folks. That's definitely going to be a problem for opponents when we do it. Hopefully we win this round, get our levels, keep things going. Yeah, level 2 boats, they're tough to kill, aren't they? Loan for the flex, exactly. Exactly. If we lose, though, that's why. Oh, that splash was beautiful. Here we go. Yeah, loan for the flex. Let's go. I was thinking the game ends on round 8, so I might not even be wrong. No way. No, that's just troll. That's troll. Let's take that. Let's take that. Oh, we're not running shield. That's okay. It'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong? There we go. I'm not running a blue hair board. He's got more boats than this. That's for sure. Excuse me, sir. I would like you guys to stop shooting my units. At least right off of red. How about you? How about all of you? Now, what I was thinking with this column of formation, we could just drop something like napalm on the ground for 400. I don't see a way to do that. Sell wasp, crawler, tower hit point. Because I can't drop a shield on the wasp anyways, right? I don't care about it. I like it. Let's try, wait, over here, behind this. This is essentially going to be my crawler. Okay, you're going with some Vulcans. I get you. It sort of makes sense when your problem is air units. You definitely want the Vulcan. Yeah, super late Fang could have been interesting. I feel like we needed later Fangs than we have, but here we've overwhelmed the marksman with the wasps. Grand. I mean, sure. Let me get him. You, I want Scorching Flame. You two, please. Can't do all of them. Oh, okay, fair. What are we doing here? Maybe you join this side a bit further. How dumb? Well, how dumb is that? Actually, maybe it's even. Shall? Just run. Wait. Just run you guys. You guys run here. 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 Go ahead with that. Take you. Anybody else? Let's just overwhelm the left side. Speed might have been right, but I don't know. We haven't played this enough. What I was thinking there was Farseer to have an initial volley that could help to bring down any shields that they were going to use so that our oil could land, etc. And so that we could... because I knew there's going to be Mustangs, right? There had to be Mustangs to answer the Wasps. We needed to win one side or the other, I think. Maybe this is a mistake. I wonder if having them in front at 125 meters instead of 145, 180 was a mistake. Maybe we needed them ahead of the tank. Oh my gosh. No. Blade. Ugh. All right. We're still learning how to navigate this one. Not sure what all the right decisions were. Probably sell. But obviously we need to do the... we need to do a little something there. Okay, minus 21. So we're now on... Set record is 4-5 minus 42. 1L. We run our ad. Be right back with our next match. We needed to fix the Wasp. Alright, obviously we run range. But now it is probably... I think it's air, range, jump, shield. I think that's the tech loadout for this. All right. We have Druckwell. There we go. Channel point prediction is up for the folks who didn't bet last match. No, wait, that's not how that works. Speed specialist. Do we just want to close the range? Typhoon might clear chaff better on the ground, too. But I think we want speed. I think we want the speeds. Perfect. Oh, is this the game to try it from a more aggro-y position? I was thinking, watching Blue Hair play it, that it might actually be correct to run it from up front. Force opponent to run all the aggro counter stuff that you want to see them run. You go ahead and let those be up front, right? We let you come right. Okay, wait, where's the boat? Actually, probably goes right there. If there is a war factory, it would go right out here on that corner. All right. We'll try it aggro. Just try it aggro. Let's go. Wait, what? We're going to run it from behind. Got it. Oh, Crawler's playing Neo in the Matrix. Let's go. The hours. Tower debuff to add insult to injury or levels to crawlers, as the case might be. Have you tried not losing for the first ever many rounds, Amaroq? No, actually I have not. I don't know how to handle it. Just let these run, right? You guys are essentially straight at tower. It's bait to come behind towers, right? He takes Fire Badger because I look all chaffy. Right, I look very crawler based. So he should take crawl. He should take that. Like it. Wait, we want these. We want these here, don't we? What? How is this? None of this makes any sense. These positionings don't work. That's how you wind up with the. That's how you wind up with this, isn't it? Want them engaged a little earlier, but dumped into the. All right. Okay, so what I'm thinking here is I want my flank screening stuff, distraction pieces. We want to make sure that we're not flanked and killed. These guys come back to flanks as well. So, yeah, here it is. As an example, we get pulled back to flank. We've got these guys coming to cover the flank. It's all solid. And opponent is yet another Sabertooth and Marksman combination right up the middle. It's great. The sabers are pretty much perfect for deleting the tarantulas that we had. The marksman plus sabers are great at deleting this. And now we just get to sell out of the tarantula without looking like we're planning something. We look like, oh no, we've just been hard countered and we're sad. Denied. We're so sad bear. But we're not sad bear. Because we wanted to sell out of the tarantula. This is so rude. This is so rude. Well, we don't want any of those. Do we? We just save our money, right? Mobile Beacon? Because we're like Woot-like? Maybe we Mobile Beacon, because then we can... Then we can hit other places. He didn't take the Fire Badger, which surprised me. You're giving away more XP. Okay. How about... just boat this, right? Just boating it from all the way up here. This is so weird. Still don't know what I'm doing with this. Okay. Sure, we knew that was coming. You have Crawler Shaft out there, that's fine. They are really kind of neatly pulled. This is pretty unfortunate for us. It's okay. We don't care about this. We really don't care about this interaction yet. Well, I actually got this Arclight tangled on the marksman. That's kind of cool. It worked for us. We lost the flank. It's fine. And again, we just look like we're losing, right? But guys, feels like really good. Guy feels really good right now. And we're just waiting for... Wait, floating monies? We're sitting on 1,100, 1,300. We can afford to take 100 from here. We've already got a mobile beacon. Huh. Don't take another one, right? God. No, we take the portable shield, right? Surely we take the portable shield. Bye. Hello. Hello. Alright. I want to make sure there's nothing in the way, right? You bet all my points. All your prediction points? Or all your rocks? Okay. All your rocks. Excellent. I am not allowed to lose. Wait a minute. Nobody bet against you. You're not going to win anything either. I apologize. I will have to refundage. I mean, it doesn't matter. You get them back either way, because it says nobody bet. But, you know. Now he's got the one. Toast. All their points is he's all in. He is all in, guys. We are kind of all in from this one. Why are you so slow? What's in your way? Oh, no. I put the mobile beacon. Oh, my God. That was stupid. That was so stupid. It actually stopped because it was supposed to go fast. But, oh, my gosh. All my money too, but with a shady bookmaker. I don't know if I trust your shady bookmaker, man. Oh, handy. You guys just go get them. And then And thump. And thump. We don't even need to handle the outside. We're just here to handle the inside, right? Meanwhile, you... How did that happen? I started the click back here. You don't stop on that. You guys also don't stop out there. I do exactly what Zach did, where you go just across in front of it. It'll be fine. Go team. Go get them. Okay, there are missiles to try and get rid of things. There is Farseerness. Okay, I see the Farseerness. Farseer is shooting the... Yeah, the level 3 Farseer versus the Rhino. Did not go well for the Farseer. All of a sudden the chaff clear battle has changed. I wonder if we just need to have better chaff clear in rounds 3 and 4. So we're not hemorrhaging, like we've hemorrhaged so much. But it allows the tempo now to sell the chaff clear. Here they come. No problems. We'll get levels off of Orange Sky there. All good. And then you're going to be stuck on 125. Down it goes. These guys can get ranged. These guys can... Yeah. This gets nice, right? Anti-war factory tech. Beacon your opponent's unit straight into your chaff clear. Trust me. Love it. Oh, hey, we can efficient, but does this game end quickly enough that efficient is bait? I want 2 more techs. I want to sell a Rhino, right? That is AA marks as the answer. Of course it is. It should have been. That's why we are ranging these guys. Maybe we don't overload them yet. What? We range you. They cost 350 now. What else do we need? Okay, we want you. Do I sell you or you? I think I sell this one. This one went down, right? You guys just come straight up the middle. There we go, nice little crossing pattern. Oh, you're gonna melt something, okay. Man, I see the melting. But we're gonna just stand out here and shoot you guys from a long way away. It's fine, what could possibly go wrong? Okay, we're getting melted, that could go wrong. On the other hand, we've still got some chaffs. Oh, we lost this piece. Sort of ish, handy-ish. Does anybody mind shooting a tower for me? Any of you, please? I'd appreciate the shooting a tower. Anybody? No. No, no, sorry, Amaroq, we're on strike. You did not pay your Overlord's Union enough wages. Alright, that's fine. $6.79. I see your game. You're just having fun drawing mobile because exactly. Now you're understanding me. Well, probably be that. We'll do this one. We'll do you 3. So you will have launcher, right? It's launcher time, right? We'll take the launchers. We drop the Overlord over here. We know you're coming with other things that are I kind of liked the way there was a Fang here. What do you think if we drop a Fang out here early? Better over here early? No. Yeah, a Fang out. No. Fang. No. Don't bother paying the summon in time. We just do range and low, range and speed, right? Whoa, what have we just done? Game. Why was that? Well, okay, this got odd for me. Yes, you have melters. We see the melters. We understand the melters. We know there are meltings. We do run multi-melt. I see it. Wah, thump! And this one's gonna just heal right back up while it's driving away. That suddenly flips. Oh, goodness. You can carry with every single... I mean, you can carry with Crawler, right? It's just requires your opponent not reacting quickly enough. The same as a lot of things, right? Right, and just... Wow. Okay, now what? Mustangs, because they're chaff, right? They chaff into the melters. You guys get that. We're selling a Stang. We just let you guys get in there. Be fine. What could go wrong? I think we just repeat this mobile beacon, right? There was nothing wrong with that one. We just go straight over the middle. I think this group as well. But we don't actually need to go past that spot. We just go there. You, sir, get a level? Yeah. You and you needs me 600. Which is this one and this one, probably. Actually, wonder if it's let somebody arrive from pretty deep. And I like a deep. We want the wasp anyways. I'll let him come from out deep as well. We're missing out a bunch of things. I knew you were going to go with Mustangs. That's fine. We took the Mustangs also for about the same reason, sir. Look at that. That's working so well. And then we shield the... I mean, it's done, right? But... Final round, Crawler Blitz. Yeah, this is solid. I mean, it's... This one was just straight up old school boat aggro, right? But with HE as the key tech. You can't heal through all of this. Jeez. Alright, well, if you come up against me in tournament, you know what I'm going to run. I'm sure there are stoppers to it. Anti-missile strikes me as one. What? The plus 18 puts us at minus 24. we'll queue up again. Congrats to our one better. Way to go, Quack! You won, but you didn't actually win anything, I'm afraid. Vulcan to best partner to AA to Vulcan plus best partner AA marksman. That is a pretty good finish too. You clean. You demand VIP. No, that's not how that works. I'm sorry. That is just not how that one works. All of our VIP sponsors are folks who have put in quite a substantial amount to supporting the channel, to making it happen. And I really do appreciate each and every one of them. That's why we name each and every one of them every stream. So, start matchmaking. Let's go. Mini. Are you a mini tournament, or is this just mini? See, there you go. That's the way to... Now you are not a VIP, but you are now a sub. There you go. Wait, no, it went to Quackums. It went to Mr. Quackums. And one to Quack Attack. Okay, all the ducks are now... All the ducks are now... Not VIP, but subs for sure. Streak is not MMR. This is 1 million. Ooh, aerial spec, right? And we just aerial spec it. It ends on round 6. I need money more. Do I need money more than that? No, it's plus attack helps, right? For busting the neutral units. Let's try it. We need to know. Thank you for giving out the... Giving out some subs toast. Thank you. You've got all your ducks in a row. No. Thank you, small one. Oh my goodness, you are amazing. Okay, are we doing this? We're doing this for Magra, right? Oh, your Typhoon. That's interesting. That'll be very interesting. Mustang Longball. Oh yeah, Longball is amazing. And Hunter X3, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. As you see, we get a lot of love from, well, from certain folks. There's other people that don't like me. It's okay. You don't have to like us. We will question what's wrong with you if you don't, though. You know, I think this game, we just abandon. Oh, no, we're gonna try. No, that's it. We're gonna try standard again. We're standard Andes. We are standard Andes. Believe me, that's why. It is exactly why those Arclights, or the Tarantulas, were up on the line. Okay. So he is in, moderately defensive. It's fine. You use Mustangs with anti-missile. Best counter to Mass Storms is, in fact, Mass Storms +1. The best counter to Mass Storms, actually, really, Captain Joyless, is War Factory with anti-missile. It does a fantastic job alternately flying because the Mass Storms do not shoot the ground targets. So that is part of why this build, from standard, encouraging opponents to buy some Stormcallers, actually has kind of a sneaky value to it. But yes, Mustangs with anti-missile. I run the anti-missile on my Mustangs for sure. HE Storms taking range on the Storms. Stormcaller starts our set. Ooh. I mean, we could always pivot. Don't pivot, Amaroq. Don't pivot. Don't pivot. Pay attention. You're gonna go into Detect Worms Wasps later. Right. So you take the Wasps now. And it's not like we haven't already covered. Okay. Okay. Alright. So wherever you're putting those, wherever you are putting those, we want them to lock onto a crawler and follow them past the fangs while getting shot by the fangs. That would be the plan. You think so? Corner spawn? I mean... whatever. Oh yeah, wait a sec. We want to unlock some things so that he doesn't get drops that are good against us. What are the good... That's probably a drop that's good against us, right? Yeah, let's find out here. Yeah, Crawler, that's what I was going for, was Crawler in the corner to drag the wasps the whole way. Okay, he's firing a single level 2 marksman at us. Are you? Tell me you're not elite. You're not elite. You're just Typhoon Specialist with some elite recruitment shenanigans. Got it. Decided you wanted to elite recruit some marks. They do have AA. Oh, they have shooting squad too. Okay. I mean, it's fine. We're not going to have a great round this time because we got the tower. Looks like we might want to restart client between now and there. My starting card, yes, that is the starting card I wanted all along. Oh gosh, guys, which one do I do? Which one do I do? I'm selling out of something, right? But is it... Okay, so we get the chaff cleared now.